Long Chi's complexion alternated between green and white, finally turning into embarrassment from anger that filled his chest. So what if you're an Empyrean? In front of this emperor, Empyreans are ants. If this emperor wants to suppress them, what can you do to me? Long Chi gave an angry roar. With his heavenly emperor pressure suddenly releasing, he was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. Stop! Dragon Lord cried out, directly making a move to stop Long Chi. Long Chi's face fell and he said angrily, "What's the meaning of this, Dragon Lord? This boy can't be killed, but could it be that the others can't be suppressed either? As Rain Dragon Stronghold's protector elder, could it be that this emperor doesn't even have this bit of authority?" Dragon Lord's two eyes narrowed, and she said in a cold voice, "Long Chi, be more clear-minded. You open your eyes and take a look at his glabella." Long Chi was taken aback when he heard that and looked over toward Yi Yuan. Once more, with this careful look, his pupils could not help constricting. "Heavenly Dragon Mark!" Long Chi cried out in surprise. He was being mocked by Yi Yuan earlier, and under his rage he did not detect the mark at Yi Yuan's glabella. Upon looking at this time, he could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Yi Yuan was originally planning on flashing his identity and requesting Dragon Lord to take action. He did not expect that Long Chi was actually very apprehensive of the mark on his glabella. That's right. It's precisely the heavenly dragon mark. Seeing the heavenly dragon mark is akin to seeing the ancestor. If you keep on pestering endlessly, even I can't protect you too, Dragon Lord said in a solemn voice. Long Chi's face was like a chameleon's, changing again and again. This fellow made a trip into the Dragon Eye Cave. Not only did he break through to Empyrean realm, he actually even obtained the heavenly dragon mark. Long Chi could not help feeling depressed. What on earth had he done? Wasn't it said that the Dragon Eye Cave was a hopeless land? Why was it that this guy seemed to have been enlightened after going in, swapping a fouling piece for a big gun in 10 years? Long Chi's current mood was already unable to use words to describe. Finally, Long Chi gritted his teeth and gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan, and said, "Long Chi pays respect to son of the heavenly dragon." Yi Yuan was very surprised. He also did not expect that this mark was actually so useful. The other heavenly emperors as well as Empyreans bowed down one after another. "We pay respects to the son of the heavenly dragon." Yi Yuan looked towards the Dragon Lord and asked, "What does this heavenly dragon mark represent?" Dragon Lord said in surprise, "You don't know?" Yi Yuan shook his head. Dragon Lord was speechless and explained, "The heavenly dragon mark is the dragon race's supreme existence, a recognition given to a junior, representing that he has hopes of becoming a transcendent heavenly emperor. This is also a symbol of identity in the dragon clan, being called the son of the heavenly dragon. The position of son of the heavenly dragon is equivalent to a heaven stronghold's dragon lord. Even if a heavenly emperor sees, they would have to pay respects too." Yi Yuan was also struck dumb when he heard this tiny mark actually represented such a lofty status. But very soon, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "Then, do I have the authority to impose sanctions on him?" While talking, Yi Yuan pointed at Long Chi with his finger. Long Chi's expression turned stiff, his face becoming extremely ugly. A hint of delight also flashed across Dragon Lord's eyes, and she said with a nod, "That's of course. Long Chi, why haven't you made apologies and asked for punishment from the son of the heavenly dragon?" Long Chi was exasperated in his heart. At this very moment, he finally experienced what was called shooting oneself in the foot. He cracked himself up to be clever, forcing Yi Yuan into the Dragon Eye Cave. In the end, Yi Yuan came out, becoming the son of the heavenly dragon. Son of the heavenly dragon, the status was equivalent to a heaven stronghold's dragon lord. How noble was the status! Offending the son of the heavenly dragon was equivalent to offending the Heaven's stronghold's dragon lord. Even if he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he could not bear this charge. Either. Long Qi unintentionally offended the son of the heavenly dragon. Long Qi hopes that the son of the heavenly dragon can forgive. Having no choice, Long Qi could only lower his head. He discovered with his peripherals that a hint of a strange smile was currently flashing across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his heart could not help thumping. What did this boy want to do? Humph! Whatever you want to do, I, Long Qi, am an exalted heavenly emperor. What can you do to me? Making apologies to you is already making the greatest concession. Forgiveness, that's impossible. Since you offended me, you naturally have to be punished, Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Qi pulled a long face and said, Yi Yuan, don't reach for a yard after taking an inch. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, reaching for a yard after taking an inch? Hey, you should rejoice that I'm only Empyrean realm. If I'm heavenly emperor realm right now, just based on you making a move against Lure just now, I'd have long smacked you to death with one slap. You should be very clear why Long Hao was smacked to death by me. Not mentioning Long Hao was still fine. Upon mentioning Long Hao, Long Qi gnashed his teeth in hatred even more. This guy killed Long Hao. Now he even had to lower his head to him. It was truly unprecedented humiliation. Dragon Lord Long Xie said coolly, Long Qi, you're very clear about the crime of offending the son of the heavenly dragon. In Rain Dragon's stronghold, things are still okay. If it's reported up, the matter probably won't be so easy to clean up. Furthermore, don't you forget, he's second sage, son of the heavenly dragon plus second sage. Hoo. Long Xie did not carry on saying, Long Qi should understand her meaning. Second sage was indeed nothing in the dragon clan. But second sage plus son of the heavenly dragon, that was totally different. The priest temple was a titan of the demon race to begin with. Their strength was not much weaker than the dragon clan. These two titles added together, it was equivalent to two great mountains. Even if Long Qi was a heavenly emperor, his outcome would be very miserable. 2. Long Qi sucked in a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan, don't go too overboard, forcing a heavenly emperor into a life and death struggle. You know the consequences. Now that it came to this, Long Qi had no choice but to lower his head too, accepting Yi Yuan's punishment, even though he was 1,000 times unwilling. But if this matter were to blow all the way up to the top, the consequences would still be too much for him to bear. Yi Yuan chuckled and said coolly, Relax. I've always repay evil with good. Won't make things difficult for you. Seeing Yi Yuan's grinning appearance, a bad premonition flashed across in everyone's hearts. While Long Xiu had a curious look, she also really wanted to see what Yi Yuan was going to do. You go to the top of the stone tower and yell 10,000 times. Long Qi is a pig. This phrase. Men need to shout louder. Let the entire stronghold hear, Yi Yuan said with a beam. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Making a heavenly emperor do this sort of thing, to think that this guy could think of it. Dragon Lord nearly failed to hold it in and spurted out, hurriedly covering her mouth and laughing. Long Qi's face changed and he roared angrily, Brat, you're bullying people too far. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, Bullying people too far? Hoo. This matter was caused by Long Hao. Who's right and who's wrong? Don't you have any idea in your heart? When you coerced me to enter the dragon, I cave with lure their lives, why didn't you say bullying people too far? When you made a move to deal with lure, why didn't you say bullying people too far? Now, just making you yell a bit, you're saying that I'm bullying people too far? Not doing? Also, can I, a mere Empyrean, have no qualifications to make a heavenly emperor do anything? But there will always be someone who will make you do a little something. Finish talking. Yi Yuan snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. Hold on. Long Qi's face changed, stopping Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stopped his figure and said coolly, 10,000 times, not a single time less. Long Qi nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. He had not spoken yet, and this boy already blocked off his words. Long Qi is a pig. Long Qi is a pig. Long Qi is a pig. Over and over again, a loud and clear voice reverberated throughout Rain Dragon Stronghold. Everyone could hear it clearly. Long Qi was very domineering in the Rain Dragon Stronghold virtually, rendering Long Xie to a mere figurehead. No one dared to challenge his prestige at all. Long Hao was also so arrogant under his wing. But today, Protector Elder Long Qi actually did such a thing. It was truly embarrassing. The dragons in the stronghold all revealed strange looks, but they also did not dare to show it too much, holding it in badly. How keen was the perception of heavenly emperor powerhouses. They were all afraid of Elder Long Qi settling the scores afterward. This scene is really unimaginably beautiful. I never imagined in this lifetime that someone could actually make Elder Long Qi do this kind of thing. But today, it actually happened. This Yi Yuan is really incredible. Entering the Dragon Eye Cave, not only did he come out alive, he broke through to the Empyrean realm and even obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark, becoming a son of the Heavenly Dragon. In the Rain Dragon Stronghold, Elder Long Qi virtually covers the sky with one hand. Yi Yuan doing so sweeps his face clear. Elder Long Qi definitely won't let him off. Forget it. With the identity of son of the Heavenly Dragon, Yi Yuan is equivalent to having obtained a death exemption golden token. What can Elder Long Qi do to him? The group of dragons discussed softly. Clearly, the impact that this scene brought to them was too intense. A supreme heavenly emperor powerhouse actually said that he was a pig in front of everyone and even had to say it 10,000 times. A dragon being a pig. This scene was truly incomparably bizarre. At the top of the stone tower, Long Qi's gaze never left Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died 10,000 times. It was just a shame that Long Qi was also clear in his heart that he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Long Xie was very delighted in her heart. These few years she had been suppressed by Long Qi all along. Yi Yuan's way of doing things today really got a brutal payback on her behalf. Long Xie arrived in front of Yi Yuan and asked with a look of anticipation, Yi Yuan, that you came out of the Dragon Eye Cave, did you? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Long Xiaochun came out together with me. They are at the back and will arrive very quickly. Just as he was talking, several dozen figures appeared on the horizon. The one in the lead was lovely and adorable, a pair of horns growing on top of her head. It was precisely Long Xiaochun. Mother! Long Xiaochun yelled. Long Xie had a look of agitation on her face. But very soon her expression turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, You still know to come back? After going back, face the wall for 100 years, not breaking through to Second Firmament Empyrean, you're not allowed to come out. Long Xiaochun stuck her tongue out and said wittily, Mother, don't get angry. First, isn't that Long Qi? Long Qi is a pig. Ha 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 ha. Did this old fellow's age get to his head? To actually scold himself. Long Xiaochun was just thinking of saying something when she was drawn by Long Qi's voice. Long Qi's voice was seriously too loud. Even if Long Xiaochun did not want to hear, she also could not. She did not react at first. But upon thinking carefully, wasn't it Long Qi himself? Why was this guy scolding himself? Long Qi clearly heard Long Xiaochun's unbridled laughter, his face black, until it was practically turning purple. The others had strange expressions and were even discussing softly. But no one dared to laugh in a flagrant manner. But Long Xiaochun did not have the slightest scruple at all. She laughed very happily. Very happily. While angry was angry, Long Qi was also very surprised in his heart. Why did Long Xiaochun come out too? When did the Dragon Eye Cave become so easy to come out? Ha ha ha. Is this old man an idiot or not? To actually scold himself. By the side, Long Soon laughed loudly and said, seeing this old man, Big Brother Tian, I immediately have the confidence. Even this kind of idiot can cultivate to be a heavenly emperor. Big Brother Tian, I can definitely cultivate to that level. Long Zhaotian nodded his head solemnly, saying it very seriously. Heh, Big Brother Soon, I am stronger than you. I can naturally cultivate to heavenly emperor realm even more. Long Soon said in disdain. Look at yourself, you're not much better than this old man. Even if you can cultivate to heavenly emperor realm, you'd also just be a notch stronger than him, Long Zhaotian said. Eft. Even if Yi Yuan was composed, he was also tickled by these two guys. But when Yi Yuan saw Long Qi's expression, he immediately felt very satisfied. In his heart, these two living treasures were finally of some use. These two people chimed in one after another. Long Qi's face already turned red from black, his face growing by virtually a fold, almost exploding. Bang! A powerful to the extreme pressure descended upon the entire Rain Dragon stronghold. Where did the fools come from? To dare bullshit in front of this emperor? This emperor will kill you all with a palm. Long Qi had a look of thunderous rage. Once a heavenly emperor raged, the air seemed to have solidified. Goodness! Yi Yuan, save us! The two people cried out strangely and hid behind Yi Yuan. In the two of their hearts, Yi Yuan had long already become a godlike existence. The mysterious power that Yi Yuan displayed in the Dragon Eye Cave had long brought the two of them into submission. Even though Long Qi was a heavenly emperor, he was still much lousier in their hearts. That was why the two dared to be so unbridled. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, Long Qi, what do you want to do? Long Qi's imposing momentum stopped, a palm raised to midair, and did not dare to land anymore. When Long Soon saw that Long Qi indeed did not make a move, he immediately plucked up his courage. Poking his head out from behind Yi Yuan, he called out, you scold yourself and actually dare to say that others are fools. Where did your courage come from? You listen to this little lord's name. I'm Little Soon under Lord Yi Yuan's command. Long Zhaotian also stretched his head out and called out in a clear voice, Little Tian under Lord Yi Yuan's command. Dumb old man, remember it. This little lord will definitely surpass you in the future. Long Qi was furious. Even if he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he also felt that his two lungs were almost exploding at this time. Long Qi, it's just been 200 times. There are still 8,800 times. When are you planning to say until? Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Qi gritted his teeth and said, consider yourself ruthless. Long Qi is a pig. Long Qi is a pig. Long Qi is a pig. Lord Heavenly Emperor could only continue. Long Xiaochun had a look of surprise as she said, what's going on here? Long Xia pulled a long face and said, you damn lass, having learned neither knowledge nor skill, to not even know about the son of the heavenly dragon. Long Xiaochun pointed at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, you're talking about him. Long Xia's face turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, insolence. You, lass, are becoming more and more unbridled to actually dare be impolite toward the son of the heavenly dragon. Long Xiaochun burst out laughing and said, Mother, you don't need to be so respectful toward him. In terms of seniority, he still has to call you Grandaunt. Long Xia's expression changed drastically, and she said angrily, damn girl, do you want to anger Mother to death? As she said, she was just about to make a move to take care of Long Xiaochun, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Dragon Lord, wait. What Xiaochun said is right, Yi Yuan said with a look of embarrassment. Long Xia was taken aback, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, does Dragon Lord have an elder brother called Long Qin? Long Xia's entire body trembled, and she said in disbelief, Your big brother's descendant. Yo, Long Qi, what a shocking scene. Got nothing to do? To actually call yourself a pig. Long Qi was just yelling Long Qi is a pig, when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the top of the stone tower, having a look of amusement on his face. Long Qi's brows furrowed, and he said, Brother Aosu, what are you here for? Aosu chuckled and said, You don't have to care about what I'm here for. First, you're doing something unique here. This emperor could even hear your howls from 100 miles away. Hehe, our dragon race bloodline is incomparably noble. So even if you abandon yourself to despair, don't put yourself in the same category as a pig, this kind of low-grade life form. Long Qi had a black face, the hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart increasing even more. This Aosu was Heavenly Stronghold, Purple Dragon Stronghold's Heavenly Emperor. Powerhouse. Having this scene seen by him, wouldn't this unsavory scandal spread to all the heaven strongholds? Could it be that his face was going to utterly lose in the East suppression pseudo-world? Fortunately, this Aosu's relationship with him was pretty good. Long Qi let out a sigh and said, Sigh, don't mention it anymore. Brother Aosu. Right now, I have a stifled breath blocked up in my chest, almost exploding. Aoshi knew that Long Qi covered the sky with one hand in Rain Dragon Stronghold, virtually rendering Dragon Lord Long Xie to a figurehead. This scene right now should not happen. Oh? Could someone still anger you until like this in this Rain Dragon Stronghold? Aosu said curiously. Long Qi had a bitter look as he said, There wasn't in the past. But now, sigh. He roughly recounted the events. Of course, he selectively forgot about Long Hao's overbearing action. When Aosu heard, he could not help having a shocked face too. You're saying that he only used 10 years' time and broke through to Empyrean. In the Dragon Eye Cave, obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark, and even found the way back. Aoshu counter-asked. Long Qi nodded and said, Precisely so. Pooh. Precisely so, my ass. Long Qi, old punk, this emperor takes you to be a friend. Are you playing this emperor like a monkey? Aosu directly spat in Long Qi's face. He completely did not believe Long Qi's words. But right at this time, Aosu gave a slight cry of surprise. A white secret order jumped out of the void and landed in Aosu's hands. Aosu reached his hand out and grabbed the secret order in his hand. Sinking his divine sense inside and looking, his expression could not help changing. Wildly. Long Qi, what did you say that Piu, the son of the heavenly dragon, was called? Aosu asked in a solemn voice. He's called Yi Yuan. Long Qi gritted his teeth and said. Getting a confirmed answer, shock was written all over Aosu's face as he said, Then what you said earlier was all true. Long Qi was speechless as he said, It's naturally true. Aosu opened his mouth wide, disbelief all over his face. The things that Long Qi said, each one was unthinkable, let alone that it even happened to one person at the same time. This matter was too inconceivable. Long Qi observed his speech and countenance and said, Brother Aosu coming to Rain Dragon Stronghold? Could it be? Aosu nodded and said, That's right, the Battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin. I came to invite Long Xiaochun to take part. However, a secret order came from the stronghold just now, saying that an additional name appeared on the Dragon Mark monument called Yi Yuan, originating from precisely your Rain Dragon Stronghold. I really didn't expect that a measly little Rain Dragon Stronghold actually produced 2 children of the Heavenly Dragon this time. Hehe. Yi Yuan, seeing this great grand, shouldn't you kowtow? Long Xiaochun teased Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan was speechless. Long Xiaochun could play with this stick for 10 years. However, Long Xie said in a solemn voice, Xiaochun, you mustn't be rude. Disregarding that Yi Yuan obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark, just talking about how he's of the atavism dragon soul, it's equivalent to big brothers. successor separated by generations. In terms of seniority, he's of the same generation as you. You're younger than him and should call him as your big brother. Long Xie looked toward Yi Yuan with an affectionate look. She and Long Qin had a close relationship. The love for the house extends to even the crows perching on the roof, so she naturally viewed Yi Yuan in a different light. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said unhappily, "What? I finally managed to get some leverage over him, but you ruined it with one sentence." Yi Yuan also found it funny listening at one side. Turned out that the Dragon Clan could still have this way of saying things. Long Xie shot Long Xiaochun a fierce glare and said, "You lass, you don't cultivate well every day. You only know how to cause disturbances. The battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin right away. Starting from today, you cultivate well for me, strive to break through to second firmament Empyrean as soon as possible. If you lose in the battle of Dragon Sons, see if I don't teach you a lesson." The moment Long Xiaochun heard the word cultivate, she could not help getting a headache. "Mother, don't force me anymore. You look, I already cultivate very diligently, cultivating to the Empyrean realm so quickly," Long Xiaochun said, in a spoiled manner. But Long Xie was not the slightest bit moved and pulled a long face as she said, "Don't give me that. Doesn't Mother still not know your character? If you still dare to be negligent, just remember that I will directly confine you." Long Xiaochun had a bitter face. Suddenly, she had a spark of inspiration. Pulling Yi Yuan, she had an appearance of giving people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw her as she said, "Big brother Yuan." Long Xie was just about to get angry, but saw Yi Yuan smile. He said, "Aunt, you don't need to force Xiaochun like this too. With her talent, isn't breaking through to second firmament Empyrean still easily accomplished?" Long Xiaochun nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice at the side, agreeing strongly to this. Yi Yuan's words were also not uttered against his conscience. Long Xiaochun's talent was indeed what he rarely saw in this lifetime. Even that Lin Chongqing who cracked himself up to be a genius was also a piece of trash in front of Long Xiaochun. This was still Long Xiaochun being very playful. That was why her cultivation speed was so slow. If she cultivated diligently, her current strength would already be God knows how horrifying. Long Xie shook her head and said, "You don't know this, but the battle of Dragon Sons is related to the Rain Dragon stronghold's rise and fall. Now that the battle of Dragon Sons is hanging above our heads, with her indolent personality, she'll definitely suffer a big loss going to the battle of Dragon Sons. Those able to obtain the Heavenly Dragon mark and become children of the Heavenly Dragon, every one of their strength is extremely powerful and not much weaker than her." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, Aunt. Leave Xiaochun's breakthrough to me." Long Xie was taken aback and said with pleasant surprise, "I nearly forgot. You're the second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred. Then, I won't be courteous." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We are one family. There is no need to be too distant." Long Xie beamed and said, "I really didn't expect that Big Brother would actually have an outstanding descendant like you. Given time, you'll definitely surpass your predecessor." Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "Great! Eating a medicinal pill and I'll be able to break through. It really saves too much trouble." In front of Ao Su, Long Qi said with a doleful look, "Brother Ao Su, you have to uphold justice for this younger brother, disregarding that boy killed my Howler. He even used this sort of method to humiliate me. I really can't endure this grievance." Ao Su revealed a difficult look, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "Younger brother Long Qi, elder brother knows the bitterness in your heart, but you're aware of the status of the son of the Heavenly Dragon. Just based on my status, it's hard to touch him at all." Long Qi secretly cursed the old fox, gritted his teeth and said, "As long as Brother Aosu is willing to help younger brother take revenge. Younger brother is willing to offer the heaven-shaking hammer with both hands. Aosu could not help smiling when he heard this. He then said, "Younger brother Longqi, rest assured. What's our relationship? Your matters are my matters. This matter, I'll definitely help you settle it." After the pill was formed, Long Xiaochun broke through the next day. Following that, Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun followed Aosu and left the Rain Dragon stronghold. Yi Yuan did not wish to take part in whatever battle of Dragon Sons. More than 100 years had already passed since he made this trip to save Luer. He was somewhat worried about Heavenly Eagle in his heart and planned on preparing to leave after staying for a few days. But he could not withstand Long Xiaochun's hard and soft tactics as well as Long Xie's earnest hopes, so he set off with a half-reluctant attitude. Dragon Son Yi is truly a peerless talent to actually cultivate to the realm of Empyrean at this age. You'll surely be able to enter the heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, Aosu said with a laugh. He was very humble and polite along the way and did not have any airs of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. However, he had long already had killing intent aroused toward Yi Yuan. From Long Qi's mouth, Aosu already knew how monstrous Yi Yuan was. If such a monster grew up, he would pose a tremendous threat to Dragon Son Ao. This threat absolutely could not stay. Ao was precisely Purple Dragon Stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon, and he was also Aosu's nephew. Hence, even if Long Qi did not pay the price, he would kill Yi Yuan too, disposing of this hidden danger while it was in a budding state. Senior is too kind. This Yi was merely a little lucky, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Xiaochun rolled her eyes and said, "You're really hypocritical. Clearly, very impressive yourself, yet feigning an unimpressive appearance. Your dragon beard purple shine pill is really too incredible. The 7-star priests in the stronghold are simply laymen when compared to you." Aosu was alarmed in his heart. This kid even knew how to refine pills. Furthermore, he was very formidable. No wonder Long Xiaochun broke through so quickly. Turned out that it was actually due to the medicinal pill. Aosu knew that Long Xiaochun was very lazy in cultivation and it was completely impossible to be Aou's match, so he paid no attention to it. He did not expect that when he came this time, Long Xiaochun actually broke through overnight, making his jaw drop. This way, Long Xiaochun also became a formidable enemy of Ao. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard it. He was being modest. How did it become hypocritical when it reached Long Xiaochun's mouth? He could not have people praise him, and he put on a straight face and say that he was very impressive, right? How to let people follow up with this? Except, he did not know that these words strengthened Aosu's killing intent. Even more, the three people moved extremely fast. Half a month later, they arrived at an area of high mountains and lofty peaks. The two of you, this place is a forked road. This emperor still has to make a trip to South Hope Stronghold and receive the son of the Heavenly Dragon, Long Zheng, to the Purple Dragon Stronghold. You guys travel too slowly. I'll have to trouble you two to wait here for a few days. The latest by half a month. This emperor will definitely catch up. Aosu clasped his hands and said. Long Xiaochun's thoughts were pure and did not suspect anything. Waving her hand, she said, go on, we'll wait for you." Aosu smiled slightly, figure moving, and disappeared. After Aosu left, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly but became alert. "Hey, are you mistaken? You even made it through the Dragon Eye Cave, but this wilderness is scaring you." Long Xiaochun snickered. Yi Yuan frowned and said in a solemn voice, "Better an open enemy than a false friend. An open foe may prove a curse, but a pretend friend is even worse. The spatial structure here is very unstable. Once one hides in a spatial rift, it will be like a fish entering the sea. We will be unable to find those spatial rifts at all. Of course, this place is also the ideal place for an ambush." Long Xiaochun laughed and said, My big brother Yi Yuan, are you being overly cautious? This place is East Suppression Pseudo-World. Who dares to ambush us? In my noble dragon clan's territory. Clearly, Long Xiaochun did not take Yi Yuan's cautiousness to heart at all. But Yi Yuan had journeyed north and south, and had gone to no idea how many places before and experienced how many massacres before. He naturally would not be as pure as Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "This place isn't advisable to stay for too long. We'd better hurry up and leave." Long Xiaochun said, "Heavenly Emperor Ao Su asked us to wait here for him. If we were to go, how would he find us?" Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "I'm afraid that he doesn't have good intentions too." Originally, Yi Yuan did not have any suspicions towards Ao Su either. But Ao Su's words just now had too many suspicious points. Travel slow? Forked road? Would bringing two Empyreans on the journey really delay a lot of time? Furthermore, this forked road was a little too coincidental, right? Instinct told him that this place was not safe. The more he thought, the more Yi Yuan felt that this was a scheme, a plot, specifically to kill the two of them. Long Xiaochun felt that Yi Yuan was rather abnormal and said unhappily, "Yi Yuan, you're too sensitive. Heavenly Emperor Ao Su doesn't put on any airs at all. Along the way, he also took extra care of us. How can he possibly harm us?" Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. This last was too pure and did not know the viciousness of the human heart at all. He did not believe that this East Suppression Pseudo-World was a pure land, without strife, although Yi Yuan did not know why Ao Su would make a move against him. This place being very dangerous was certainly without a doubt. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You're not going?" "I'm not going. Wanna go, you go." Long Xiaochun said stubbornly. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. I want to see just what tricks Ao Su can play." He did not believe that Ao Su dared to act against the two of them in a flagrant manner. After all, Ao Su was a receiving envoy. If the two of them died in Ao Su's hands, he would have to be buried in death himself too. Long Xiaochun had a disdainful look as she said, "Yi Yuan, I've misjudged you. You're projecting your own shortcomings onto others. Not everyone is as black-hearted as you." Yi Yuan smiled and paid no heed to it. Landing among the mountains, he found a place to rest. The way each person saw the world was different. Long Xiaochun's thoughts were simple and naturally felt that this world was very simple. Didn't Yi Yuan like this little sister because of this too? Loyal to friends, simple thoughts, having dealings with such a person took no effort at all. Yi Yuan did not haggle over it. Rather, Long Xiaochun was unrelenting and chased after Yi Yuan angrily and said, "Humph, I really couldn't tell that you were such a person. Heavenly Emperor Ao Su has no grudge nor enmity with us. He is also very kind. So what reason does he have to harm us?" Got to admit, Ao Su pretended very well along the way. Even Yi Yuan was deceived, let alone talk about Long Xiaochun. Ao Su's ripe old age was not lived in vain in the end. Even Yi Yuan also did not detect the killing intent in his heart. Along the way, Ao Su was not overly close to the two, but he also did not put on the airs of a heavenly emperor, answering every question, helping with every problem. Everything was expressed too normally. He looked just like a kind and gentle grandpa. If not for the reason just now being somewhat shoddy, coupled with that he was extremely sensitive to space, he probably would not discover the danger yet. "Talk. Say something." Being speechless, "Do you think that what I said makes sense?" "Humph." Half a month later, when Heavenly Emperor Ao Su comes, see what face you still have to meet him, Long Xiaochun said angrily. However, what Long Xiaochun did not expect was that Heavenly Emperor Ao Su did not come. Instead, a bunch of ferocious and sinister bandits came. Coming. Yi Yuan currently had his eyes shut to rest, ignoring the chirping of the Long Xiaochun by the side. Suddenly, a ripple in space was keenly detected by him. Long Xiaochun was taken aback at first. Following that, She grumbled. Hey, you're still using this kind of low-level method to bluff me, do you think that I'd believe? But Yi Yuan ignored her and slowly got up. His gaze seemed to have seen, through the dense woods, a solemn look on his face. In the distance, some powerful auras were currently coming over here. There was a series of rustling noises in the dense woods. Several dozen figures revealed their figures. The person in the front had thick bushy brows, a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The scar at the corner of his eye drew all the way to the chin. Extremely terrifying. The scarred man said in a cold voice, "Everyone, guard your positions well. This boy is proficient in spatial law. Don't let him run." "Yes, Lord Long Xiao," everyone answered. When this group of people appeared in front of Long Xiaochun, she was utterly stunned. Each and every one of these people's auras was very powerful. They were actually all Empyrean powerhouses. The scarred man in the front even reached middle-stage Empyrean. Yi Yuan was long mentally prepared and was very calm as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Did Ao Su send you guys here?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Kid, wanna bait me? However, it doesn't matter, because you're dead for sure today." "That's right, it was indeed Lord Su who sent us here. Looking at your appearance, you actually don't feel surprised." In Long Xiao's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in one's jaws. He would be dead for sure. Although spatial law was formidable, as long as there were sufficient precautions, the opponent could not run at all. They were merely 1,000 feet away from Yi Yuan right now. At this distance, Yi Yuan did not have the chance to execute spatial law to escape at all. But regarding Yi Yuan's reaction, Long Xiao was very surprised. Since Yi Yuan was waiting here obediently, he shouldn't have known that this was arranged by Lord Su. But why was he so composed like he knew long ago? This could not be explained. If he knew that it was Long Xiaochun's assist, he would probably be beside himself with joy long ago. Hearing Long Xiao's words, Long Xiaochun was completely dumbfounded. Long Xiaochun did not believe this as she said, "Impossible! How is this possible? Lord Ao Su is so nice. It must be you guys framing him." Yi Yuan could not help being speechless and said, "That old man has probably lived for no less than 10 million years. Wouldn't pretending to be a kind grandpa be easily accomplished?" Long Xiaochun could not quite accept this truth. When she looked at Yi Yuan, her heart felt like it was being pricked. Lowering her eyes, she felt very guilty inside. "Sorry, I was wrong. You run away. Don't worry about me." Long Xiaochun was simple, but she was not dumb. She knew that she really misunderstood Yi Yuan. Ao Su was completely and utterly a big liar. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What a joke. You're my little sister, how can I possibly leave you and escape by myself?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Escape? Kid, you seem to not have realized your situation yet. In front of this Empyrean, you still want to run." Long Xiaochun suddenly recalled something. Looking at the scarred man, she cried out in shock, "Eagle Eyes Scar, you're Long Xiao." Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Looks like this Empyrean's name is still somewhat resounding." Long Xiaochun said anxiously, "Yi Yuan, quickly run. This guy is famous for killing people without batting an eyelid. Furthermore, he's extremely strong, being unrivaled in the same rank. He committed numerous crimes in Purple Dragon Stronghold and suffered the pursuit of several dozen black strongholds. Later, it alarmed an Earth stronghold. Legends say that when he was still third Firmament Empyrean, he had once encountered the pursuit of 5 great third Firmament Empyreans before. In the end, those 5 great Empyreans were all killed by him. If Long Xiao was just second or third Firmament Empyrean, Long Xiaochun would not be so nervous. She knew Yi Yuan's combat power. Even if he could not win, there was still hope of running away. But this Long Xiao was a 4th Firmament Empyrean mighty expert. Furthermore, his combat strength was extremely strong. Her assurance in Yi Yuan was not that big anymore. Long Xiaochun liked to pester Long Ji, making him talk about some of the interesting things of the East Suppression pseudo-world and the outside world. Long Zhao's fame in the boundary of Purple Dragon Stronghold was very great. Long Ji had mentioned it once before, so that was how she knew. Heh, since you know this Empyrean's battle achievements, then you should know that you're dead for sure today, right? In order to deal with you, this father of yours has brought out all the elite troops, Long Xiao said with a cold laugh. Among the dozen over Empyreans present, just the third firmament Empyreans were as many as 3. There were also 7 to 8 second firmament Empyreans. First firmament Empyreans likewise had 7 to 8 people. Coupled with Long Xiao, this fourth firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse, this was practically a certain kill trap. Yi Yuan's expression also had a rare show of seriousness. His current strength facing off against a first firmament Empyrean was virtually insta-skill. Facing a second firmament Empyrean, he could also fight and win. But facing off with a third firmament Empyrean would be somewhat taxing. After all, each minor realm of Empyrean realm, the span was tremendous, difficult to go beyond. Yi Yuan broke through to Chaos Realm, fused Essence, Energy, and Spirit 3. Paths coupled with outstanding combat strength, that was how he could jump realms and battle. But dealing with so many Empyreans at the same time, furthermore, it was even all Empyreans whose realms were higher than him, it would naturally not be that easy for him anymore. As for the Chaos Essence One Breath Sword, that was his final trump card. Whether this move could kill the fourth firmament Empyrean Long Xiao or not was really hard to say. If the one strike failed, the consequences would be dangerous. This kind of move, even he could not randomly execute it. It looks like Ao Su really put in the blood capital in order to deal with me. However, do you all think that killing me is that easy? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Long Xiao smiled and said, of course this Empyrean knows that you're not easy to kill. Otherwise, could you, a first firmament Empyrean, require this Empyrean's grand presence? Since this Empyrean came, I've naturally readied everything. Brothers, kill for me. Under the word of command, roughly 17 to 18 Empyrean powerhouses attacked. Together, this commotion was truly earth-shaking. Empyrean powerhouses, those were all major powers that could move mountains and empty seas. With 17 to 18 Empyreans, what kind of lineup was that? Especially the 3 third firmament Empyreans, 3 blade images directly cut through the void, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. Be careful, Yi Yuan shouted coldly, directly pulling Long Xiaochun and escaping into the void, dodging those blade images. Incredibly dangerous. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. These 3 great Empyreans. Combat strengths far exceeded his imagination. Their laws were not considered too outstanding. But these 3 people won. Look, and it was clear that they were veterans of 100 battles. Their application of laws already reached the acme of perfection. Coupled with the pressure from their cultivation realms, as well as the 3 people's tacit cooperation, it was troublesome to the extreme. It seemed like these guys had long already mastered their abilities under the pursuit of the Dragon Clan. Not just them, the other Empyrean powerhouses were all not amateurs too. Yi Yuan reckoned that if those so-called geniuses matched up against these people, they probably would not even know how they died. Yi Yuan was startled, but he did not know that Long Xiao, who was watching the fight from the sidelines, was more shocked than he was. He understood the strength of these brothers too well. Putting a third firmament Empyrean here in less than 3 exchanges, they would definitely degrievously. But Yi Yuan's application of spatial law was too terrifying. More than 10 rounds had passed, they actually did not even touch the corners of his clothes, let alone that Yi Yuan was even bringing along Long Xiaochun, who was being a burden. Yi Yuan, let go of me. If you bring me along, it's impossible for you to escape, Long Xiaochun said anxiously. She also saw through that these Empyreans that Long Xiao brought, each one was incomparably powerful, with their combat strength far surpassing those in the same rank. Furthermore, their cooperation was extremely ingenious. They had clearly gone through countless trials before there was such tacit understanding. Enough crap. I'll get distracted like this. Relax your mind and just follow me, Yi Yuan said calmly. Long Xiaochun was startled in her heart and could only follow along as Yi Yuan ordered. One of the third firmament Empyreans suddenly shouted, "Big brother, come up with some ideas." Long Xiao said in a clear voice, "Don't panic, let him hide. No matter how ingenious his movement technique is, there will definitely be times when he's careless. Competing in willpower, we have never lost to anyone before. Heh. All right?" When the group of Empyreans heard Long Zhao's words, the strength in their hands became steadier. These Empyreans were not in a hurry at all, like cats catching mice. The intention was to slowly wear out Yi Yuan to death. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. Long Zhao's one sentence made these guys' combat power rise several levels. This was not the increase in strength, but the stabilization of mental state. In a fight, the more stable the mentality, the more one could tend to perform exceptionally well. 3 great Empyreans were the main attackers, the rest supported from the sides. But each person, even if it was a first firmament Empyrean, one could not overlook them. A move of theirs that suddenly appeared would seriously injure you. These people's cooperation was simply impeccable. One must find an opportunity to break this balance. Otherwise, it would be dangerous today. Let alone that the strongest Long Xiao had not even made a move until now. No wonder even Lord Ao Su was very wary of you. Even if your strength was placed in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, it will absolutely be top-notch. 2. What's even more terrifying is that you're only first firmament Empyrean. But no matter how strong you are, it's also a certain death situation. Today. Kid, don't struggle anymore, Long Xiao said with a big laugh at the side. Him talking on the sidelines was disrupting Yi Yuan's state of mind. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's situation became even more critical. Suddenly, a first firmament Empyrean saw an opening and stabbed toward Long Xiaochun with a sword. Long Xiaochun turned pale with fright, but it was already too late to want to stop it. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan flashed and blocked in front of Long Xiaochun. Swish! The long sword stabbed right into Yi Yuan's chest. Ye Yuan! Long Xiaochun turned pale with fright and screamed out. The other Empyrean's eyes lit up, akin to sharks that smelled the scent of blood, blade lights and sword images all hacking towards Yi Yuan. Good! When Long Xiao saw the scene, he could not refrain from cheering. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan suffering the sword did not collapse like everyone imagined. Instead, he opposed the momentum and stabbed a sword out. True sword hollow etch, Yi Yuan's low voice sounded out. An unparalleled sword energy directly blasted the first firmament Empyrean in front of him to dregs. Go! Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest, pulling Long Xiaochun and flashing. He directly tunneled out of the group of Empyreans' encirclement. This scene happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time and let him succeed in breaking out of the encirclement. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Long Xiaochun looked at that sword stuck in Yi Yuan's body, tears almost falling out. Yi Yuan only got hurt in order to protect her. Falling into a heavy encirclement was also because of her willfulness. Long Xiaochun felt wronged to the extreme in her heart. Yi Yuan just chuckled, reached his hand out, and slowly pulled out the long sword. There was not even a drop of blood left behind on the sword. When Long Xiao and the rest saw this scene, their eyes went wide. How is this possible? Long Xiao said in disbelief. A first firmament Empyrean being stabbed through by another first firmament Empyrean with a sword, he was actually completely fine? Long Xiaochun opened her mouth wide, a disbelieving look on her face. Ho, you forgot. My physical body is very strong. How can this degree of attack hurt me? Yi Yuan said with a light laugher. Long Zhao's pupils constricted, seemingly thinking of something. He then cried out in surprise. Perfect 7th transformation. He's at the perfect Seventh transformation. What? Is there really someone who can achieve perfect seventh transformation? In this world, I heard that the people with perfect seventh transformation can become impervious to swords and spears, having a perfect defense. Unless one's cultivation realm exceeds by a lot, otherwise they would not be able to even breach the defenses. I didn't expect that it's actually true. That nirvanic tribulation is so horrifying. How did he transcend it? Cries of exclamations similarly came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were shocked by the perfect seventh transformation this term. The dragon race's physical body was extremely powerful. It was also precisely because so that they yearned for the perfect seventh transformation immensely. But innumerable pioneers had once attempted it before, they all ended in failure. But today they actually saw a living perfect seventh transformation. How could they not be shocked? Long Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, turns out that this is your trump card. But it ends here." Bang! Powerful aura erupted. The pressure of a fourth firmament Empyrean made even space tremble. But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said with a faint smile, "My trump cards are plentiful starting from now, savor my methods well. Have a taste of what's called pain." Whoosh! Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly teleporting away. The interval before was actually done on purpose by Yi Yuan. It was in order to break through these people's encirclement. As long as he broke through with his spatial law powers, it would be difficult for these people to want to catch him again. Want to go? How can it be that easy? Eat this blade of mine. The short knife in Long Zhao's hand raised up, the surging vital energy carried an astonishing blade, directly cutting through the sky, catching up to
Yi Yuan instantly.
But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure swayed and he actually disappeared. This heaven-shocking blade of Long Zhao's actually struck nothing. Not good. This kid is running to hide into the spatial rift. Chase! Long Xiao said with narrowed eyes. Inside the spatial rift, Long Xiaochun had a look of pleasant surprise. Earlier, Yi Yuan getting injured frightened her badly. But at this very moment, her guilt was tossed beyond the ninth heaven by her. Long ago. Ha ha ha. Too exciting. Yi Yuan. It's really too exciting. Long Xiaochun had long already forgotten about the anxiety and panic earlier, a look of excitement on her face. Toward this plucky little sister, Yi Yuan was directly rendered speechless. "Xiaochun, want to play a game or not?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. I want. How to play, Yi Yuan?" Long Xiaochun clapped her hands and said gleefully. Her thought process was clearly different from others. Others would definitely roll their eyes and scold Yi Yuan viciously at this time. What time was it, still playing games? Yet, the moment Long Xiaochun heard playing games, she immediately became excited. "All right then, starting from now, you have to listen to me for everything. Since this guy dared to come and ambush me, he'll have to be prepared to pay a painful price." Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes, seething with killing intent. Long Xiaochun nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice as she said, "Say it. I'll listen to you. You rest assured. In order to make up for the mistake that I made, I'll go all out." "You say, play what game?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hide and seek." A third firmament Empyrean said, "Big brother, this brat hides inside the spatial rift. He wants to play hide and seek with us. A fool who overestimates his own ability. This stretch of space is our old. Then, he wants to play hide and seek with us in our lair? This Empyrean wants to see whether it's him who plays with me, or me who toys with him. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming, the three of you each lead a team and march forward. Play with this kid well." Long Xiao said with a cold smile. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming were those third firmament Empyrean powerhouses. Getting Long Zhao's orders, the two people clasped their hands and said, smilingly, "Big brother, rest assured. This area of spatial rifts is our own backyard. Even if that brat wants to run, he also can't escape." This area of space was layered upon layers, complicated to the extreme. Long Zhao's main camp was established inside. So, to them, this place was too familiar. Yi Yuan entering this region of spatial rifts was equivalent to walking right into a trap. Long Shi 3 people each led their own squad and started digging everywhere, carrying out a carpet bombing style search on this area of space. This brat is really impressive. There are so many of us, we actually failed to kill him. Humph. Mingxin's death must be avenged. If I catch him, I'll definitely hack him into 1,000 pieces. Long Mingxin was the first Firmament Empyrean that Yi Yuan killed. This result made them very aggrieved. So many people besieged Yi Yuan, but in the end he actually escaped. Enough! Everyone, be more alert, especially when we get to those folded space areas. Be careful of his ambush. Long Shi said in a solemn voice. Following Long Xiao, he could be said to be a veteran of 100 battles and also developed an extremely vigilant personality. Although this was in their own lair, he still maintained sufficient vigilance. Suddenly, a figure flashed out ahead. Who could it be if not Long Xiaochun? You bad guys go and die. Long Xiaochun made a funny face as she said. Long Shi's face fell. Lifting his hand, it was a swift and fierce blade. Oh my! Long Xiaochun cried out strangely, figure flashing, and actually disappeared. Bang! From the diagonal stab, a sudden shocking energy undulation directly blasted a first Firmament Empyrean to meet paste. Aozhou! Long Shi's 2 eyes went wide and he roared angrily. This Ao Zhou was Long Shi's old subordinate. The 2 people's feelings were extremely deep. Long Shi did not expect that Ao Zhou was actually killed by Yi Yuan right under his eyelids. This move earlier was clearly true sword hollow etch. Who was it if not Yi Yuan attacking? True sword hollow etch, this move releasing, it did not have any energy undulations at all. It was impossible to guard against. Coupled with Long Xiaochun being deliberately misleading earlier, attracting everyone's attention with this, even Long Shi did not manage to react to it as, well, why would this place have an area of folded space? Why? Why have we never discovered it before? Long Shi howled. Long Shi looked carefully. The place where Yi Yuan suddenly sneak attacked just now was actually an area of extremely hidden space. This hidden space, they had never discovered it before. But Yi Yuan actually hid here and made a move against them. This was also to say that Yi Yuan understood this spatial rift better than them. Chase, even if your father turns the spatial rifts upside down, I'll also find you. The Long Shi under a towering rage tunneled into this folded space with a grunt. Swoosh! A figure flashed past from afar. Long Shi sent a saber slash over without a word. But that figure flashed, dodging this blade lightly, and disappeared once more. Long Shi's face fell, and he said with a cold yell, Chase! Just like this, Long Shi passed through one folded space after another. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came over. Long Shi's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. It's Long Bai's voice. That boy actually killed a second Firmament Empyrean. A subordinate warned, Lord Long Shi, this boy is full of tricks. Furthermore, he's extremely powerful. We can't keep on chasing after him like this. Otherwise, we'll be routed by him. Long Shi's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he still nodded his head. But, when they attempted to traverse through space and find the way they came from, they discovered to their dismay that they were lost. Lord Long Shi, how is this possible? This place is our doorstep. We actually got lost. The group of subordinates was in a state of disbelief. They actually got lost. At their front door. They thought that they knew this place like the back of their hands, but being brought around by Yi Yuan a few times, they actually could not find the way that they came from anymore. Long Shi's eyes narrowed and he gritted his teeth and said, This boy's spatial law is even more formidable than we imagined. He brought us into a spatial maze. A spatial maze? Then wouldn't we be unable to go out? This isn't possible. Since it's a spatial maze, how does he get out himself? When everyone heard this news, each and every one of their expressions changed. Drastically. Space was an extremely convoluted and profound thing to begin with. It was far from as simple as it looked on the surface. Otherwise, spatial law also would not be called one of the supreme laws. Inside space, there were layers upon layers. It was a maze in the first place. Empyrean powerhouses were able to utilize spatial law, but it was just in a more superficial manner. The truly obscure and difficult to understand areas, they were unable to touch it at all. And this area of spatial rifts was far more complicated than the outside world. So, when Long Shao they all hid inside, even if a heavenly emperor came, it would also be very hard to find. A spatial maze was actually a deep layer of superimposed space. Fragile and complicated. Once falling into this layer, wanting to find the way back again would be difficult. Long she chased after Yi Yuan in a sullen rage and actually came into a spatial maze unknowingly. This was clearly Yi Yuan's scheme. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan entering this spatial rift was like a fish entering the sea, knowing everything about it. But their doorstep became their graveyard. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure walked out of a corner. No need to worry. Very soon, you guys will be able to go and meet your companions. Long Shi looked at Yi Yuan, gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, do you think that you can trap us like this? This Empyrean tells you, even if it's a spatial maze, with our understanding of the spatial rifts, as long as we find a familiar plane, we'll be able to return to the surface layer space." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "When did I say before that? I want to use the spatial maze to trap you all." Long Shi's pupils constricted, and he said in alarm and anger, What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Haven't you already guessed what I want to do? Spatial collapse." It was only to see Yi Yuan stomp his feet. Chaos divine essence suddenly erupted. Chaos divine essence that was interwoven in space actually started collapsing layer upon layer. A tyrannical energy spewed forth without restraint inside the spatial rifts. Long Shi said in a great rage, "Brat, if you make space collapse, you'll die in here too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. How can my understanding of spatial law be what you can imagine? Not good." Spatial collapse. Feeling that intense energy undulation, Long Zhao's face turned white with a whoosh. His figure suddenly moved, virtually arriving at a certain area among the spatial rifts in an instant. However, it was already too late. Once a spatial collapse occurred, it was like a domino effect. The energy undulation that was setting off became stronger and stronger. Even he, this fourth firmament Empyrean, once he got caught inside, it would be certain death too.
Ye Yuan.
Long Zhao's heart suddenly ached, as if his heart was being rent. Among these subordinates, Long Shi followed him the longest, and the relationship was also the deepest. Long Shao never dreamed of this situation. When facing the encirclement and suppression of countless heavenly emperor and Empyrean powerhouses, they could even escape alive, but today they would actually die here. Died at the hands of a brat who just entered Empyrean. Is it very painful? A figure walked out of the void, his face full of coldness. Seeing Yi Yuan, Long Zhao's two eyes turned bloodshot and he gritted his teeth and said, "Punk! This Empyrean will definitely rip you apart today." Long Shao raised his saber and arrived in an instant. The powerful blade light virtually tore space apart. It was just that Yi Yuan's figure dodged slightly, and he disappeared right before Long Zhao's eyes. For so many years, you guys and Ao Su have worked in cahoots, butchering how many of your same kind? Have you ever thought about whether their family members would feel pain or not? I have no grudge nor enmity with you guys, but you want to ambush us. Since that's the case, then you'll have to be prepared for my vengeance. Relax. The game has just started. Yi Yuan walked out of another folded layer of space, his words full of frostiness. Long Xiao, this group of people had their hands stained with fresh blood.
Yeah.
Yuan did not have any psychological restraint when killing them. If not for his numerous means, he would definitely die at Long Xiao's hands. Today, once Yi Yuan was enraged, the consequences were very terrifying. Now Long Xiao tasted the bitter fruit. However, Long Xiao had more rage currently. It was the fury of not being content with anything less than his destruction. Long Xiao raised his blade and chased after Yi Yuan. But unfortunately, in this spatial rift that he was incomparably familiar with, he was like a headless fly, being led by the nose by Yi Yuan, running around everywhere. Occasionally, he would intrude into a layer of folded space, but seeing his subordinate's corpse, his eyes could not help turning bloodshot from anger. Apart from Long Shi, that squad being completely wiped out, the other teams were already thoroughly broken up by Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun, two people as well. A powerful besieging team became all alone by themselves now. With Yi Yuan's strength, killing a lone second firmament Empyrean was not a hard thing. A carefully planned encirclement evolved into a one-sided massacre in the end. Long Xiao's heart was dripping blood. These Empyreans were all old brothers, who have followed him for hundreds of thousands of years, braving through wind and rain together, living days on the edge of danger before there was today. He did not expect that all of them fell here today, right at their own doorstep. Just as Yi Yuan said, he finally felt the taste of pain. Long Xiao had a body full of powerful strength, but in this area of spatial rifts there was no room for him to unleash his ability at all. His saber had just raised up and Yi Yuan already vanished. But in half a day, the 17 to 18 Empyreans that Long Xiao brought over only had a scanty few people left. Yi Yuan, come out for me. If you have the capabilities, have an open and above-board showdown with me. Long Xiao roared at the depths of the void. Be boss. Suddenly, a voice sounded out behind. Long Xiao turned his head to look. It was the Long Xiao whose two eyes were thoroughly red. His eyes were not red from killing, but red from crying. One brother after another dying made Long Xiao mourn endlessly. Long Xiao, I finally found you. Follow me. Make sure not to leave. When we see that little brute, you and I work together, we can definitely kill him. Long Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Long Xiao's eyes were red as he said, Boss, are we still fighting? Surrender. Long Xiao's gaze turned cold and he said in a chilly voice, so many brothers have died, but you're asking me to surrender? If I don't carve that punk up into 1,000 pieces today, I, Long Xiao, swear that I'm lesser than human. But we can't find him at all. He understands this region of space like the back of his hand and even comes and goes freely the deep layers of space. His spatial law has reached rank 6 at the minimum. Long Xiao already did not have any temper. What was terrifying was not a powerful opponent, but an opponent that you could not understand at all. Could not even catch the other party's shadow, how to fight still. Long Xiao's expression was livid too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and Long Xiao said in a cold voice, Chase! Swoosh! Space fluctuated. It suddenly became clear before his eyes. At this place, cherry blossoms were in full bloom. A small stream flowed past. Some cottages, young children horsed around in the village. It was actually a retreat away from the turmoil of the world. Far away, Long Xiaochun was currently playing with a few children in great delight. But Long Xiao's expression changed wildly. He stared fixedly at the Yi Yuan standing in the air far away and said in a cold voice, Boy, what do you want to do? Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the village, a hint of gentleness flashing across his eyes. Surrender, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan traversed through the void and unintentionally discovered this place. Only then did he know. Turned out this was Long Xiao's den. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Long Xiao and the rest killed and pillaged. Outside, committing all kinds of atrocities, it was actually for the sake of this otherworldly paradise. Originally, Yi Yuan was planning on directly entrapping Long Shao they all to death in the void. With Yi Yuan's spatial law attainments, even if he could not kill Long Shao, he still had assurance for the others. Even if it was a third firmament Empyrean under Yi Yuan's sneak attack, it was very hard to survive too. But now he changed his mind. The hand that Long Shao held his saber trembled lightly. Clearly, he was struggling fiercely in his heart. "Boss, give up. We have no chances of victory," Long Zhao said with reddened eyes. Long Shao looked at Yi Yuan and gritted his teeth and said, "How do I know whether he'll strike to kill or not after surrendering?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I want to deal a killing blow, it wouldn't be such a situation now." Long Zhao's pupils constricted, immediately understanding Yi Yuan's meaning. If Yi Yuan was a mindless butcher of innocent people or someone who was callous and merciless, he should have threatened with the lives of women and children currently, and not stand here talking to him perfectly well. Clearly, that way of directly threatening was more effective. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures suddenly dashed out. It was Long Ming and the others. When they saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed dramatically. Yi Yuan actually found their lair. Their lair was extremely hidden. It had never been exposed before for so many years. Did not expect that it was actually found by Yi Yuan. "Be boss," Long Ming also said, seemingly rather parched. Suddenly, Long Zhao's hand loosened up. That heavy short blade dropped down at a high speed, sticking into the soil with a clank. Thud. Long Shao directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan in the air and said with gritted teeth. Long Shao had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Lord
Dragonçon.
"I hope that your excellency punishes. I only hope that your excellency lifts your hand high up in mercy and let the people of Dragon Source Village go." As he said, Long Shao directly sealed his divine sea and became a cripple. Seeing Long Ming like this, the rest no longer had the will to fight, throwing down their weapons one after another, and kneeling in front of Yi Yuan. "Your excellency, please lift your hand high up in mercy. We're willing to take the punishment." At Purple Dragon Stronghold, a group of Son of the Heavenly Dragons were already ready and waiting for orders to set off. Two people surrounded a handsome youth, their attitude rather humble. "Hoo-hoo, with Brother Yu's strength, you'll definitely radiate splendor in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time." The one talking was precisely the Long Zhang that Ao Su brought back. "That's right. Big Brother Yu already has no opponents among our Purple Dragon Stronghold's junior generation. Only those people that came down from the Heavenly Dragon Mountain have the qualifications to be his match." This was another one of Purple Dragon Stronghold's Son of the Heavenly Dragon, Ozhong. Long Xiaochun did not have a Heavenly Dragon mark, but her identity was special, and an exception was made this time for her to participate in the Battle of Dragon Sons. "Humph, that Rain Dragon Stronghold is so haughty, to actually not arrive yet. Until now," Long Zhang said with a cold snort. After a few sentences of small talk, Ao Yu gave Ao Su a signal. The two people found a quiet place and started discussing in whispers. "Second uncle, is that punk really as incredible as you said?" Ao Yu said with a frown. "More than incredible. You think about it, what kind of existence is sacred? Ancestor High Priest? How can a person that could make him personally confer as sage be of the ordinary sort? If let him grow unchecked, he'll definitely be your great enemy in the future," Ao Su said. Ao Su had already told Ao Yu about Yi Yuan's monstrousness. It was just that these words ultimately sounded like some Arabian Night fantasy tale, so he was still not willing to believe it. Ao Yu was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Normally, he would not place his peers in his sights at all. Now, a freak that was even more impressive than him suddenly popped out. He was naturally unhappy in his heart. But Ao Yu also knew that Ao Su would not lie to him in this sort of thing. "You're sure that he won't make it anymore?" Ao Yu's eyes glinted as he asked. Ao Su smiled and said, You're aware of Long Zhao's strength. Even if he's a son of the heavenly dragon, he's also just a genius that hasn't grown up. How can he possibly survive at the hands of a fourth firmament Empyrean? Let alone that each and every one of his subordinates are all extremely fierce. Even if a peak third firmament Empyrean ran into them, he can only nurse a grievance and die. Aou also smiled slightly when he heard it and said, "Second uncle does things flawlessly, eliminating a great calamity in my heart for me. Second uncle, rest assured, when I step into Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, I definitely won't forget second uncle's kindness." Aosu was delighted in his heart, but he had a smile on his face as he said, "You brat, what are you still being courteous with second uncle for?" The group of people was currently showing impatience from waiting when suddenly someone came to report saying that traces of Bandit Shao was discovered in the vicinity of Cloud Heaven mountain range. Clearly they had experienced a great battle. The aura of a human was even left behind. Most likely, the son of the heavenly dragon Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun were already killed. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan, the son of the heavenly dragon, the aura of a human on him was the strongest. Then this aura was definitely left behind by him. Once these words came out, it stunned the entire Purple Dragon stronghold. A son of the heavenly dragon being killed was equivalent to a heaven stronghold's dragon lord being killed. That was a major incident. When Aosu heard this news, his expression changed wildly. Thumping his fists and stomping his feet, he said, How can this be? This is all my fault. If not for me leaving them in Cloud Heaven mountain range, they also wouldn't have run into Bandit Shao, that bunch of vicious and unrestrained gang. Osu had a remorseful and angry look, full of an ashamed and indignant expression. One had to admit, his acting skill was mastered to perfection and could even win the Best Actor award. This matter, it was naturally his responsibility that was the greatest. But, looking at his appearance, the others could not very well blame him anymore. Purple Dragon Stronghold's Dragon Lord frowned slightly. No idea what he was thinking. Protector Su, nobody wished to see this sort of thing either. Don't blame yourself too much. Yeah, Protector Su. This matter isn't what you hoped for, it was all Bandit Zhao's fault. When the group of people saw Aosu crying, being heartbroken, they all came forward and started comforting. Aosu wiped away his tears, came before Dragon Lord, knelt straight down, and said in grief and indignation, "Dragon Lord, Aosu requests to head to Cloud Heaven mountain range to clean up Bandit Shao. This time, even if I stand guard for 100,000 years, Aosu also must kill all of them." Dragon Lord gave him a glance with a deep meaning, let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. This matter wasn't what you hoped for. That Bandit Shao is extremely cunning. Even if a heavenly emperor went, it's also useless. This matter, this emperor will ask for punishment from Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Although Dragon Lord had some suspicions, this incident had no evidence. He could not very well sentence Aosu's crime with just empty words too. But this matter was indeed fishy. Dragon Lord, I hope that Dragon Lord gives Aosu a chance to make amends for my crime and take revenge for Dragon Sun Yi and Long Xiaochun. Oh, Su was still grieving as he said, "Oh, what happened? Heavenly Emperor Aosu is actually going to avenge me?" Dragon Lord was just about to speak when two young figures suddenly walked out of the void. When Aosu heard this voice, his eyes went wide, as if he had seen a ghost. He said in shock, You're actually fine." When Aosu saw the other party, how could he still not understand who it was? His gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan as if wanting to see through him. Yi Yuan scoffed. Heavenly Emperor Aosu seems to be very disappointed that I'm all right. The shock in Aosu's heart was simply unable to use words to describe. A mere first firmament Empyrean could actually survive under Long Zhao's besieging. This was too inconceivable. The strength of Long Zhao, this group of people, he was all too clear. Forget about a first firmament Empyrean, even if it was a fourth firmament Empyrean, they could forget about returning alive too. Otherwise, Purple Dragon Stronghold had so many heavenly Emperor powerhouses. How could Long Shao, a mere fourth firmament Empyrean, live until now? There was naturally Ao Su's assistance involved, but their own strength also occupied a crucial reason. But what was this situation right now? Ao Su reacted very quickly, saying with some awkwardness, haha, how can it be? For Dragon Sun Yi to be able to return safely, this emperor is more than happy. I brought Long Zheng to go find you guys later on. But at that time, you guys were already not around. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Heavenly Emperor Ao Su going to find us, you wanted to confirm whether or not we were killed, right? Ao Su's face changed and he said, what do you mean? Yi Yuan smiled and said, what I mean, don't you understand? These few years, you instigated Long Shao and the rest to kill and pillage, committing all kinds of atrocities, accumulating numerous crimes. You're the main culprit behind Long Zhao's atrocities. Talking towards the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold, his voice carrying anger. What? The boss behind Bandit Shao is Heavenly Emperor Ao Su? How can this be possible? This brat wouldn't be crazy, right? To actually frame Heavenly Emperor Ao Su. Heavenly Emperor Ao Su is normally kind toward others in the stronghold and is the most amiable and approachable Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. How can he possibly be Bandit Zhao's boss? Even if he's a son of the Heavenly Dragon, he also can't give a false account of the facts and invert black and white. A stone stirred up a 1,000-layered wave. Yi Yuan's words stirred up a fierce discussion in the crowd. Naturally, there were more people who did not believe it. Ao Su, this person, was indeed very adept at pretending. Normally, his reputation in the stronghold was also extremely good. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan said it, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was finding fault instead. Ha ha ha. Dragon Sun Yi, this is the most hilarious joke that this emperor has heard. You also heard it, everyone is aware of my Ao Su's conduct. How can I possibly be the culprit behind Bandit Shao? Ao Su laughed loudly and said, Dragon Sun Yi, although your status is noble, Ao Su is my purple dragon, Stronghold's Heavenly Emperor. His status is noble and can't be easily insulted. Saying this sort of words, you have to take out hard evidence. The Dragon Lord, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance made him rather surprised. Being able to escape from under the hands of Bandit Shao with this bit of strength, got to admit Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good. Of course, it was likely more to do with luck. Long Shao, this group of people, all of them were cunning like foxes, coming and going without a trace. Furthermore, their methods were extremely vicious, and there had never been survivors. Even the sons of the Heavenly Dragon that died under their hands were quite a few too. They did not expect that this time, this son of the Heavenly Dragon actually escaped. Yi Yuan looked at Ao Su and said smilingly, you seem to be very proud of yourself. Do you feel that I can't do anything to you? Ao Su snorted coldly and said, Dragon Sun Yi, this emperor calls you Dragon Sun out of respect to the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. But you slandered this emperor. This emperor won't willingly take things lying down either. Heavenly emperors can't be slandered. Ao Su said it righteously as if the villain was Yi Yuan. Everyone present knew Ao Su's personality, and all felt that Yi Yuan was making trouble out of nothing. But Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Dragon Lord Purple Dragon, I wonder what's the crime of murdering a son of the Heavenly Dragon? Dragon Lord's eyes glinted and he slowly said, murdering a son of the Heavenly Dragon, one will be executed. However, the status of a Heavenly Emperor is transcendent, according to the rules set by Heavenly Dragon Mountain. They will be relegated to the second level of the Dragon Eye Cave. Yi Yuan's eyes glimmered. the second level of the Dragon Eye Cave. That mysterious powerhouse should have come out of there, right? But he guessed wrongly. Bai Chun did not come from the second level, but from a deeper place. Ao Su's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, a clay bodhisattva still has some anger. You provoke time and again, deliberately misrepresenting things. Just what intentions do you have? Do you think that with the status of a son of the heavenly dragon, you can do whatever you want? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Wow, cornered dog about to jump the wall. Is it? No. Rush, no rush.
Come, come, come.
Meet an old friend. Finished talking, Yi Yuan pointed at the void. Several figures fell out. The few people had both hands behind their backs, kneeling in front of everyone, but had arrogant and unyielding faces. Seeing these few people, Ao Su's expression changed wildly. Long Shao. It's the devil's incarnate. Long Shao. He had his divine sea sealed. This isn't possible. What kind of character is the living King Yama? Long Shao? How can he possibly be caught by him? It turns out that he didn't escape from Long Zhao's hands, but he captured Long Shao. It's been so many years. Purple Dragon Stronghold has sent out how many heavenly emperors and empyreans, but failed to do anything to him. He was actually captured by a first firmament empyrean brat. The few people that fell out of the void were precisely Long Shao and the others. The powerhouses in Purple Dragon Stronghold were all shocked until it could not be surpassed. Long Shao, this group of people killed people like flies. Their evil doings knew no limits and had plagued Purple Dragon Stronghold for many years. In order to capture Long Shao and the rest, Purple Dragon Stronghold had expended no idea how much manpower and material resources, but returned without accomplishing anything. Today, this group of people was actually eradicated by the measly little Yi Yuan. How could they not be shocked? The world knew that it was extremely hard to jump realms and battle at Empyrean realm. A second firmament Empyrean versus a first firmament Empyrean was virtually getting crushed. Even if your talent was unparalleled and combat strength monstrous, and could defeat a second firmament Empyrean as a first firmament Empyrean, facing a third firmament Empyrean, there were no chances of victory at all. But Long Shao was fourth firmament Empyrean, a middle stage Empyrean super powerhouse. How could such a powerhouse get captured by Yi Yuan? Not greeting when you see an old friend? Yi Yuan looked at Ao Su and said, with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Su's heart shook wildly. He completely never thought that Yi Yuan would capture Long Shao and his gang. With Yi Yuan's strength, being able to escape from under Long Zhao's hands was already a stroke of luck. How could he possibly capture Long Shao? But Yi Yuan did something that he could not imagine. Ao Su finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. However, how could he resign himself to death? What greeting! Long Shao has done all sorts of evils and plagued a region. For Dragon Son Yi to be able to capture him, it's the greatest good. Dragon Son Yi, I know that you were attacked by Long Shao without cause. So you suspect me. But Ao Su, assures that this is just a coincidence. Ao Su was well deserving of being a sly old fox, cutting off relations with a casual sentence. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, Oh? Just a coincidence. Huh? Long Shao, you tell Ao Su. Was this matter a coincidence or not? Long Shao slowly lifted his head. He grinned, the scar on his face appearing even more hideous and horrifying. Dragon Son Yi. This matter was naturally a coincidence. What kind of status do I, Long Shao, have? How can I possibly know an exalted heavenly emperor? Powerhouse? Kid, I don't know what intentions you have, but if you want to use me to malign others, it's impossible to prevail. Long Shao said with a proud look. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed amused looks. Ao Su was even happier in his heart. It was not 1 or 2 days that he had been controlling Long Shao. This group of people, he naturally had a score in his heart. Long Shao was a clever person. Unless his brain was damaged, he would not betray him. Otherwise, Dragon Source Village would be completely destroyed. Yi Yuan's face changed and he said in surprise and anger, Long Xiao, this isn't what you told me previously. You tricked me? Long Xiao had an arrogant and unyielding look as he said with a cold smile, What did I say to you previously? I don't know what grudge you have with this Lord, but even though I, Long Xiao, have killed countless people, I've never been someone's pawn. You want to make use of me? No chance. Yi Yuan had a hesitant look and roared angrily, Long Xiao, I'll kill you. Under his rage, Yi Yuan smacked a palm out and was about to eradicate Long Xiao. Dragon Lord lightly flicked his sleeves. A gust of strong wind blew over, directly sending Yi Yuan flying out. Dragon Son Yi, this Long Xiao has plagued Purple Dragon Stronghold for many years. He can't die just like this. For you to be able to capture him over, this Lord is very grateful. But if you want to kill him, there's no way.
Come.
Men, detain Bandit Xiao and await sentencing, Dragon Lord said coolly. Ao Su was incomparably delighted with himself inwardly but put on a benign appearance as he said coolly, Dragon Son Yi, it's all a misunderstanding between you and me. This emperor didn't take good care of you and Long Xiaochun. It was this emperor's blunder. This emperor apologizes to you. You're really hypocritical. It was clearly you who instigated them, but now you're pretending to be a good person. You're a bad guy. To think that I still trusted you so much. Long Xiaochun said in a frenzy of rage by the side. Ao Su let out a sigh and said, Forget it. Looks like the misunderstanding towards this emperor is too big. I will take my leave. As he spoke, Ao Su's figure flashed, disappearing. Dragon Lord said coolly, There's a sudden turn of events today in the stronghold. The matter of setting off will be delayed for 3 days. 3 days later, all of the Dragon Sons will head for Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Dragon Son Yi, you stay in the stronghold first. No one could have thought that things would actually develop to such a step. Yi Yuan came in a threatening manner but became a joke in the end. Returning to the residence, Ao Su's gaze glinted, and he said with a cold sneer, Brat, you're still 10,000 years too early to fight with this emperor. However, Long Xiao, this group of people can't be kept anymore. Something unforeseen will eventually happen with Dragon Lord keeping them. Deep in the night inside the dungeon, a faint fragrance tunneled into the noses of the guards. Thud, thud. Very soon they fell down one after another. A man in black entered the dungeon seemingly like a ghost. Your Excellency. When Long Xiao saw the arrival, he had a look of wild elation, directly kneeling down. The black-clothed man nodded slowly and said coolly, Amen. Today's performance was pretty good. Indeed, you didn't disappoint this emperor. Long Xiao said smugly, Of course, that brat wanted to make use of this lowly one to deal with you, but how can this lowly one let him have his way? That brat thought himself to be clever. Wasn't he still toyed with bias? This man in black was naturally none other than precisely Ao Su. Ao Su's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, What the hell was with you, guys? With your strength, how could you be captured by that kid? Upon saying this, Long Xiao's eyes immediately turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, Your Excellency, you have to take revenge for us. This kid, he is too formidable. He killed all of my brothers. Ao Su's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock and anger, How can this be? Long Xiao practically recounted the events briefly with reddened eyes. As Ao Su listened, he was wildly shocked in his heart. He thought that he already overestimated Yi Yuan a lot, but did not think that Yi Yuan was even more monstrous than he imagined. This kind of horrifying spatial law attainments played Long Xiao and the rest to death. In fact, even Long Shi, this third firmament Empyrean, died in the spatial collapse. At this moment, not only did Ao Su not regret it, he felt that his way of doing things was very correct instead. If he let this boy grow up, how would Ao Yu matter anymore? This boy is truly a troublesome fellow. Alright, I've already put down the guards. You guys can leave. After going out, disappear for 10 years. You're not allowed to appear anymore.
Ao Shu comande.
Long Shao nodded his head and said, Many thanks, Your Excellency. Then that boy. Osu frowned and said, Is it your turn to come and tell this emperor how to do things? Long Shao was alarmed in his heart and repeatedly said that he dare not. But he sensed a thick killing intent from Aosu. Clearly, Aosu's killing intent toward Yi Yuan grew even more. Aosu pointed at the void. The jail door opened with a sound. Long Shao and the rest were overjoyed and gave 1,000 thanks to Aosu. Alright, stop wasting time. If you get discovered by someone, you guys won't be able to leave even if you wanted to anymore. Aosu said impatiently. How could Long Shao and the rest still dare to stay? They hurriedly exited the dungeon. At the back, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Aosu's mouth. Waving his hand, he changed to the elder's outfit that he normally wore. Long Shao and the rest had just gone out of Purple Dragon's stronghold when, suddenly, flares rose from all directions at the back. Someone cried out in
Surprise.
The few people were frightened out of their wits, hurriedly fleeing like they were flying. But right at this time, a horrifying aura came from behind. Bold bandit Shao, to have the audacity to break out of prison and escape, deserved to be killed. This cry reverberated throughout the night. The entire Purple Dragon stronghold could hear it distinctly. The faces of Long Shao and the rest changed wildly. This voice was none other than precisely Aosu's. At this time, how could they still not understand what happened? Aosu was going to do away with the witnesses. Aosu did not want to let them go at all, but wanted to give himself an excuse to kill them open and above board. How powerful was the might of a heavenly emperor? When Aosu's palm smacked over, Long Shao and the rest felt like the sky had fallen down. But just as they lost all hope, a gentle force suddenly appeared, and actually blocked this strike miraculously. Aosu's expression changed wildly, and he said in alarm and anger, Who is it? Several figures emerged. The person at the front was precisely Dragon Lord. Beside the Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amusement. Osu's heart thumped. How could he still not know that he had fallen into a trap? Dragon Lord stared at Aosu with a scorching gaze and said in a cold voice, Aosu, you disappoint this lord too much. Yi Yuan turned to Long Shao and said with a smile, How about it? I didn't lie to you guys, right? You all are merely pawns of Aosu. Now you guys are useless already. You naturally don't need to live on this earth anymore. Long Shao was also a fierce and ambitious person of his generation. But at this time his eyes were full of rage. They toiled like slaves for Aosu, living life on the edge of danger, and served for so many years. What it exchanged for was actually such an outcome. Aosu, it's been so many years. Even if us brothers didn't make any contributions, there's also hard work. You actually struck such a vicious blow. Brother Yi told us that you'll kill us. But I, Long Shao, didn't believe. I didn't expect that you really dealt the blow. Long Shao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. At this time, Aosu already passed the initial panic and hesitation. His face recovered composure, and he said with a faint smile, You guys were merely a few dogs in my hands. Isn't your lives still up to my whims? Now you all are already useless, so you naturally have to die. You. Long Shao also did not think that Aosu was actually so shameless, directly admitting it. Aosu ignored him and turned to look at Yi Yuan, saying with a smile, I really didn't expect it. This emperor has roamed East Suppression pseudo-world, unhindered for millions of years. I actually succumbed at the hands of a brat like you who is still wet behind his ears. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The things that you didn't expect are too many, isn't it so? Aosu's gaze turned cold, seemingly wanting to kill Yi Yuan. He exhausted every power of his mind and thought that having laid down an Astonishing killing trap. It was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to escape alive. In the end, he did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan escape, he even captured Long Shao. The secrets that Long Shao grasped were too many. Once landed in Dragon Lord's hands, he definitely would not have a good end. Hence, he willingly braved the risks and let Long Shao go, and then kill them. Who would have thought that all this was within Yi Yuan's calculations? He schemed all his life and even included Dragon Lord in his calculations, but lost at the hands of Yi Yuan, this brat who just made his world debut. This was the thing that he did not expect the most. Ao Su laughed and said with a nod, "That's right. It was this emperor who underestimated you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I originally couldn't figure it out. I had no grudges nor enmity with you. Why would you want to deal a deadly blow towards me? Only all the way until I arrived at Purple Dragon Stronghold did I know that your nephew is a son of the Heavenly Dragon too. Turns out that you took action for his sake." Ao Su's expression changed and he said with a big laugh, "Brat, what cunningness you have, and what vicious means. When this emperor does something, it's this emperor doing it. It has nothing to do with AOU. Ow.
Zhen, I'm unconvinced.
Why can you sit on the seat of a Dragon Lord, but I can't?" Done talking, the imposing aura on Ao Su's body suddenly erupted, and he went for Dragon Lord. The horrifying Heavenly Emperor aura crushed until everyone could not catch their breaths. The strike of a Heavenly Emperor in anger was too horrifying. If the energy erupted, the entire Purple Dragon Stronghold would be reduced to shambles. Eojin sighed slightly and suddenly reached his hand out and grabbed at the void. A gentle force instantly compressed the entire space. Ao Su's force was actually unable to transmit out. Under this power, Ao Su could not even resist and was directly eradicated. The might of Dragon Lord was utterly horrifying. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. This was a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Initial stage Heavenly Emperors were simply akin to ants in front of them. They could not even do anything in front of them. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse of his generation, Ao Su, fell here. In the darkness, Aou looked at this scene with a calm expression and said, "Coolly, second uncle, you won't die in vain. This grudge, I'll avenge it for you." Ao Su's demise set off a huge shock in Purple Dragon Stronghold. No one would have thought that Ao Su was actually really the main culprit. Behind Bandit Shao, those who were still mocking previously, the dragons who were ridiculing Yi Yuan, they were all silent and said nothing at this time. Only at this time did they suddenly come to realize the truth that Yi Yuan did not turn angry from embarrassment at all. There was no bewilderment at all. He really had a well-thought-out plan and dug a pit waiting for Ao Su to jump. A little fellow actually scammed a Heavenly Emperor to death. This kind of thing was truly inconceivable. Turns out that Ao Su was really the main culprit behind Bandit Shao. We
wronged Ye Yuan.
Sigh, if Ao Su really remained beyond the arm of the law, then we'd all be accessory to a tyrant's crimes. For so many years, the various major black strongholds and earth strongholds all have their entire beings shaking when mentioning Shao. Today, everyone can finally heave a sigh in relief. Yeah, we all have to thank Dragon Son Yi. He did something that even the Dragon Lord could not accomplish. There were also quite a number of people who knew their error and had an appearance of lingering fear in their hearts. But toward Yi Yuan, everyone felt quite indebted toward Yi Yuan. These few years, in order to kill Long Shao, this group of people, Purple Dragon Stronghold, could be said to have suffered heavy casualties. Yi Yuan's action achieved the greatest good. Dragon Son Yi, it was all thanks to you this time, otherwise this lord wouldn't have known how long this traitor has been hoodwinking all of us. Dragon Lord Aozhen said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Dragon Lord, you don't need to be like this. Actually, you also had suspicions toward Ao Su. Isn't that so? This time you merely pushed the boat along the current." Ao Su put in painstaking effort, wanting to prop Aou up to a high position. while he could also seize this opportunity and soar to the sky with one bound, or even ascend to the position of a dragon lord. How could Aozhen not know these thoughts? It was just that he did think that Ao Su actually concealed so deeply, colluding with wicked bandits in secret and plagued a region, causing Purple Dragon's stronghold to not know peace. And Yi Yuan's incident this time was merely an opportunity to erupt. Aozhen looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and said with a smile, "Dragon Son Yi has a meticulous mind and outstanding talent. You'll surely have great accomplishments in the future. The journey to Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time. This Lord wishes Dragon's son Yi speedy success." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I thank Dragon Lord for your auspicious blessings. Dragon Lord, this Yi has a presumptuous request. I hope that Dragon Lord will agree to it." Aozhen's two eyes narrowed and he said, "You want Long Shao?" Talking with smart people saved energy. Yi Yuan nodded his head. It was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. Aozhen shook his head and said, "The crimes that Long Shao has committed, these few years are too numerous to be recorded. Not killing him it will be insufficient to appease the fury of the masses." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "State your terms then." Aozhen laughed in spite of himself and said, "You little baby, really give people a headache. Want Long Shao, you have to represent Purple Dragon Stronghold in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time and take the top spot." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Deal." Aozhen smiled and said, "You seem very confident." Yi Yuan similarly smiled and said, "Don't you have a lot of faith in me? Otherwise, you should have said these words to Aou. Although Ao Su died, this did not affect Aou's status in Purple Dragon Stronghold. The level of Sons of the Heavenly Dragon was far from Heaven strongholds, but at the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, to the Dragon Lord, their eyes were also set on the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. That place was the Dragon Clan's true holy land. Yi Yuan understood Aozhen's request very well. As long as he won the top spot, Heavenly Dragon Mountain would bestow many precious resources. At that time, Aozhen would have hopes of assaulting late-stage Heavenly Emperor Realm, and he would become a true major power existence. Of course, he would also finally have the qualifications to enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. As for whatever Long Shao, in the eyes of powerhouses like Aozhen, he was just an inconsequential crawling bug. What has his life or death got to do with him? Although this East Suppression pseudo-world was the Dragon Clan's territory, it was also not a land of great unity. The Dragon Clan was indeed powerful, but if there were no conflicts and no competition, they would similarly decline. Hence, among the various major heaven strongholds and earth strongholds, there were endless disputes too. And Long Shao, this kind of existence, was merely some flavor enhancer. If Aozhen personally took action, wouldn't capturing a puny little Long Shao still be easily accomplished? It was just that he was disdainful to do it. At the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, clouds coiled up, immortal chi lingering. It was not like what the mortal world should have. Arriving at the foot of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan only felt like it was like facing the Heavenspan Mountain, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Only when one's strength reached 7th Firmament Heavenly Emperor and became a late-stage Heavenly Emperor Supreme Powerhouse did one have the qualifications to be called a Heavenly Dragon and enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. This place was where the true nucleus of the Dragon Clan was. It was the Dragon Clan's paramount totem. Seeing such power and influence, Yi Yuan could not help being shocked in his heart. Being able to open up such a powerful pseudo-world, the Dragon Clan's power and foundation were truly unfathomable. He, like a bumpkin, saw the Heavenly Dragon Mountain and got stunned, right? Aou's mocking voice came from the back. Outsider bumpkin, probably haven't even entered a Heavenly Emperor Badamanda before. How could he have seen before the Heavenly Dragon Mountains? Magnificence! Aozhen also said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the two people's faces and said with a light smile, "Endure the whole way, finally can't hold back anymore." right? Did away with your second uncle. You could actually endure until now, this ye admires. Aou's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, Yuan, don't you get cocky? The battle of dragon sons this time will be the battle where you fall. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard it and said, why would I not be cocky? I want to be cocky. I killed a heavenly emperor, such a refreshing thing is sufficient for me to be arrogant for 10,000 years. In the future, I'll tell everyone I meet that I ended a heavenly emperor and that person was your Aou's second uncle. Do you have an objection? The long Xiaochun by the side could not hold back anymore and snickered. Yi Yuan, this fellow really did not use a word of vulgarity when trolling people. Looking at Aou's face, it practically turned green. The resources that Ao Su had secretly gotten for so many years, the vast majority were all used on Aou. Therefore, he regarded Ao Su, his second uncle, highly. Now, Yi Yuan kept babbling on about how he dispatched his second uncle. It was equivalent to tearing at his scar, showing off his cleverness after coming off cheap. How could it not enrage him? Ou gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, good, very good. Yi Yuan, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. There's lots of time. You won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Yi Yuan smiled and said, even your second uncle, this heavenly emperor, was finished off by me. So who the hell are you? You're not qualified enough to threaten me yet. Ou was angered until his face was livid, and he said with a cold sneer, hoo-hoo. Although I don't know what scheme or trick you used, Long Shao is absolutely not who you can subdue. The battle of dragon sons, what it relies on is all genuine ability. Want to resort to trickery? No chance. You just wait to suffer my wrath. Indeed, for Yi Yuan to be able to subdue Long Shao and his gang, he had the advantage of the terrain. If not for that area of spatial rifts being extremely unstable, it would have been impossible for Yi Yuan to want to trap Long Shao to death, let alone force Long Shao to surrender. Is that so? Then your wrath, it has to be a little more fierce.
I'm afraid
that it's not enough to whet my appetite, Yi Yuan said coolly. Toward Aou's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously. With his current strength, even when facing off against a third firmament Empyrean, he also had the ability to protect himself. Ao was merely a peak second firmament Empyrean. Yi Yuan did not take him seriously. What he truly minded were those third firmament Empyrean sons of the heavenly dragon. Alright, dragon sons, stop arguing. Whatever grudges you have, you can naturally settle it in the mist battlefield. At this time, the protector elder, Ao Chi, who was leading the team, finally stepped forward to speak. Those present were all sons of the heavenly dragon and were also existences that had the hopes of advancing to be a heavenly dragon. Although he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he could not afford to provoke a single one. But if he still did not speak at this time, both sides were probably going to start fighting. Humph! Ao snorted coldly and stopped talking. Ao Chi said coolly, all right, it's almost time. We should enter the heavenly Dragon Mountain. It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. The few people were virtually unable to resist and were brought by him flying toward heavenly Dragon Mountain. Yi Yuan only saw a blur before his eyes, and he arrived on a platform very soon. Above the platform, it was still blocked by a cloud of fog, unable to see clearly. Yi Yuan could feel that although they had already entered the heavenly dragon mountain here, it was just the foot of heavenly dragon mountain. Upon entering heavenly dragon mountain, Yi Yuan felt that the spiritual energy was extremely abundant, not beneath the heaven-span mountains. Sure enough, this place was an excellent venue for cultivation. No wonder even Ao Jin, that kind of powerhouse, wanted to enter this place too. At this time, there were already quite a number of youngsters standing on the platform. These people all had a heavenly dragon mark at their glabella area. Clearly, they were all sons of the heavenly dragon. It's Purple Dragon Stronghold's people. Hoo-hoo, the last time Purple Dragon Stronghold was at the bottom. The ones that came this time are also nothing much. Weaklings will always be weaklings, even if they became a son of the heavenly dragon. They are also a bunch of trash. If I had to say, Purple Dragon Stronghold's qualification should just be directly revoked. They actually sent a first Firmament Empyrean over this time. Looks like Purple Dragon Stronghold really has no one. Yi Yuan and the rest still had not stood firmly when a series of mockery immediately came over. Those sons of the heavenly dragon were clearly very unfriendly toward Purple Dragon's stronghold. Each and every one of them had looks of amusement on their faces. Aochi's expression was very ugly, but the status of these sons of the heavenly dragon were all higher than him. He really could not talk back. Purple Dragon Stronghold's people, including Aou, each and every one of their expressions was very ugly. Aochi, it's you leading the team this time again? During the last time, your Purple Dragon Stronghold was virtually completely wiped out. Only one escaped from the mist battlefield and even had his heavenly dragon mark stripped. Is that boy dead yet? Not far away, a heavenly emperor powerhouse said with a look of ridicule. Aochi's face fell and he said, Long Zifeng, you guys mere took 5th place. And you're already arrogant until like this. Long Zifeng laughed loudly and said, In front of heavenly dragon stronghold, I naturally don't dare to be arrogant. But in front of your purple dragon stronghold, this emperor naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Furthermore, the battle of dragon sons this time are Cloud Dragon Stronghold's Long 7 has the potential to aim for the top 3. Aochi smiled coldly and he said, Top 3, you really dare to say that? Putting aside the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, Black Dragon Stronghold, and Auspicious Dragon Stronghold both have extremely strong bloodlines. Just the likes of you guys also want to enter the top 3. Long Zifeng had a smug look as he said, Long 7 already awoken 2 innate divine abilities. Furthermore, his heavenly dragon mark already awoken. Do you think he has the strength to enter the top 3? Heavenly dragon mark was not just a symbol of status. That was the powerful strength that Heavenly Dragon Mountain bestowed on ordinary dragons. Once awaken the heavenly dragon mark, one would obtain powerful strength and could let their martial techniques and divine abilities obtain varying degrees of augmentation, the power being boundless. Of course, wanting to awaken the heavenly dragon mark, one also needs tremendous lucky chance and talent in itself. Among the sons of the heavenly dragon present, there were scanty few capable of awakening the heavenly dragon mark. Furthermore, the dragon race's innate divine abilities were even harder to awaken than the Qilin clan. Furthermore, the power of each kind of innate divine ability was tremendous. Long 7 actually awakened 2 innate divine abilities. His strength could be imagined. Hearing Long Zifeng's smug voice, the faces of many sons of the heavenly dragon present changed slightly. If it was really as Long Zifeng said, he would really have hopes of entering the top 3. All came At this time, an illusory voice suddenly sounded out in everyone's ears. A sagely-looking old man slowly came down from the clouds and landed on the platform. The group of sons of the heavenly dragon, including heavenly emperors, knelt down one after another when they saw this old man. We pay respects to Lord Morningstar. When Yi Yuan looked at the old man, his pupils could not help shrinking. This old man gave him an unfathomable feeling. His aura was not beneath G. Mo's. This was also to say that this old man was surely a late-stage heavenly emperor terrifying existence. But this old man was much lousier compared to that one he met in the dragon a cave. Morningstar swept a glance, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan. When Aou saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly. At this time, everyone knelt down. Only Yi Yuan alone stood there like a wooden rod, appearing extremely towering. This brat had eyes but could not see. When he saw Lord Morningstar, he actually did not fall to his knees. This was asking for trouble. Even if one was a son of the heavenly dragon, their status would also be inferior to a genuine Lord Heavenly Dragon. In front of a Lord Heavenly Dragon, even a Dragon Lord was also merely mediocre. Yi Yuan. This is Lord Morningstar. Lord Morningstar is a heavenly dragon, his status being most lofty. Why haven't you paid respects? Yi Qi said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, I, Yi Yuan, kneel to neither heaven nor earth, only to my parents. I can bow, but kneeling, forget it. Yi sneered and said, fool, courting death. Heavenly emperors did not have the authority to kill sons of the heavenly dragon, but heavenly dragons did. Even if Morningstar would not casually kill people, punishing could be done. Ha ha ha. A fine kneeling to neither heaven nor earth. Yuan, hope that you still have this kind of breadth of spirit when you reach my level of boundary. Morningstar said with a loud laugh. Senior Morningstar, rest assured. Yi Yuan's heart will never change. Yi Yuan said coolly. He said so and also did so. Morningstar sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said, you're the newly promoted son of the heavenly dragon, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded and said, precisely so. Morningstar said, good, hope that you won't let this emperor down in the battle of dragon sons this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I definitely won't let Senior down. Morningstar nodded slightly, but beckoned his hand at Long Xiaochun and said, Xiaochun, come over. Aoyu was stunned, a baffled look on his face. It was over just like that? On what basis? Disrespect towards a heavenly dragon was a major offense. A powerful like Morningstar did not allow the slightest bit of disobedience at all. But he let Yi Yuan off just like that so easily? Aoyu knelt on the ground, his face vacant, disbelief on his face. Not just him, everyone was incomparably shocked. A haughty fellow like Yi Yuan. Shouldn't Lord Morningstar have smacked him to death with one slap? They did not understand, but Yi Yuan had some guesses. Most likely, the way he obtained the heavenly dragon mark was different from the others. The existence in the Dragon Eye Cave was definitely not an ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouse. It might even be a level of existence like Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Toward that kind of existence, Yi Yuan still did not have a concept at present, but he had a blurry understanding of it. It did not seem as simple as just there being a massive chasm between Heavenly Emperor and Dao Ancestor. Long Xiaochun was like a startled rabbit. Pursing her mouth, she shuffled her feet over to Morningstar's side and called in a low voice, Grandpa.
Morningstar.
Morningstar rebuked her and said, You lass, this time you must go up the Heavenly Dragon Mountain with me. I'm not going. What's good about the Heavenly Dragon Mountain? Like a cage, Long Xiaochun said unwillingly. Everyone was rendered speechless. Everyone wanted to go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain even in their dreams. This little girl was actually not willing. She should not make fun of people like this. Morningstar pulled a long face and said, This is your fate. No matter whether you're willing or not, you have to accept this arrangement. A great era is about to arrive. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one survive, and can our dragon clan last? Long Xiaochun's head shook like a rattle drum, and she said, I don't want. Means I don't want. I still want to follow Yi Yuan and roam the heavenspan world. Long Xiaochun threw a tantrum, giving Morningstar a headache. Yi Yuan was rather surprised though. He did not expect that this little girl actually already made up her mind to go out with him. One should not look at how Long Xiaochun was normally happy-go-lucky once this last decided on something. Even 9 heavenly dragons could not pull her back either. But in this aspect, this girl was rather similar to him. Morningstar glared. The sullen rage of a heavenly dragon quietly erupted. Everyone present felt tremendous pressure and could not help prostrating even lower. That was the pressure originating from the bloodline. Time waits for no man. Lass, if you still don't enter the heavenly dragon mountain this time, this emperor will be forcefully bringing you up. Long Xiaochun's stubborn temper flared up too. and she said angrily, "Grandpa, Morning Star, if you dare to forcefully bring me up, I'll cry every day for you." To see, Morning Star's face turned black. Thinking about this girl's destructive power, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Of course, although this destructive power was not to the extent of causing any damage to Heavenly Dragon Mountain, sending it into a tizzy could not be avoided. Morning Star immediately felt his head swell. He looked at Long Xiaochun and billowed his beard as he glared and actually did not know what he should do. For some time, the sons of the Heavenly Dragon present were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were still curious previously. Long Xiaochun did not have a Heavenly Dragon mark, so why would she come to the Battle of Dragon Sons? Looking at it now, Long Xiaochun's identity was extraordinary. They could all tell that even though Morning Star was angered until he was billowing his beard and glaring, he had a kind of unspeakable doting toward Long Xiaochun. It seemed like Long Xiaochun was the Dragon clan's future, while these sons of the Heavenly Dragon, were merely dregs. You lass, angering this emperor to death. Morning Star nearly jumped. Seeing Morning Star's appearance, Long Xiaochun felt pleased with herself. Either way, she did not want to go up the Heavenly Dragon Mountain and also did not want to cultivate. "Senior Morning Star, let me try." Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Morning Star gave him a glance, shook his head and said, "It's no use. This lass, even her mother can't put her in place." While Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly and said, "Yi Yuan, just whose side are you standing on? No need to urge me. Either way, I won't go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Girly, with my talent, how big do you think that gap between you and me will be after 1,000 years? Long Xiaochun was taken aback. She really never considered this problem before. But the sons of the Heavenly Dragon by the side, each and every one of them, revealed disdainful looks. This guy is really cocky. 1,000 years' time. How big a gap can there be? Aou knew more than the others and said with a cold smile, "Long Xiaochun's cultivation talent is extremely high. She would also have a middle stage Empyrean cultivation no matter what after 1,000 years. Could it be that he can cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm?" Saying that Yi Yuan could cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm 1,000 years later, he did not believe it even if beaten to death. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon present, each one was a genius in cultivation. Who could be lousier than Yi Yuan? Even they did not dare talk about how it would be like 1,000 years later. What basis did this brat have? However, Long Xiaochun held her head in her hand and pondered for a while, and said seriously, 1,000 years later you can probably kill me by puffing out a breath. What? Aou somewhat doubted his own ears. The other sons of the Heavenly Dragons' faces also had stunned looks. These sons of the Heavenly Dragon, were all very close in strength. 1,000 years, a distinction could not be made at all. But Long Xiaochun said that 1,000 years later, he would be able to kill her by puffing out a breath. This kind of thing was very easy to understand when placed on geniuses and mortals. But between geniuses it was simply a fantasy tale. Indignance, displeasure, disdain, many emotions interwove together, making the atmosphere on the platform became strange. Even Morning Star's pupils also constricted slightly. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became different. Others did not understand, but Long Xiaochun herself understood it very well. This appraisal was not over the top. It might even be low. How much time had passed since she met Yi Yuan in the West Spirit region? Yi Yuan's realm and strength soared by more than 1 or 2 levels. When she first met Yi Yuan, Long Xiaochun could blast Yi Yuan to death with 1 punch. But now she was already far from Yi Yuan's match. 1,000 years later, only ghosts knew what kind of realm Yi Yuan would reach. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "At that time, even if I bring you by my side, will you follow me by my side?" Long Xiaochun blinked twice and shook her head and said, "No." Yi Yuan said, Moreover, a turbulent era is arriving. Nobody can escape by sheer luck as well. Your mother, your clansmen, all of them getting caught in the fires of war. You will need power to protect them. Only then did you discover that you don't have that strength. Will you be in despair? Yi Yuan let out a heavy sigh and said, I have once experienced this kind of powerless moment. Hence, I have to continuously become strong until no one can surpass me. Only when you grasp true power can you truly be free and unfettered in this world. All right, I got it. I'll go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Long. Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said unwillingly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, cultivate well. In the future, you and I, brother and sister, join hands and roam the world unmatched. Cocky. Too cocky. Who the hell are you? Still roam the world unmatched. The group of sons of the Heavenly Dragon was already ticked off by the side. If not for Morningstar being by the side, they would likely have joined hands to cripple Yi Yuan. Aren't you unmatched? I'll make you unmatched. But these sons of the Heavenly Dragon's anger was already completely stoked. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan, treating him as their enemy. Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan and said, that's what you said. When I have achievements in cultivation, you have to bring me to the Heavenspan world to play. Yi Yuan nodded and said, relax. I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word. When Morningstar saw this scene, he could not help having a stupefied look on his face. Heavenly Dragon Mountain had thought of no idea how many ways to make Long Xiaochun go up the mountain, using both soft and hard tactics, adopting every possible means. But this lass was impervious to everything and refused to go up the mountain. No matter what, he did not expect that Yi Yuan convinced this girl with a few words. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan, his interest in him growing stronger. His earlier attitude toward Yi Yuan was naturally because he was different from the rest. Heavenly Dragon Mark was automatically formed when the Dragon Mark Monument sensed the bloodline power of the various strongholds junior generation. But Yi Yuan's Heavenly Dragon Mark was engraved on the Dragon Mark Monument. Artificially, this showed that there was definitely a major power in the clan who bestowed upon Yi Yuan the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon, a youth with thick eyebrows said with a light laugh, Heh, Brother Long Yuan, you seem to have been looked down upon. A hint of disdain flashed across the eyes of the youth with an impressive presence beside, and he said coolly, the ignorant are fearless, that's all. My Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's awe-inspiring reputation isn't from talking about it. Long Jingyuan, you have no chance too. Long Jingyuan laughed and said, our score. Talk about it again later. But this brat is so arrogant. I'm very annoyed. Long Yuan said coolly, just a completely useless person. When I run into him in the mist battlefield, I'll end him with one punch. Long Jingyuan smiled and said, hope that he doesn't run into you or me. Otherwise, by the side, there were quite a few sons of the Heavenly Dragon who heard the two people's discussion, and all responded with cold smiles. Long Yuan and Long Jinyuan, one came from Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, one came from Black Dragon Stronghold. These two great heaven strongholds were universally recognized as the strongest bloodline and also the strongest heaven strongholds. Yi Yuan's unintentional words clearly already provoked their anger. Seeing Yi Yuan convinced Long Xiaochun, Morningstar was greatly comforted, and he could not help laughing as he said, I didn't expect that you, this lass, actually also have times when you yielded to people. Long Xiaochun shot him a fierce glare and hid at one side to restrain her anger. All right, it's almost time. This emperor will send you all into the mist battlefield. I wish you all good luck. Done talking, Morningstar pointed a finger. A large hole was torn open in the void. Yi Yuan felt the Heavenly Dragon Mark on his forehead suddenly heat up, and his body flew toward the large hole involuntarily. After all of the sons of the Heavenly Dragon flew into the mist battlefield, Huge image appeared above the void. On the screen, all the figures of the sons of the heavenly dragon could be seen clearly. The group of heavenly emperors was on tiptoes in anticipation, all hoping for their son of the heavenly dragon to be able to show a good performance. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived in a cloud of fog. In the fog, north, south, east, west could not be distinguished. Yi Yuan mustered up his ocular art and was barely able to see clearly the situation within 100 feet. This is the mist battlefield? It looks like a maze. However, dragon origin crystals makes me look forward to it very much, Yi Yuan said with a smile. In the mist battlefield, the sons of the heavenly dragon would meet randomly. Sons of the heavenly dragon were able to rely on the heavenly dragon mark to sense nearby dragon origin crystals. Dragon origin crystals were a special product of the heavenly dragon mountain, and also the dragon clan's priceless treasure. Refining dragon origin crystals could evolve bloodline power and let the dragon race bloodline become purer. Cultivation would naturally speed up as well. Furthermore, dragon origin crystals were also the key to activating the heavenly dragon mark. As long as one absorbed a certain amount of dragon origin crystals, they would be able to activate the heavenly dragon mark. But how much one absorbed varied from person to person. Suddenly, a surge of powerful law power descended. Yi Yuan felt that his vital energy was suppressed to initial stage rank 7 by this power of law. When the realm was different, the disparity was too great. Similarly, a son of the heavenly dragon, this kind of gap could not be made up for at all. Hence, in this mist battlefield, it would suppress the power of vital energy, making the group of sons of the heavenly dragon be at the same level. However, even if the realm was suppressed, the strength of the sons of the heavenly dragon still had some differences. Sons of the heavenly dragon whose cultivation realms were high clearly had more advantage. But sadly, this kind of suppressing power is completely useless to me. Yi Yuan revolved his own Chaos World power and easily blocked this law power. Outside, his Chaos World power was not within the 5 elements and did not get affected by outside forces at all. Yi Yuan's current realm was just newly into Chaos Realm, but his Chaos World power was far stronger than those in the same rank. It was roughly equivalent to middle stage First Firmament Empyrean Realm. This difference of half a rank was sufficient for him to crush his peers, let alone that he was even of the perfect 7th transformation golden body. At this time, Yi Yuan felt his glabella heat up. Very soon he sensed the location of dragon origin crystals. Winding around for a while, Yi Yuan saw a piece of white crystal growing on the ground very quickly. It was precisely a dragon origin crystal. Yi Yuan slowly walked over and plucked off the dragon origin crystal. Feeling the powerful bloodline power in the dragon origin crystal, Yi Yuan could not help feeling an upsurge of emotion. Put down the dragon origin crystal. You can scram already. Right at this time, a haughty voice came from the opposite. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but it was an unfamiliar son of the heavenly dragon. If I don't put it down? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. The other party said with a cold smile. Heh, refusing face when given. Do you know who I am? Yi Yuan put away the dragon origin crystal and shook his head as he said, Don't know, and not interested in knowing either. When the other party saw that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, his gaze could not help turning cold, and he said in a cold voice, To dare make light of someone from heavenly dragon stronghold, courting death. He was called Longzheng, heavenly dragon stronghold's number 3 person, his strength being rather formidable. Furthermore, he already unlocked the heavenly dragon Mark II. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors responded with cold smiles. Ho-ho, this kid is so rampant. Suffered retribution now, right? The first one. And he bumped into Longzheng. Long Zifeng could not help laughing as he said. A heaven stronghold's elder said, Longzheng's strength should be able to rank in the top 10 among this batch of sons of the Heavenly Dragon, right? This kid really struck the jackpot. Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's protector elder, Long Tianyu, said nonchalantly, "This kid boasted pretty big. I wonder how much ability he has." Clearly, he was 100% confident in Long Zheng. His Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's bloodline was extremely strong. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon in the clan, their strength far surpassed other heaven strongholds. Long Zheng was ranked third in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, but when placed in other heaven strongholds, he absolutely had the strength to contend for first place. TSK. Just you watch. Yi Yuan will take him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun was indignant and immediately retorted Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu could not help choking. Giving a cold snort, he did not say anymore. Long Xiaochun's status was clearly not ordinary, so he did not dare to easily get angry either. But with regards to Long Xiaochun's words, Long Tianyu did not believe it at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to the Empyrean realm not long ago. He definitely did not even awaken his innate divine abilities. So how was he to fight? True dragon trampling the heavens. Under Long Zheng's fury, it was the Universe Dragon Claw's second form with a raise of his hand. It was only to see his glabella mark flashed. The power of true dragon. Trampling the heavens actually skyrocketed a fold. This power could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. Yi Yuan looked at this move and could not help finding it funny. This is your reliance? Really weak. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Long Zheng did not see him make any incredible move either. Yi Yuan just threw a punch out indifferently. Seeing Yi Yuan treat him without proper respect like this, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Long Zheng's mouth. Courting death. Then there was a bang. The true dragon phantom that Long Zheng fired out directly broke apart, while his chest seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer, directly spurting out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying out backward. All of the Heavenly Emperor's bodies virtually quivered at the same time. This is impossible. He didn't use any martial technique and defeated Long Zheng just based on the power of the fleshy body. Too fake. Could it be that this boy used some evil art? The group of Heavenly Emperors was full of disbelief. Yi Yuan clearly did not use any martial technique but defeated his foe with one punch. This kind of thing would only happen when someone at a higher realm crushed a lower realm. Similarly, a son of the Heavenly Dragon. Furthermore, everyone's realm was at the same level, so how could Yi Yuan do it to this degree? What did I say? Yi Yuan brought him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun hid behind Morningstar, having a smug look on her face. She had personally judged Yi Yuan's strength before. In the same rank, there was basically no chance of wanting to beat Yi Yuan. Let alone that Long Zheng, who was not considered the strongest in this batch of sons of the Heavenly Dragon. A hint of surprise also flashed across Morningstar's eyes. Clearly, Yi Yuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. In the fog, Long Zheng crawled to his feet, a look of alarm and anger on his face. His thoughts were the same as Long Yuan, that this punk was just a braggart. But it was this braggart who defeated him without even using a martial technique. A proud genius could not endure such a humiliation. Long Zheng gritted his teeth and roared furiously. Punk! You forced me. Let you take a look at my true strength. On his glabella, the Heavenly Dragon mark started burning like a blazing fire. An enormous true dragon phantom with its gaping maws wide open appeared behind Long Zheng. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he revealed a look of amusement as he said with a light smile, "Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Ho-ho. A little interesting. But this move being unleashed in your hands, it is too weak." The same move, when used by different people, the power was totally different. Differences in bloodline power, differences in Heavenly Dragon mark, different strength of the physical body, it would all affect the move's power. This dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter move was the dragon race's innate divine ability. could summon the spirit of a true dragon to attack the opponent, the power immense. It was just that Long Zheng's move was not brilliant the way Yi Yuan looked at. Long Zheng had always been proud. Apart from Long Yuan and Long Qian, who was ranked second in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he did not place anyone in his sights. Today, he was actually being looked down upon by his opponent like so. How could he not be furious? Punk, the outcome of looking down on the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, son of the Heavenly Dragon, is death. Long Zheng was greatly enraged as he roared. Yi Yuan chuckled and took a step out. The image of a dragon also surfaced. Behind him, this move was shockingly precisely the true dragon trampling the heavens that Long Zheng used before earlier. So what if innate divine ability? Today I'll let you see that the same move. In different people's hands, the power is totally different. Yi Yuan laughed lightly and suddenly struck a palm out. The dragon image behind him practically turned corporeal, flying over toward Long Zheng with a roar. Yi Yuan's dragon image had a fundamental difference from Long Zheng's dragon. Tyrannical, evanescent slaughter. Innate divine abilities, those were blessings from a true dragon. It was summoning the origin power of the dragon race to battle. While the dragon image that true dragon trampling the heavens summoned was merely condensed with Yi Yuan's own vital energy. The two were on completely different levels in terms of quality. Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter completely beat Yi Yuan in terms of quality. But when the two powerful moves collided together, Long Zheng immediately felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas, transmitting over from the other party. Bang! Yi Yuan's dragon image crushed the dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter like crushing dead leaves. Then it bombarded against Long Zheng's body. Long Zheng spurted fresh blood wildly, directly being blasted beneath the earth. At the outside world, the faces of all the heavenly emperors changed drastically. True dragon trampling the heavens defeated dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter? My eyesight isn't failing, right? This is too illogical. No matter how strong true dragon trampling the heavens. This move it's also impossible to deal with dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, right? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The heavenly emperor powerhouses all felt that it was hard to understand. Innate divine ability being stronger than ordinary martial techniques. This was universally acknowledged. After all, ordinary martial techniques could be cultivated, while innate divine abilities could only be comprehended by relying on oneself. Weak dragons were unable to comprehend a single innate divine ability for life. Only sons of the heavenly dragon could comprehend one or two. In everyone's understanding, only innate divine abilities could deal with. Innate divine abilities. Unable to comprehend, there was only being crushed all the way. But now, the innate divine ability that everyone viewed as a sharp weapon was actually defeated by Yi Yuan with an ordinary martial technique. True dragon trampling the heavens was strong, but in front of innate divine ability it was too weak. But Yi Yuan relied on this martial technique and defeated the innate divine ability, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. This result shocked people too greatly. Morningstar's eyes glimmered and he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Girl, is this boy of the perfect seventh transformation golden body?" Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "It's still Grandpa Morningstar who is keen eyes. How is it? He's impressive, right?" "What? P-perfect seventh transformation?" Long Zifeng had a look of shock, disbelief written all over his face. A perfect sixth transformation was already incredibly rare, while a perfect seventh transformation was practically extinct. The group of heavenly emperors was shocked until they could not close their mouths, looking at that figure on the light screen in disbelief. A hint of surprise flashed across Morningstar's eyes, and he said with a slight nod, "No wonder. No matter how trashy the martial technique when executed, with perfect seventh transformation, the power will also skyrocket, let alone talk about the dragon race's supreme martial technique, Universe Dragon Claw." A perfect seventh transformation. How many years has a perfect seventh transformation not appeared in my dragon clan? This brat actually achieved a perfect seventh transformation at a young age. Long Tianyu said with surprise. Long Tianyu, looks like your heavenly dragon stronghold has met its match. This time, Black Dragon Stronghold's elder said with a smile. Long Tianyu's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "You all will witness Long Yuan's true strength very soon, so what if it's the perfect seventh transformation?" The moment these words came out, the group of heavenly emperors had strange expressions. It seemed like Long Yuan's strength was really very strong. Morningstar's gaze was indifferent as he said, Long Zhang is heavily injured, and already doesn't have combat capability. Stripping the heavenly dragon mark, and withdrawing from the mist battlefield. Finished talking, he fired out a seal. A light beam flew out of the mist battlefield and landed on the platform. Long Zhang was full of wounds and was already completely unconscious. And the heavenly dragon mark on his head also vanished without a trace. Already, Battle of Dragon Sons, only the 10 people that remained in the end could continue to possess the heavenly dragon mark. The others were stripped of their heavenly dragon marks without exception, recovering their normal identities. Battle of Dragon Sons was a huge lucky chance, and similarly also a cruel elimination tournament. Weaklings could only fade into the crowd. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan continued to search for dragon origin crystals according to the heavenly dragon mark's effects. Ordinary sons of the heavenly dragon were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Very soon, Yi Yuan found many dragon origin crystals. While in another place, the Aou who was currently meditating suddenly snapped open both eyes, his gaze revealing a look of wild elation. Aou gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Ha ha ha! The mist battlefield is indeed a superb place to increase one's strength. My heavenly dragon mark has already awakened a second time and even awakened my second innate divine ability. My strength became more than a magnitude stronger. My current strength is already adequate to squeeze into the top 10, even top 5. Yuan, pray that I don't run into you, otherwise your hour of doom will have arrived. Blood debts need to be paid in blood." The heavenly dragon mark was a mark that could be steadily promoted. Each awakening, the strength of the dragon would obtain a significant advancement. It was also precisely because so that the potential of sons of the heavenly dragon was tremendous, and also why they would be respected like so. They were people chosen by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, the dragon clan's future. Aou refined quite a few dragon origin crystals and already underwent the second awakening. The current him was brimming with confidence and wished to encounter Yi Yuan right away. With dragon origin crystals entering the body, a heart-rending pain immediately transmitted over. Yi Yuan could not resist sucking in a cold breath. Following that, origin dragon energy fused into his blood vessels very quickly. Yi Yuan's fleshly body and bloodline were being remolded rapidly. He could feel that his fleshly body was becoming stronger bit by bit. However, the energy contained in the dragon origin crystals, there was a portion of it that branched off, converting to chaos divine essence and soul force. Ever since breaking through to chaos realm, Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence he absorbed would split into 3. This was also to say that no matter how he cultivated now, it was cultivating essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths simultaneously. This way, Yi Yuan's strength would be even more consolidated. Of course, cultivation also became slower. However, the dragon race's origin dragon energy was another form of existence. Yi Yuan could feel traces of warm flow entering the heavenly dragon mark, then spreading throughout the entire body. His dragon race bloodline became purer, except refining 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals in a row. Yi Yuan did not feel signs of the heavenly dragon mark awakening, and he could not help feeling disappointed. Bloodline power increased by at least 20%, the power of my dragon race Martial techniques will also increase 20%. This dragon origin crystal is really good stuff, Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Reaching his level of boundary, each increase in bloodline was extremely difficult. But a few pieces of dragon origin crystals let his bloodline power increase. 20%, it was indeed a treasure that was hard to come by. But Yi Yuan also discovered that the effect of the dragon origin crystals was gradually diminishing. Furthermore, the agony of amalgamating the dragon origin crystals was also continuously increasing. Yi Yuan reckoned that after the fused quantity reached a certain degree, it would probably be saturated. After getting up, Yi Yuan did not dawdle either, continuing to look for dragon origin crystals. This thing, naturally, the more the better. Very soon, he relied on the heavenly dragon mark's reaction and found a piece of dragon origin crystal. However, without any surprises, another son of the heavenly dragon also found Yi Yuan. The other party let out a surprised cry. Yi Yuan had long seen the arrival already. It was none other than precisely Ao. You had a smug look as he said with a cold smile. Enemies really meet on a narrow path. How is it? Do you have any realization already? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Realization? What's that? Aoyu shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. Using a pitying gaze to look at Yi Yuan, he said, Really don't know where your courage comes from to still dare be arrogant in front of me. You probably don't know, right? Just earlier, Cloud Dragon Stronghold's Long 7 was already defeated at my hands. Long 7 was an existence that had hopes of squeezing into the top 3. Now he was actually defeated at Aoyu's hands. Could be seen that Aoyu's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Who knew that Yi Yuan's face did not have any visible chance in countenance as he said coolly, Oh? So what? Yi Yuan's nonchalance triggered Aoyu badly, setting off all of his wrath. At the outside world, when Aochi saw these two people meet, his expression could not help changing. As the saying went, enemies would always meet. The two people finally bumped together. Just earlier, the outside world's heavenly emperors had just experienced a shock. Aoyu, who was a nobody, actually defeated Long 7, who was a favorite to contend for the top 3. This result made the heavenly emperor's jaws drop. Originally thought that Aoyu was just a sidekick, who knew that after he entered the mist battlefield, he seemed to have become enlightened, seizing dragon origin crystals consecutively. In the end, his heavenly dragon mark actually underwent a second awakening and even awoken a second innate divine ability. Even Long 7 was not his match anymore. Long Zifeng was currently depressed. When he saw this scene, he could not help sneering as he said, Looks like these two people don't seem to be on good terms. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder if it's this arrogant Yi Yuan who's stronger, or Aoyu who awakened a second time who's stronger. When two tigers clash, one is bound to get hurt. Heh. But Aochi let out a sigh and said, Not that one is bound to get hurt, but that one is sure to die. The heavenly emperors could not help being surprised when they heard that, looking at Aochi in great surprise. Originally this time it was the moment for Purple Dragon's stronghold to radiate splendor. They did not expect that such a sudden turn of events would actually occur. Life and death were not prohibited in the mist battlefield. But unless one was genuinely enraged, otherwise, rarely would people determine life and death. Under normal circumstances, crippling the other party and making the other party withdraw from the mist battlefield was considered over. But now, these two great powerhouses were actually going to determine life and death. It involuntarily made people very surprised. Somebody asked, Aochi, why is that? Oi let out another sigh and talked about the two people's grudge making. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Yi Yuan, this fellow was really a troublemaker, to actually scheme a heavenly emperor to death. But regarding this sort of scene, quite a number of people were delighted to hear about it. Cutting each other's throats, this sort of thing, they dwelt upon it with great relish. Hey, Yi Yuan, this brat is so arrogant, he probably never thought that AOU actually awakened a second time, right? Even if he's of the perfect seventh transformation, it's also impossible to be AOU's match just based on martial technique, Long Zifeng said with a cold laugh. He still had half a sentence that he did not say. Best that both parties fight until they were both wounded and both withdraw from the mist battlefield. Regarding Long Zifeng's words, the other heavenly emperors were also very much in agreement. Long Tianyu nodded and said, after the second awakening, regardless of whether it is bloodline power or innate divine abilities, the power will rise more than a level. Yi Yuan didn't even awaken once, so it's impossible to comprehend an innate divine ability. Therefore, he has virtually no chances of victory. The moment Long Xiaochun heard, she was immediately indignant and rebutted, you guys just watch. Yi Yuan will definitely take him down. When the group of heavenly emperors heard, they could not help laughing out loud. Fighting this sort of thing could not determine the victor based on feelings. A perfect seventh transformation was indeed very strong, but each one of the sons of the heavenly dragon was an elite among the elites. In terms of the fleshly body, they also approached perfection. Although there were disparities in this aspect, it was also not irredeemable. A second awakening innate divine ability could make up for this disparity. Let alone that the combat power which AOU exhibited, everyone already witnessed it. Long Seven displayed his second innate divine ability and still lost to AOU. Therefore, they were not optimistic about Yi Yuan. Humph! Ignorant fool, you completely don't know the significance of defeating Long Seven. I've already awakened a second time and comprehended a second divine ability. Even if you have exceedingly formidable abilities, it's also impossible to escape alive today, AOU said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, is that so? Then bring out your special skill. Don't let me down. AOU's gaze turned cold, and his vital energy surged like a fire. An enormous true dragon phantom slowly condensed behind him. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. However, AOU's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger compared to Long Zheng's. That true dragon was also significantly more condensed. This was the power of a second awakening. Feeling the boundless power coming from the opposite side, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amusement, and he said with a light laugh, little interesting. It can force out some of my strength. It was only to see Yi Yuan's two hands form a Tai Chi stance. An enormous dragon emerged. Universe Dragon Claw third stance. Grand Universe Palm. Bang! The void trembled. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter directly collapsed. The Grand Universe Palm carried an indomitable momentum and slammed onto AOU's body. This, the second awakening dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter actually can't beat the Grand Universe Palm. This guy was actually still holding back when he exchanged blows with Long Zhang. When did the dragon race's innate divine abilities become so weak that it can't withstand even a single blow? The group of heavenly emperors was rendered speechless. Was Yi Yuan planning on using Universe Dragon Claw this move to sweep across the mist battlefield? Furthermore, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was clearly a great deal stronger than that time with Long Zheng. If Yi Yuan unleashed this kind of power when facing off with Long Zheng would have long been smacked to death by him with one palm. Elder Tianyu, didn't you say that Yi Yuan doesn't have any chances of victory? What about now? Long Xiaochun laughed loudly and said to Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu's old face turned red and he argued, you saw it earlier too. Ow, you still has boundless Big Dipper fist, this trump card that hasn't been used. That's a true major trump card. Long Xiaochun's mouth curled and she said disdainfully, humph, do you think that Yi Yuan has no trump cards? Wait and see. AOU crawled out from underneath the ground, covered in blood all over. Yi Yuan's Grand Universe Palm earlier did not hold back. AOU's injuries were naturally much heavier than Long Zheng's. Aoyu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of wrath and puzzlement. He did not know that Yi Yuan's fight with Long Zhang had long already shocked the outside world's heavenly emperor powerhouses. He still thought that with his current strength he could casually crush Yi Yuan underfoot. He did not expect that the moment he made his move, he was trampled on by Yi Yuan. Yo, can still get up, not bad. Yi Yuan looked at Aoyu and said with a smile. That was not a smile. Oyu's two eyes were blood red as he roared angrily. Damn thing! You forced me. Now I'll turn you to ashes. He withdrew his fist momentum and condensed the spirit of a true dragon behind him once more. But the spirit of the true dragon this time was more than several times more solid compared to before. He had not made his move yet, and the surrounding space seemingly solidified. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also constricted slightly, revealing a solemn expression. It seemed like this guy wasn't a complete braggart either. Just based on this move, it was not a difficult matter for the current Aoyu to annihilate a second Firmament Empyrean too. Boundless Big Dipper Fist? Indeed have some degrees of a likeness. It's just too bad that you're still far too lacking, Yi Yuan said coolly. Aoyu said with a cold smile. Stop pretending. Act cocky again after receiving this punch. A hint of an amused smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his two hands formed a circle in front of his chest without any discontinuity. A ball of light emerged in Yi Yuan's palm. No petrifying aura. Everything appeared so serene. Aoyu's movement and Yi Yuan's motionlessness formed a sharp contrast. Seeing this scene, Aoyu's pupils could not help constricting as he cried out in surprise, Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. This isn't possible. You just broke through to the Empyrean realm, so how can you possibly cultivate the Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand so fast? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Cultivate? Doesn't exist. Didn't anybody tell you that I'm of the atavism dragon soul? Aoyu's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned expression. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually of the atavism dragon soul. In reality, progenitor Long Qin had long mastered the universe dragon claws. Fourth form, Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 7, Yi Yuan grasped his martial technique naturally. Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand was famously hard to cultivate in the dragon clan. Many Empyrean powerhouses cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and were only dabblers too. Hence, many people rather went to awaken innate divine abilities than be willing to spend hundreds of thousands of years to go and cultivate this martial technique. However, Long Qin's talent was immensely high and cultivated this martial technique to the realm of grand completion. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was the grand completion realm. Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. As for cultivation, this sort of dreary thing to the atavism dragon soul Yi Yuan, it did not exist at all. At this time, a myriad of profanities galloped across in Aoyu's heart. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors already burst into an uproar. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? The power of Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand already doesn't lose to ordinary innate divine abilities. How did he master the Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand when he just broke through to Empyrean realm? This is really a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand matching up against the boundless Big Dipper Fist. It's not easy to say who wins and who loses. Seeing everyone's stunned appearance, Long Xiaochun had a smug look. Cultivate? What the hell is that? Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all to grasp the Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. Long Xiaochun said with a smug look. Everyone was taken aback when he heard that, but Morningstar's eyes glimmered, and he said, Could this boy be of the atavism dragon soul? Long Xiaochun nodded and said with a smile, Yi Yuan's progenitor is my mother's elder brother, Long Qin. This Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand, uncle. He must have mastered it long ago. Hence, Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all. Aoqi's face changed and he cried out in surprise. Long Qin, the son of the heavenly dragon who was known as the one with the greatest talent in your rain dragon's stronghold. Long Xiaochun shook her head and said, that I'm not clear. But Morningstar nodded slightly and said, I've also heard of him before. Was said that he had high hopes of entering Heavenly Dragon Mountain back then. But due to a momentary show of bravery, he barged into the Dragon Eye cave. In the end, he was not heard of since. I didn't expect that such a monster actually emerged among his descendants, although only the tip of the iceberg was revealed with regards to Yi Yuan's strength. These heavenly emperors were all perfectly aware. Yi Yuan already surpassed his predecessor. However, these heavenly emperors only saw the scene from the light screen and did not know the actual situation in the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's transient heavenly dragon hand did not have an earth-shaking power, as if it was an old well without ripples. In Aou's view, Yi Yuan's move was an empty show. Aou naturally would not be silly enough to think that Yi Yuan was putting on a showy air to deal with him. On the contrary, his hairs were currently standing on end. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his head. It was just that he who had awakened a second time did not believe in fate. So what even if transient heavenly dragon hand? I don't believe that a mere martial technique can break my second awakening innate divine ability. Boundless Big Dipper Fist. Kill for me. As he roared, Aou executed the boundless Big Dipper Fist. This punch was indomitable, displaying the dragon race's domineeringness in its entirety. The spirit of the true dragon behind him suddenly struck a fist out. Heaven and earth trembled because of it. The Aou previously relied on precisely this move to overpower Long Seven. Facing this heaven-shocking blow, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. He just pushed lightly. The light ball in his palm suddenly vanished. Bang! Virtually instantaneously, an earth-shaking explosion sound erupted. The massive true dragon spirit was blown into pieces by an inexplicable force. In an instant, Aou's pupils constricted, wanting to flee, but it was already too late. His surroundings were already enveloped by an inexplicable power. Then it started exploding crazily. Bang! 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 After the explosions, Aou fell to the ground feebly, akin to a pile of rotten mud. Seeing the Yi Yuan who slowly walked in front of him, Aou's eyes were like dead ashes. Why? He was unresigned. Originally thought that the mist battlefield was the place where he would experience a nirvanic rebirth. Who could have thought that it actually became his land of demise? He defeated the Long Seven who ranked in the top 3, but he completely lost to Yi Yuan. Why is it like this? Even if it's the transient heavenly dragon hand, it's also impossible to be this strong, right? Just what profound mystery is there involved? Long Tianyu looked at the Yi Yuan on the light screen, befuddlement written all over his eyes. It was true that transient heavenly dragon hand was strong, but the boundless Big Dipper Fist should be stronger. Even if Yi Yuan had the augmentation of perfect seventh transformation, it was also impossible to make Aou be defeated so utterly, right? The other heavenly emperors were the same too, very perplexed by this outcome. They were not concerned about Aou's life or death, but they were very interested in the reason for Yi Yuan's might. Who cares what profound mystery he has? Winning says it all. Didn't you say earlier that Yi Yuan doesn't have chances of winning? Long Xiaochun napped the chance and smacked Long Tianyu's face viciously. Long Tianyu's old face turned red, and he awkwardly did not dare to speak. But Morningstar was absorbed in thought and slowly said, if I didn't see wrongly, Yi Yuan should have grasped the method to withdraw his strength. This kind of method can let the martial technique's power condense without releasing, focusing onto one point. It looks ordinary, but once it erupts, it will be akin to a monstrous wave or floodwaters, being unstoppable. This way, The power that the martial technique erupts with might be 2 times, even several times of the original. What? There's actually still such an approach. This is also too freakish. This kind of method is equivalent to forcefully raising the martial technique up a level. No wonder the boundless Big Dipper fist was also too weak to stand against in front of him. Why have I never heard of such an approach before? These heavenly emperor powerhouses had all lived for countless years. Logically speaking, they were all people who had vast experiences and knowledge. But the power that Yi Yuan displayed, they actually never heard of it before. Just how many fortuitous encounters did this brat have before? Morningstar shook his head and said, "This kind of method was very popular in the last epoch, but it has already been lost long ago. This emperor saw before. Just a few words in Heavenly Dragon Mountain's ancient records.
Ye Yuan's
Method is very similar to what's recorded in the ancient records." The group of heavenly emperors exchanged glances, all shocked until they could not speak. Following Yi Yuan's one trump card after another being exposed, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan looked at the AOU beneath his feet and said, "Coolly, there is no why. It's because you're too weak. So what if second awakening, you're unable to even force out my true strength? Just this bit of strength and you also want to kill me?" AOU's eyes were ashen, full of disbelief. Already fought to such an extent, Yi Yuan actually did not exert his full strength yet. Just where did this guy's limits lie? However, everything was not important anymore. Yi Yuan stomped a foot down, directly ending his life. Long Zhang had no grudges nor enmity with him. Yi Yuan would not deal a killing blow. AOU wanted to kill him, he naturally would not hold back either. Seeing this scene, Aochi also shook his head slightly and sighed incessantly. He did not expect that Purple Dragon Stronghold produced 2 peerless rare geniuses. In the end, it actually wrapped up in such a manner. Yi Yuan retrieved the Dragon Origin Crystal and continued walking in the mist battlefield. He walked leisurely and did not have much scruples. In this mist battlefield, someone capable of harming him had not been born. Yet, if he could not even deal with those in the same rank, that would also be too weak. But got to admit, these sons of the heavenly dragon were all very strong. Jumping realms and fighting was no object too. If AOU went out of the mist battlefield, he would likely be able to break through to toe 3rd Firmament Empyrean realm very soon. With his combat strength, even if he encountered a 4th Firmament Empyrean, he would also have the strength to protect himself. One had to know, a 4th Firmament Empyrean versus a 3rd Firmament Empyrean, it was virtually a situation of getting crushed. But in the same rank, it was far too difficult for someone to want to beat Yi Yuan. Along with the passage of time, the sons of the heavenly dragon in the mist battlefield became fewer and fewer. The remainder were all elites. The battle situations also became increasingly fiercer. After Yi Yuan wasted 2 sons of the heavenly dragon, he ran into Long Seven. Unexpectedly, Long Seven did not withdraw out of the mist battlefield. He was only defeated by AOU and did not lose his combat strength. After retreating, he continued searching for Dragon Origin crystals again. When Long Seven saw Yi Yuan, his gaze turned cold, and he said haughtily, "It's you, this cocky fellow? Get lost, otherwise, die." When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help failing to suppress his laughter. These guys were really more cocky than the previous ones, all speaking the same tune when talking. Yi Yuan completely ignored him. He walked over toward the Dragon Origin crystal leisurely. Long Seven's 2 eyes narrowed and he said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Take another step forward and I'll make your blood splatter on the spot." Long Seven did not know, but the face of the Long Zifeng outside turned green. In the mist battlefield, however big the commotion of 2 people's fighting, the others were completely unaware too. Long Seven was completely unaware that the AOU who beat him was already trampled to death by Yi Yuan with 1 foot. Now, the Long Seven who did not know the inside story actually still ran in front of Yi Yuan to posture. Wasn't this an old person eating arsenic, being tired of living? When the group of heavenly emperors saw this scene, they could not help finding it funny. Even Aochi also could not resist mocking. Long Zifeng, Long Seven is aiming for top 3. As long as he takes Yi Yuan down, entering the top 3 should be certain. Oh right, you said that you have the capital to be arrogant in front of our purple dragon stronghold. Now it's time for you to be arrogant. The group of heavenly emperors exclaimed into laughter. How could the current Long Zifeng still be arrogant? He just snorted coldly, but his gaze carried a trace of hope, hoping for Long Seven to not make a move against Yi Yuan. But very sadly, Long Seven still made a move. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, continuing to walk towards the dragon origin crystal, Long Seven gave a cold snort and said in a chilly voice, refusing face when it's given. Do you really take yourself to be someone notable? Since you're seeking death yourself, then you can't blame me. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Long Seven had also awakened 2 innate divine abilities, but his heavenly dragon mark did not have a second awakening, so his strength was still a shade inferior to Aoyu. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Casually throwing out a grand universe palm, he directly sent Long Seven flying. Long Seven fell to the ground, a look of shock on his face. This is impossible. Grand universe palm actually broke my dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter? Long Seven's eyes were full of disbelief. The words that Yi Yuan said before entering, Long Seven did not take it to heart at all. A fellow whose heavenly dragon mark did not awaken. What strength could he have? But now he discovered that he was wrong. Absurdly wrong. Yi Yuan's strength was really very strong. Yi Yuan took down the dragon origin crystal and said coolly, "You should have comprehended the boundless Big Dipper fist too, right? If you're unconvinced, you can use it and see." Contempt. Blatantly looking down. Long Seven was full of pride. How could he endure this goading? Punk. Since you want to die, then I'll send you off. Long Seven's gaze turned cold. The spirit of true dragon stirring once more. Boundless Big Dipper fist suddenly erupted. He did not know, but the outside world's Long Zifeng shut his eyes painfully, unable to bear to look at this scene anymore. Sure enough, with a bang, Long Seven's body was smacked flying out once more, like a kite with a broken string. However, Yi Yuan showed mercy this time, letting Long Seven to withdraw out of the mist battlefield safely. Sigh. You shouldn't have provoked Yi Yuan. Seeing Long Seven, Long Zifeng could not help sighing as he said. Long Seven endured the pain and said with gritted teeth, "How can this fellow be so strong?" Long Zifeng said with a bitter smile. Strong? Atavism dragon soul, perfect. 7th transformation, a secret art to contract his strength. Can he not be strong? Aou provoked Yi Yuan and was trampled to death by him with 1 foot. Already, for you being able to come out safely was already him showing leniency. Now, there's probably only Long Yuan who can have a showdown with him. Long Seven had a dumbfounded stare, his mouth gaping. How could he have thought that Yi Yuan's trumps cards were actually so numerous? Furthermore, each trump card was sufficient to shock the soul. He actually still looked for trouble, posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Fortunately, there were not many people left in the mist battlefield. Currently, he was kicked out 7th from the last. This was also to say that in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time he was ranked 7th, rather fitting with his name. Suddenly, a heavenly emperor cried out in surprise, "Quickly look! Yi Yuan and Long Yuan have met. This time, it's really the strong characters meeting. The victor among them will probably be the champion this time." Yi Yuan sensed the position of the dragon origin crystals and bumped into Long Yuan head-on. When he saw Yi Yuan, Long Yuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually walk until now. Not encountering Yi Yuan for such a long time, he even thought that Yi Yuan was finished off long ago. Being able to get to this point looks like you still have a bit of strength. However, you shouldn't be so cocky, Long Yuan said coolly with his hands behind his back. These words were clearly not planning on letting Yi Yuan off. The words that Yi Yuan said outside had clearly triggered him, the sons of the heavenly dragon's #1 person's pride. That kind of word that showed disdain upon all geniuses, only he was worthy to say it. Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Cocky, is it? I don't think so. I was just stating a fact. Is that so? Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly his palm struck out. It was actually a transient heavenly dragon hand. This move was quick as lightning and actually did not even need the time to cast the spell, making a move at a word of disagreement. D. Long Yuan shouted coldly. Yi Yuan was already a dead person in his eyes. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and with a backhand. It was a grand universe palm. Bang! The two people each fell back several steps and stabilized their figures. Eh? Long Yuan let out a light cry of surprise. Clearly he was very surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. Outside word, the group of heavenly emperors were extremely shocked. Long Yuan actually mastered the transient heavenly dragon hand too. This kid is truly monstrous. Yi Yuan merely relied on the atavism dragon soul in order to master the transient heavenly dragon hand. But Long Yuan cultivated by relying on his own talent. In comparison, whoever is superior can be determined at once. Up until now, there has yet to be someone who forced out his true strength. Wonder if Yi Yuan can do it or not. The moment the two people attacked, the group of heavenly emperors all leaned toward Long Yuan one-sidedly. It was not that Yi Yuan was not amazing, but it was that Long Yuan that was seriously too mysterious. Up until now, nobody could force him to use his innate divine abilities at all. Even the transient heavenly dragon hand, it was the first time he used it. They had practically seen all of Yi Yuan's trump cards. But Long Yuan's trump cards, they did not see it at all. Was it that Long Yuan's opponents were not strong? Of course not. Long Yuan already wiped out quite a few powerful sons of the heavenly dragon. Walking until now, some people's strengths were even stronger than the AOU after evolving. But even so, nobody could force out Long Yuan's true strength either. Could be seen how mysterious he was. In contrast, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was practically his limit already. Hence, everyone naturally felt more optimistic about Long Yuan. The reason why Heavenly Dragon Stronghold was powerful was that their bloodline was extremely strong. One should not look at how AOU awakened his Heavenly Dragon mark a second time, because when comparing bloodlines, he might even be inferior to Long Yuan, who only awakened once. This was the magnitude of disparity, and also the difference in talent. It was impossible to make up for. Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan and said rather surprisedly, "Indeed have some skill to actually be able to block my transient heavenly dragon hand with the Grand Universe Palm. You have the qualifications to make me a little serious." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Another arrogant fellow. You're getting a little serious. It's just that I don't know whether you can make me a little serious or not." Long Yuan had an appearance of looking down from high above as he said coolly, "You'd best be a little more serious. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have the chance to be serious anymore." Finished talking, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. A true dragon spirit appeared behind him. It was Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter again. However, Long Yuan's Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger than AOU's. That true dragon spirit's aura gave Yi Yuan a feeling of empty tie bearing down from above. To be able to force me to use an innate divine ability, you can be sufficiently proud. Now you can go and die. Long Yuan had an appearance of having everything under control, suddenly striking a palm out. Yi Yuan laughed lightly, true transient heavenly dragon hand firing out fiercely. Bang! Two forces dissipated with a loud bang. returning to serenity. Evenly matched once again. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan would actually know the transient heavenly dragon hand too. Furthermore, before this move erupted, there was actually not the slightest trace of undulation. That instant they exchanged blows, Long Yuan felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas erupt, making him almost lose control of himself. Similar to the transient heavenly dragon hand, the power of Yi Yuan's move was no idea how many times stronger than him. He realized that he still underestimated Yi Yuan in the end. This fellow was not simple. However, it was also just not simple. To the arrogant Long Yuan, there was nothing that he had respect for. This is the strength after you get serious? It's also nothing much.
Ye Yuan
said coolly. Long Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, since you're in a hurry to seek death, I'll send you off then. It was only to see him open both hands, bending his fingers to form claws, suspending above in midair. Behind him, a true dragon spirit appeared once more. This time, the true dragon spirit was more solid than any time that Yi Yuan had seen before in the past. A fierce wind swept up. Long Yuan's hair fluttered, akin to a god. Crack, crack, crack. Countless electric currents were flowing above the void. The entire mist battlefield seemed to have transformed into an endless lightning sea. Long Yuan used his eyes like looking at an ant as he looked toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Do you see it? This is my true strength after getting serious. The second innate divine abilities that others comprehended are mostly boundless Big Dipper fist. But my bloodline power is far purer than theirs. The second innate divine ability that I comprehended is this divine lightning devastation. This divine lightning is Dipper lightning that drives the heavens, not within the 5 elements. It's the lightning that the spirit of the true dragon controls, capable of annihilating myriad life on earth. Seeing this divine ability, you can die contently." At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors was long already staring dumbfoundedly, and their mouths agape. No one thought that Long Yuan's talent was actually so great. For the second innate divine ability, he actually awakened divine lightning. Devastation. Monster. This is a true monster. Divine lightning devastation. Sons of the heavenly dragon capable of awakening this innate divine ability are 1 in a million. This kid is bound to be another major power of my dragon clan in the future. The heavenly emperor powerhouses were long already motionless. Their reaction was sufficient to prove how great the shock that Long Yuan's strength brought to them was. Long Tianyu stroked his bear and said with a smile, "You guys are also looking down on Long Yuan too much. This isn't his true strength. However, using it to deal with Yi Yuan is sufficient." What? This still isn't all of his strength. When Long Zifeng heard this, his eyeballs almost popped out. Divine lightning devastation without heaven-defying talent. There was simply no way to awaken it. But Long Tianyu said that this was still not Long Yuan's true strength. Then how horrifying was this guy's true strength? The group of heavenly emperors could not help but somewhat start having doubts about life. Long Tianyu had a smug look and said with a faint smile, "Long Yuan is my heavenly dragon stronghold's most talented son of the heavenly dragon in this 1 million years, not one of. His talent can be ranked even when looking at the entire dragon clan. In the future, it's virtually a sure bet for him to become a transcendent heavenly emperor." All of the heavenly emperors were speechless. Originally they thought that Yi Yuan could become a black horse in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, or even pose a threat to Long Yuan. But looking at it now, everyone was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's talent was not even worthy of carrying Long Yuan's shoes. So what if atavism dragon soul? So what if perfect 7th transformation? The dragon race's strongest talent was still bloodline power, still innate divine abilities. Morningstar nodded slightly, revealing a look of approval. Clearly he was very satisfied with Long Yuan. This time, even Long Xiaochun did not dare to speak out and shoot Long Tianyu anymore, because she was also somewhat in doubt about whether Yi Yuan could withstand such a terrifying lightning sea anymore. In the midst of the endless lightning sea, Long Yuan stood proudly. Now, do you know the disparity between you and me? 1,000 years later, you simply won't be able to imagine my realm. Didn't even comprehend innate divine abilities, just the likes of a trash like you also dare to talk wildly about talent. Long Yuan said with a disdainful look. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face and said calmly, "Who told you that? I didn't comprehend an innate divine ability." Long Yuan's expression changed, but then he saw the bloodline pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupt. That imposing momentum was actually not much weaker than him. The spirit of a true dragon transformed into an enormous dragon and revolved around Yi Yuan. It was actually like a living thing. An aura that came from great antiquity made the entire lightning sea start trembling. That boundless dipper lightning that drove the heavens actually seemed to have intelligence, not daring to approach Yi Yuan. Long Yuan's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. What kind of innate divine ability is that? Why have I never seen it before? Long Zifeng cried out in surprise. Not just him, all of the heavenly emperors had blank looks on their faces. Clearly, they all had not seen Yi Yuan's innate divine ability before. Only the light in Morningstar's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Heretic dragon dominating space. How long has it been since anyone in my dragon clan has awakened it? Morningstar said with an emotional sigh. Long Xiaochun seemed to understand and not understand and asked doubtfully, "Heretic dragon dominating space? Sounds like it's very badass. Is it very impressive?" Heretic dragon dominating space. It's actually heretic dragon dominating space. This wouldn't be the legendary innate divine ability, right? Long Zifeng trembled all over and cried out in surprise. My God! The first innate divine ability that this fellow awakened is actually heretic dragon dominating space. A heavenly emperor cried out strangely. I take back my words before. These two people are both monsters. There was an uproar among the heavenly emperors, being stunned by the scene before their eyes. Only Long Tianyu's expression looked somewhat unnatural. Morningstar nodded and replied, Long Xiaochun. A very impressive innate divine ability. Our dragon race is a species that heaven looks after, with our bloodline containing the power of heavenly Tao. Therefore, the innate divine abilities that we awaken are extremely powerful. However, dragon tyrannical, evanescent slaughter, this level of innate divine ability compared to heretic dragon dominating space is far too lacking. Even divine lightning devastation is also a magnitude weaker compared to heretic dragon dominating space. Heretic dragon dominating space is an innate divine ability that contains spatial law, bringing the might of heaven and earth, the power being unimaginable. More importantly, this innate divine ability, it's already been at least 10 million years since anyone has awakened it in my dragon clan. Long Xiaochun sucked in a breath and cried out in surprise. So incredible? Yeah. Yuan's spatial law is very formidable. No wonder he can awaken this innate divine ability. Morningstar said in surprise. So that's how it is, no wonder. The awakening of our dragon clan's innate divine abilities is actually closely related to the inclinations of our bloodline. In Long Yuan's bloodline, lightning attribute laws are the most lively, so he awakened divine lightning devastation. But wanting to awaken heretic dragon dominating space can't be accomplished by merely having slight knowledge about spatial law. It looks like Yi Yuan's spatial law is at least rank 6 and above. Hearing Morningstar's analysis, the group of heavenly emperors was dumbfounded. Witnessing Long Yuan's talent earlier, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked and immediately cast Yi Yuan aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. They did not think that, in a blink of an eye, the talent that Yi Yuan displayed immediately overshadowed Long Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yi Yuan broke through rank 7 at the same time with his perfect 7th transformation plus essence, energy, and spirit. 3 paths. Under such a stimulation, awakening a formidable innate divine ability was merely ordinary. These two people's talents already completely exceeded the heavenly emperor's expectations. Just as the group of heavenly emperors was in shock, Long Yuan and Yi Yuan too. People were dealing blow for blow and already reached a white-hot stage. Long Yuan saw that the situation was not good. It was naturally impossible to give Yi Yuan another chance to display his innate divine ability. Lightning punishment. Obliterate for me. It was only to see him shake a finger, hundreds and thousands of wrist-thick blots of dipper lightning that drove the heavens suddenly fell down from the void. Long Yuan was akin to a sovereign who controlled divine lightning, his momentum unstoppable. Amidst the endless lightning sea, an enormous circular-shaped aura seemed to be like another world. Yi Yuan was situated inside. Suddenly, he took a step out. Roar! The spirit of the true dragon gave an astonishing roar. Dragon claw virtually, synchronizing with Yi Yuan, it stepped onto the void. Bang! This step, the entire heaven and earth trembled. The space of the mist battlefield seemed to have been trampled into pieces. Those hundreds and thousands of bolts of dipper lightning that drove the heavens were actually forcefully scattered away by the power of this stamp. Long Yuan only felt a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood mist, spraying out wildly, already sustaining heavy injuries. The lightning sea dissipated. The true dragon vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan stood in the air, but swapped positions with Long Yuan, looking down. From above. Under this stomp, it trampled all of Long Yuan's pride to smithereens. This is your so-called talent? So-called pride? Very ordinary. Wonder if I have the qualifications to talk about 1,000 years later now.
Ye Yuan
Said coolly. Long Yuan's eyes were full of unwillingness. He had always thought that he was the Dragon Clan's junior generation's strongest genius. In Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he had never encountered a match before. His pride was higher than the heavens. But today, somebody actually trampled all of his pride underfoot. He was unwilling. He was unresigned. All of a sudden, the heavenly dragon mark on Long Yuan's forehead seemed to burn like a cluster of fire. Yi Yuan's brows raised up slightly, a little surprised. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors cried out in surprise one after another. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Second awakening. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Haha. Really have to thank Yi Yuan. If not for his stimulation, it would really not be so easy for Long Yuan to want to awaken a second time. Long Tianyu could not resist letting out a burst of loud laughter when he saw the Long Yuan on the light screen. To a son of the heavenly dragon, the stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to awaken. Long Yuan's bloodline could be said to be the strongest existence among the group of sons of the heavenly dragon. Him being able to awaken once in itself already illustrated that his talent was astonishing. But wanting to awaken a second time, even if he refined numerous dragon origin crystals, he might not be able to accomplish it too. However, under Yi Yuan's powerful pressure, Long Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually awakened a second time. First awakening, bloodline rose sharply by 10 times. Under the augmentation of bloodline, the advancement of the son of the heavenly dragon was all round. Long Zifeng also said in surprise, I didn't expect that Yi Yuan is peerlessly talented. But then at the end he actually became a wedding gown for Long Yuan. Looks like the battle of dragon sons this time, it's still Long Yuan who wins. By a notch in the end. A heavenly emperor said, a shame. With Yi Yuan's potential, if given time, his achievements might not be beneath Long Yuan's. It's just that, Long Yuan awakened a second time, he probably wouldn't let him off. In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. The bloodline pressure that suffused the air was significantly stronger than before. Yi Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and did not interrupt the other party in fluster and exasperation. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan. Really got to thank you. If not for you, I still wouldn't know when my second awakening would have to wait until. Long Yuan said with a wild laugh. At this very moment, Long Yuan felt unprecedentedly well, feeling that he was unprecedentedly powerful. His bloodline power was extremely strong in the first place. Now that it awakened a second time, it soared wildly by 10 times. This kind of increment was sufficient to insta-kill everything to a genius. Like him. You're welcome. Honestly speaking, your bit of strength previously wasn't enough for me to warm up yet. Hope that you don't disappoint me this time. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Provoking. Blatant provocation. Even if your strength skyrocketed, I'll still look down on you. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, Very well, I'll let you understand how serious the consequences of provoking me is. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, I'm waiting. Long Yuan was triggered by Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude until he was going crazy. He stared at Yi Yuan coldly and said, You must think that divine lightning, devastation is my limit, right? Let me tell you, unfortunately for you, I already comprehended the third innate divine ability before my second awakening. After the second awakening, the power of innate divine abilities skyrockets by 10 times. I want to see what you'll use to block. Watch closely. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. Lightning see again. But this time it was vastly different from that time before. The taste of 5 elements law pervaded the air. 5-colored lightning interweaved and fluctuated above the void. It was as if it was a dreamland, beautiful and luscious. A grand sight, but behind this magnificent scenery, it contained tremendous danger. Seeing this 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, Yi Yuan could not help thinking of the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation that he had once transcended in the immortal grove world. It was just that Long Yuan's innate divine ability was no idea how many levels higher compared to that greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation. 5 elements heavenly lightning concealed above the 9th heaven. Shocking. The world, at the outside world, was boiling over with excitement long ago. This kid actually comprehended a third innate divine ability. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. This innate divine ability can be said to be the strongest lightning attribute. It is said that, when cultivated to the extreme, it can virtually stand on par with lightning. Ancestor, truly broadened my horizons today. These 2 great geniuses are truly each more astonishing than the other. Although they were all heavenly emperor powerhouses, in front of sons of the heavenly dragon, especially in front of sons of the heavenly dragon like Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, they were nothing at all. As long as they stepped into the realm of heavenly emperor in the future, they could one-shot them with one hand. This kind of genius, they were the true major power candidates. As long as them had sufficient time, they would be able to make the entire heaven-span world trembled. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was one of the dragon clan's strongest innate divine abilities. It virtually represented the limits of lightning attribute laws. Following the increase in Long Yuan's strength, the power of this innate divine ability would grow with each passing day. After Long Yuan reached the realm of transcendent heavenly emperor, its power would be extremely terrifying. If the lightning ancestor did not emerge, who could contend? Even Morningstar also stood up agitatedly, looking at that high and mighty figure on the light screen with a look of pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha! Really didn't expect that such a great talent actually appeared in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. My dragon clan shall descend upon heaven-span world and make the world tremble. Tianyu, you hid from this emperor so bitterly, Morningstar said agitatedly. Long Tianyu was clearly in the know long ago. The smugness on his face currently could not be concealed no matter what. Heh, Lord Morningstar, it wasn't that Tianyu had the intention of hiding. Originally, I thought that Long Yuan wouldn't use this final move. Didn't expect that it was actually forced out by Yi Yuan. This Long Yuan who decided to tell you after the Battle of Dragon Sons. Long Tianyu said with a smile. The other heavenly emperors had envious looks on their faces. Towards such a genius that was hard to come by in a million years, who did not want? As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. When Long Yuan entered Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, Heavenly Dragon Stronghold strength would definitely scale new heights. The disparity would grow bigger and bigger. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth at one side, clearly very unhappy with Morningstar's performance. He was still very optimistic about Yi Yuan just now. In a blink of an eye he leaned toward Long Yuan again. Electric current revolved around Long Yuan, his body emitting an extremely horrifying aura. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was an extremely formidable, innate divine ability in the first place. Its power was even a notch stronger than heretic dragon dominating space. Now he awakened a second time. Could be seen how powerful this innate divine ability was. He looked at Yi Yuan as if looking at a dead person. Tremble. To be able to die under the divine punishment you can be sufficiently proud. 5 elements heavenly lightning. Divine punishment. A hint of cruelty flashed across the corners of Long Yuan's mouth, akin to the heavenly Tao which ruled the world, deciding Yi Yuan's life and death. Only to see him reach his hand out and beckon, lightning snakes that filled the sky ran wild like a host of demons dancing in riotous revelry, galloping towards Yi Yuan. At this very moment, even if Yi Yuan used heretic dragon dominating space this move, it would be totally impossible to salvage the deteriorating situation. 2. Yi Yuan. Long Xiaochun's face turned white as she cried out in surprise. Although she could not feel the power of 5 elements divine punishment, heavenly lightning, just based on the frenzied scene on the light screen, Long Xiaochun could determine just how perilous Yi Yuan was at this moment. Morningstar sighed slightly. In his view, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt under the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. At this moment, everyone sentenced Yi Yuan to the death penalty. One awakened a second time, one did not awaken. This enormous gap made people unable to find any excuse at all to feel that Yi Yuan had a chance to escape with his life. However, from start until now, Yi Yuan never moved all along. He did not even release an innate divine ability to face the enemy. However, just as the endless lightning was about to engulf him, Yi Yuan's lips moved. Yes, what moved was only his lips. Immobilize. Yi Yuan's mouth lightly spat out a word. The next second, the entire world was frozen. The resplendent lightning snakes, 5-colored lightning, dancing fog, including Long Yuan, everything was frozen. The entire world was like a painting, being completely still. Those crazily dancing 5-colored lightning snakes, all of them stopped on top of Yi Yuan's head, just like a kind of liquid that suddenly met with extreme cold instantly, being frozen. This scene was incomparably bizarre. Time, space was seemingly completely frozen. Suddenly, a hint of disharmony flashed past in the painting. Somebody moved. It was Yi Yuan. Only to see him take a step out, his figure instantly crossing a distance of thousands of feet, arriving in front of Long Yuan. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan's punch slammed onto Long Yuan's face, directly blasting him flying. At this time, a breath had just passed. Time seemed to flow once more. The fog moved along with the wind once again. However, that endless lightning sea dissipated with a loud bang, as if it had never appeared before. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was broken. At the outside world, all of the heavenly emperor's thoughts were seemingly frozen by Yi Yuan's one immobilized word. Of course, it was not that they were really immobilized, but that they were completely shocked by what happened on the light screen, resulting in forgetting to think. All the way until a breath later did their thoughts similarly recover and move. What happened just now? Why do I feel like the entire mist world turned static? 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was broken just like this. Could it be? At this time Morningstar slowly nodded his head, his eyes full of astonishment as he said, "Time freeze," which is also immobilization art. The moment these words came out, the platform immediately burst into an uproar. All of the heavenly emperor's faces were full of a crazed look. That's impossible. Time freeze, this is one of the dragon race's strongest innate divine abilities, capable of making it completely still within a certain range. He just broke through to Empyrean realm and didn't even awaken the heavenly dragon mark. But then he comprehended this mighty divine ability. Long Tianyu shouted shrilly. Just a breath ago he was still sentencing Yi Yuan to death, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead without a doubt. After a breath later, Yi Yuan used the art of time freeze and slapped his face. Of course, it also slapped everyone's faces. Everyone did not expect, and it was also impossible to expect that Yi Yuan actually grasped this astonishing divine ability. One breath. Very short. Very, very short. Fleeting. But this one breath was enough for Yi Yuan to do too many things, such as breaking the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning with one punch, powerful until the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning which shocked all of the heavenly emperors was broken by Yi Yuan just like that. Time freeze. Legends say that that's a mighty divine ability that only the progenitor knows. It can be said to be a paramount divine ability among innate divine abilities. It was actually grasped by him. Long Zifeng already did not know what he should say. Apart from shock, it was extreme astonishment. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed already rendered them thoroughly speechless. Was Long Yuan's talent very strong? Yes. But Long Yuan's talent was completely not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. That was the distance between a firefly and the bright moon. If everyone was still immersing in the elation of obtaining a genius at the beginning, now they even had a trace of fear. When a person's talent surpassed everyone's understanding, he would be viewed as monstrous. That was an aberrant life form. The current Yi Yuan was an aberrant life form in the eyes of the group of heavenly emperors. Morningstar sighed lightly and slowly said, "We all underestimated Yi Yuan. Being able to be bestowed a heavenly dragon mark by a major power in the clan. How could Yi Yuan be ordinary? It's just that this emperor also didn't expect that he could even comprehend time freeze, this kind of mighty divine ability." In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Just now, he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Suddenly, in an instant, a strange power suddenly appeared, thoroughly binding him. In the eyes, the world was completely still. He struggled desperately, wanting to break free of this strange power. But everything was futile. Whatever heavenly dragon mark, whatever 5 elements divine punishment, heavenly lightning in front of this strange power, it was not worth mentioning at all. That feeling was seemingly like he was facing heavenly Tao. Insignificant. He just felt that he was too insignificant. Then he was wrecked. Time freeze. This is time freeze. How can you possibly comprehend this innate divine ability? This isn't possible. This is impossible. Long Yuan said with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, "You can't do it, but doesn't mean that others can't do it. There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just that with your realm you're unable to imagine it. That's all." Long Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of decadence. He praised himself to be the Dragon Clan's #1 genius in 1 million years and could show disdain for the world. Comprehending the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, he was once pleased with himself, thinking that no one could do it anymore. But the height that Yi Yuan was standing at was far beyond his reach.
Impossible.
I'm a genuine dragon. How can I possibly be inferior to you, this half-human, half-dragon, lowly life form? 5 elements divine punishment. Heavenly lightning. Annihilate for me. Long Yuan suddenly launched an attack. Horrifying 5-colored lightning fell from the sky, falling straight down. The pride in his chest made him unable to accept this result at all. Only a short while ago, he thought that he could casually eradicate Yi Yuan. But now, he discovered that he was so laughable. He was unable to accept this result. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said in a chilly voice, reckless and blind, immobilize. Yi Yuan's lips moved lightly. The word immobilize was spat out of his mouth. Again. One word leaving the mouth, even with his strength, he felt drained too. This kind of great divine ability, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to release it limitlessly. Furthermore, the time of the time freeze this time did not even reach half a breath. However, it was sufficient to kill Long Yuan. From the start until now, Long Yuan always had a high and mighty appearance. Attacking time and again, it all wanted to kill him. If it were others, they would probably have been killed by Long Yuan, no idea. How many times already? Until now, this guy still refused to come to his senses. Did he really take him to be a good two shoes? On the platform, when Morningstar saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically as he cried out in alarm. Not good! Yi Yuan wants to kill Long Yuan. Virtually without thinking, Morningstar fired out several spells in a row. A light beam suddenly charged into the mist battlefield and actually directly smashed time freeze. The light beam directly covered Long Yuan, bringing him out of the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, very unhappy in his heart. He knew that someone made a move and rescued Long Yuan. Apart from Morningstar, there naturally would not be others. Although his time freeze was impressive in front of a supreme powerhouse like Morningstar, it was completely useless. Long Yuan was also restricted to First Firmament Empyrean. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Yi Yuan to want to freeze for a breath of time. In the end, time freeze only mobilized the power of Heavenly Tao. The higher the realm, the stronger the comprehensions in Heavenly Tao too. Wanting to bind the other party with the power of Heavenly Tao would naturally be increasingly difficult. However, under his certain death scenario just now, Morningstar did not make a move to save him either. But now, seeing that Long Yuan was about to die, he made a move to save him. Yi Yuan was naturally outraged in his heart. The light screen slowly dissipated. A youth in white walked over leisurely. On the platform, everyone looked at the youth in white with their eyes full of terror. Yes, terror. These heavenly emperors were all frightened by Yi Yuan's talent. The sons of the heavenly dragon who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before actually took a step back without prior agreement. This guy was not human at all. He was a monster. But Long Xiaochun had a look of delight, coming up to greet Yi Yuan. This young lady knew that you're the most formidable. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, bringing Long Xiaochun and landing on the platform. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. He stared at Morningstar intently and said in a solemn voice, "Seen you're doing. So, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Swallowing insults and humiliation silently was not Yi Yuan's personality. Since he did so, he would have to pay the price. The heavenly emperors were shocked when they heard that. This guy was really arrogant to actually dare question Lord Morningstar. Did he think that taking the first place of the Battle of Dragon Sons, he could challenge a heavenly dragon? Insolence! Who do you take yourself to be, me, to dare speak to Lord Morningstar like this? Long Tianyu just had a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to be released, so he immediately jumped out. Yi Yuan completely ignored him and stared right at Morningstar's two eyes. Morningstar sighed slightly and said, "You're both my dragon clan's pillars of society. Any one of you that dies is my dragon clan's tremendous loss." Yi Yuan suddenly burst out laughing when he heard that. His gaze turned to Long Yuan, And he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Pillars of society? Hoo-hoo. What a fine pillar of society." Those words were full of mockery. Long Yuan had a look of shame and anger, wishing to find a hold in his ground, to tunnel into. The other sons of the heavenly dragon also lowered their heads one after another. If even Long Yuan did not count as a pillar of society, what did they count as? But these words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth, no one could refute it at all. He used strength, used talent, and proved that Long Yuan was merely trash. "Yi Yuan, you're insolent. If Long Yuan isn't a pillar of society, then are you? You're merely..." Long Tianyu could not endure this awkward atmosphere, and spoke out, berating. "Shut up!" Morningstar suddenly yelled angrily, interrupting Long Tianyu's words. But Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Continue saying that I have half-human race. Bloodline. In your eyes, I'm a different species. Isn't that so? Hence, when Long Yuan used 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, you didn't make a move to save me. But when I wanted to kill him, you made a move and saved him. In your eyes, no matter how strong I am, I'm also not the dragon clan's own people. Isn't that so?" Morningstar's old face turned slightly red. Being exposed by Yi Yuan so blatantly, it was so embarrassing. Although Yi Yuan obtained the Dragon Clan Major Power's Heavenly Dragon Mark, he still had some reservations in the end. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, guessing his thoughts penetratingly. This kid was not simple. Morningstar heaved a sigh and said coolly, "This matter was indeed this emperor breaking the rules. However, Long Yuan is indeed a genius hard to come by in a million years. Killing him is a pity. Speak, this emperor can promise you a condition." The heavenly emperors had stunned faces. Lord Morningstar actually yielded toward a junior. No matter how great your talent was, before growing up you were also merely a junior. On what basis? How could they know that Morningstar was wary of that major power behind Yi Yuan? These people did not know, but Morningstar was very clear. This major power was not a major power on Heavenly Dragon Mountain, but major power sealed in the abyss. That place's existences, each one of them was a major character that shocked heaven and earth. He could not afford to provoke. Even Heavenly Dragon Mountain could not afford to provoke either. "I want 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals," Yi Yuan said coolly. His objective was not to find trouble. Facing the Leviathan Heavenly Dragon Mountain, his rage was not worth mentioning at all. This world always revered strength as supreme. If he possessed the strength to destroy Heavenly Dragon Mountain right now, would he still be here expressing his fury? No. He would trample the entire Heavenly Dragon Mountain underfoot like trampling on Long Yuan. Morningstar's eyes narrowed, and he said, "What do you want so many dragon origin crystals for?" "With your current strength, the dragon origin crystal that you refine in the mist battlefield is already the limit," Yi Yuan said coolly. "That doesn't need you to care anymore. I naturally have my own use." Morningstar shook his head and said, "No way! Dragon origin crystals are the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure. Only heavenly dragons and sons of the heavenly dragon can use. Even the various strongholds dragon lords don't have the qualifications to use them either." Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light. Morningstar was afraid of him bringing dragon origin crystals out or giving them to others to use. One had to know this dragon origin crystal was much more formidable than whatever true dragon blood. Even humans could also skyrocket in strength after refining. But he was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that dragon origin crystals were actually so valuable. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Since that's the case, I'll refine it. Here, there's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was taken aback and said, "You? Here?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Aren't you worried that I'd leak dragon origin crystals out? Since that's the case, then I'll refine it in front of you. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was speechless and said, There's naturally no issue, but Yi Yuan directly cut off his words and said coolly, "No buts if I can't refine 100 pieces, this matter will be considered dropped like this." Already said things to this kind of extent, what could Morningstar still say? At once, Morningstar nodded his head and said, "Okay, but act within your capability." But Long Tianyu had a cold sneer on his face and said, "100 pieces? Stuff yourself to death." The others also involuntarily shook their heads. Clearly, they felt that Yi Yuan was looking down on everyone and everything too much. Each awakening, one can at most only refine 20 pieces of dragon origin crystals. Any more and they won't be able to withstand it at all. Even if he's of the perfect 7th transformation, he also can't withstand 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals. There was once a dragon who forcefully integrated dragon origin crystals. In the end, at the 25th piece, he was forcefully blown up. This kid is courting death. Heh, so arrogant. I want to see how many dragon origin crystals he can integrate. To Morningstar, dragon origin crystals were naturally not an issue. Only to see him flick his sleeves grandly, 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals suspended in midair quietly. Yi Yuan did not say a word, reached a hand out to pluck off a dragon origin crystal and directly started refining. An indescribable pain started pulsing within his body. However, after the origin dragon energy entered the body, Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually did not have the slightest reaction. The reason why he wanted dragon origin crystals was that Yi Yuan also saw the power of heavenly dragon marks. After one awakening, the bloodline rose 10 times. This kind of strength amplification, how could Yi Yuan not be moved? Dragon origin crystals were a specialty product of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. It was now or never, opportunity seldom knocked twice. Hence, he wanted to try whether or not he could stimulate his bloodline power and reach the first awakening. The reason why he said 100 pieces was because he was unsure how many he needed. Previously in the Mist battlefield, he already integrated 15 pieces of dragon origin crystals. But the effects did not seem to be very apparent. The moment origin dragon energy entered the body, it seemed like a stone sinking into the ocean. 16 pieces, 17 pieces, 20 pieces, 21 pieces. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan refined 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals. The speed of refining caused everyone to be tongue-tied. More importantly, Yi Yuan's face did not have much of a painful expression, as if he was just doing something ordinary. Sure enough, a perfect 7th transformation is indestructible. This brat's confidence lies on the perfect 7th transformation, right? But how many can the perfect 7th transformation refine? Our dragon race's physical bodies, which one isn't extremely tough, even if can't compare to the perfect 7th transformation, the difference also won't be too much. He can at most refine 30 pieces and he'll reach his limits. All around, heavenly emperors and sons of the heavenly dragon were discussing animatedly. They felt that the reason why Yi Yuan was a little more formidable than normal people was merely by relying on the perfect 7th transformation. That was all. However, along with the quantity refined becoming more and more, Yi Yuan's pain was indeed rising exponentially. He had refined so many dragon origin crystals and absorbed large quantities of origin dragon energy, but the heavenly dragon mark still did not have any activities. Rather, it was his cultivation realm that started to slowly climb after absorbing large quantities of dragon origin crystals. When Yi Yuan absorbed his 30th piece of dragon origin crystal, people's expression started to slowly change. Is this guy a lunatic? Doesn't he know pain? Long Seven looked at Yi Yuan's facial muscles that were twitching slightly as he said through gritted teeth. Talking about it, someone had once refined 25 pieces of dragon origin crystals before. But people that were truly able to refine until the 20th piece were extremely few, because towards the back, barely anyone could withstand that agony at all. But Yi Yuan refined 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals in one go. He actually forcefully endured it and did not even make a sound. How strong was this fellow's will? Around 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals, that was virtually the limit of all dragons. If not for the muscle twitching slightly on Yi Yuan's face, they would even suspect that refining dragon origin crystals was not painful at all. 31 pieces. 32 pieces. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of stopping, continuing to refine dragon origin crystals. The expression on everyone's faces became more and more fascinating. Fine beads of sweat started seeping out on Yi Yuan's forehead. Following the refined dragon origin crystals becoming more and more, the sweat beads became denser and denser and increasingly larger. Meanwhile, the twitching of the muscles on his face also became increasingly stronger. 54 pieces. 55 pieces. The surrounding crowd's mouths opened wider and wider until it was practically ear to ear in the end. This guy was absolutely a lunatic. The unbroken law that sons of the heavenly dragon were unable to refine above 25 pieces was already broken by Yi Yuan long ago. Everyone had underestimated Yi Yuan. They underestimated the might of a perfect seventh transformation and underestimated Yi Yuan's powerful and persevering will even more. A perfect seventh transformation, what it promoted was not just the strength of the physical body, there was also the tensile strength of the fleshly body. Being overly tough was easy to break, but a tough and pliable fleshly body was even more terrifying. Other people's fleshly bodies being unable to withstand it did not mean that Yi Yuan was unable to withstand it. As for this anguish, Yi Yuan had long already experienced it, no idea how many times. This time was merely going through another time. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said with a slight sigh, "For this child to be able to have such accomplishments, what he relies on isn't merely talent. Most likely the hardships that he has experienced ordinary people can't imagine it at all." Morningstar, these old monsters that have lived to an advanced age, were deeply aware of the importance of tribulations to a powerhouse. These heavenly emperors in front of them, their talents might not be strong, but the hardships that they experienced were not few. Perhaps back then, there were more brilliantly talented geniuses among their peers, but those geniuses all faded into the crowd in the end. While they walked to this supreme position of heavenly emperor, sons of the heavenly dragon being unable to refine more dragon origin crystals, actually a very large degree was because their will was not strong enough. This issue totally could not be seen on Yi Yuan. No matter how strong the will of the son of the heavenly dragon, they also turned pale in comparison when put in front of Yi Yuan. Over 50 pieces of dragon origin crystal already exceeded their imaginations. Long Zifeng also smiled bitterly and said, "Not afraid that others are more talented than you, just afraid that people more talented than you are more hardworking than you. Long Seven, your road after today is still long. Understand?" Long Seven's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he nodded slowly and said, "Long Seven understands." The various sons of the heavenly dragon all revealed pondering looks. Yi Yuan's body had the quality that they lacked, which was also the necessary quality to become a powerhouse. Only Long Yuan's expression flickered. No idea what he was thinking about. 82 pieces. 83 pieces. 89 pieces. Just as everyone was already numbed, Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly seemed to have caught on fire. The surging dragon race pressure made everyone present feel heart palpitations. Morningstar's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise. Finally. Awakened. No, wait. This is... He suddenly raised his head to look towards Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Sure. Enough. A white light beam fell from the sky and landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. The heavenly dragon mark at Yi Yuan's glabella actually turned into one line after another, burrowing into his chest like tiny snakes. Divine steel injecting spirit. This boy. Morningstar opened his mouth wide. a look of disbelief as he said. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. If he was a little more decisive, extending a helping hand when Yi Yuan was fighting with Long Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan did not need his help, his current attitude would also be vastly different. Long Xiaochun had a doubtful look and asked in puzzlement. Divine steel, injecting spirit? What is that? Morningstar sighed emotionally and said, the heavenly dragon mark is born from the dragon mark monument sensing dragon race bloodline. When your bloodline reaches the requirement of the dragon mark monument, the dragon mark monument will produce a resonance with your bloodline power, awakening from there. Of course, the requirement that the dragon mark monument has for each awakening is different. Morningstar paused for a bit, took a deep breath before saying, but there is an exception. When your bloodline power is strong to a certain degree, the dragon mark monument will take the initiative to inject a trace of dragon spirit into you, representing acknowledgement toward you. This is divine steel, injecting spirit, and dragons that had obtained divine steel injecting spirit have a possibility of becoming the next dragon ancestor. Long Xiaochun opened her mouth wide, shock written all over her face, while the other dragons were all staring dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Dragon ancestor, that was the progenitor of all dragons, the strongest dragon race bloodline powerhouse. All these countless dragons were his descendants. After each generation of dragon ancestor, no idea how many hundreds of millions of years needed to pass before the next dragon ancestor would be born. Because of this, it carried on from generation to generation. Of course, it was only a possibility. It was not a certainty. In a period, there would always have several divine steel injecting spirit appear. But there was only one that would become dragon ancestor in the end. No one could have thought that after Yi Yuan refined the dragon origin crystals, it would actually produce such an unforeseen turn of events. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes and gave a cold snort. A streak of lightning flashed past. The imprint in the heavenly dragon mark was directly wiped away. Heh! I knew that there was nothing good. Turns out that it was hiding here. Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a cold smile. In the deepest parts of the abyss, a light cry of surprise suddenly transmitted over. Following that, several powerful auras started surging. What's wrong, boss? Bai Chen's voice came in the midst of darkness. After being silent for a moment, the mysterious powerhouse slowly said, that kid erased the imprint that you left behind. Bai Chen was slightly surprised and said, this isn't possible, right? Just based on his strength, he can discover the concealed means that I left behind? Unless, that's right, under the dragon spirit, nothing can hide. He is already acknowledged by the dragon mark monument. The mysterious powerhouse's words carried some marveling. What? Old Bai just bestowed the heavenly dragon mark and he obtained divine steel injecting spirit. This kid has your father's style back then. Another divine steel injecting spirit. Looks like the next dragon ancestor is about to be born. The moment mysterious powerhouse's words came out, a series of exclamations came over from the darkness. Clearly, divine steel injecting spirit was also an extremely major thing to them as well. Bai Chen suddenly said, this boy, when I saw him back then, I kept feeling that he was extremely unusual. His realm was clearly not worth mentioning, but I had a feeling of being unable to see through. Looking at it now, this boy is indeed extraordinary. The mysterious powerhouse said, heaven shall confer great responsibility onto this person. A great era is arriving. Capable people are emerging. Now that the seal is getting more and more unstable, it likely can't last much longer. Once the abyss opens, the heavenspan world will be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering again. But what I'm most worried about isn't this. Perhaps this boy is where the hope of this era lies. When everyone heard that, they all fell silent. The white light faded. Yi Yuan slowly stood up. His upper garment was long already incinerated by blazing flames, revealing a strong muscular body. A golden dragon was imprinted onto his chest as if it was a living thing. Even if it was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, in front of this golden dragon, they actually also had an impulse to prostrate in worship. If not for their realm being too high, they would probably have long already knelt down. However, the other sons of the heavenly dragon did not have this kind of strength. This horrifying bloodline pressure directly pressured them until they knelt on the ground. Only Long Xiaochun alone was not affected. Long Yuan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He cracked himself up to be the Dragon Clan's #1 genius. But now he did not even have the qualifications to carry Yi Yuan's shoes anymore. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. A white long robe was already put on his body. He cupped his fists lightly toward Morningstar and said coolly, "Senior, now that things are over, this Yi takes my leave." Morningstar's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Hold on, you can't go." Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Why? Does Senior still have something?" Morningstar's expression flickered incessantly and he said, "Yi Yuan, the matter previously was all this emperor's fault. Now this emperor sincerely welcomes you to join Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and said, "No need. There is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Moreover, this Yi still has more important things to do. I won't be going up Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Previously you looked down on me. Now that you saw that my bloodline was powerful, you want to keep me behind?" The pride in Yi Yuan's heart was far greater than Long Yuan's. It was just that he had experienced the many vicissitudes of life and would not show it at all, that was all. But this kind of pride was carved into his bones. Some things he was disdainful to do. Morningstar's face fell and he said, "Yi Yuan, since you obtained the divine steel-injecting spirit, I'm afraid that leaving or staying isn't up to you anymore." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a light smile, "You want to forcefully keep me back?" Morningstar said, "If you refuse to realize your mistake, then this emperor can only take action." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Heh, in the end, your bones still think that I'm a different species. I obtained divine steel-injecting spirit. Your Heavenly Dragon Mountain will probably find it hard to eat and sleep after today, right?" Morningstar's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, I hope that you don't force me to take action." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I, Yi Yuan, will rather break than bend. Want to make me go up the mountain? Make your move then." At this time, Long Xiaochun suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Staring fixedly at Morningstar, she said, "Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to make a move against Yi Yuan, I'll never go up the mountain." Morningstar's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Xiaochun, this is a serious matter. Don't mess around. Move aside." "I'm not moving." Morningstar's two eyes narrowed. His finger pointed lightly. Long Xiaochun then fainted. With his strength, it was too easy to deal with Long Xiaochun. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I'll be offending you then." Facing an opponent like Morningstar, even if Yi Yuan obtained divine steel injecting spirit, it was also completely impossible to be a match. A late-stage heavenly emperor that was a supreme-level powerhouse who was capable of truly looking down upon the world. Morningstar had not made a move yet, and Yi Yuan felt a giant mountain-like pressure descend on his body. Just as Morningstar was about to make a move, his expression suddenly changed. Drastically, the imposing aura on his body withdrew, and he let out a sigh and said, "Forget it, leave." Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being very surprised. Lord Morningstar actually shrunk back. The Long Yuan, who was originally waiting to watch a good show, could not help dropping his glasses. Just as he thought that Yi Yuan was finally going to be forced to submit, Morningstar actually brushed it over easily. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Who was that person?" His heart was akin to a clear mirror, immediately aware that it was that major power who bestowed him the heavenly dragon mark that gave the order. It was just that he was very curious about that person's identity. Morningstar shook his head and said, "When the time is right, you'll naturally know. Yi Yuan, remember, no matter where you go, you'll always be my dragon." Clan's pride. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he turned around and left. He had a lot of fetters with the Dragon Clan and also did not have any irreconcilable conflicts. There was naturally no way to cut away. It was just that he did not like Morningstar's way of doing things. That was all. After Yi Yuan left, Long Tianyu's face revealed an indignant expression and he said, "Lord Morningstar, letting him go just like that? On his body there's the Dragon Clan's destiny." Although he did not want to admit it, Long Tianyu still had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent already exceeded their understanding. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was also far more important than they imagined. How could such a person move around freely outside? Morningstar's face fell and he yelled coldly, "Does this emperor still need you to direct me how to do things? Get lost." Long Tianyu's expression changed, and he could only retreat to one side. Obediently, Morningstar currently needed a target to vent at this time and Long Tianyu ran. Scold who if not him? At this time, Morningstar's heart was surging turbulently like a tsunami. It turned out that that legendary lord was actually still alive. It turned out that Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark was actually bestowed by him. Yi Yuan was actually the person that he picked. How many years had he already not appeared? Including those supreme powerhouses of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, they all also thought that that lord had already died long ago. Morningstar did not think that he was actually still living in this world. This news made his mind, a late-stage Heavenly Emperor's mental state, shook. Earlier, in front of Yi Yuan, he barely managed to maintain composure and nearly broke decorum. He was thinking if anything really happened to Yi Yuan earlier, would that lord directly smack him to death with one slap or not? Asterisk. At the falling Maple Mountain Range in the Middle Realms. This place was endowed with a beautiful scenic environment, immortal chi, lingering in the air. The entire mountain range was hidden in the fog, unable to see the actual situation. Powerful spiritual energy was akin to the spring rain, nourishing everything. In the mountain range, on a narrow winding trail, a man and a woman were walking shoulder to shoulder, moving along. "Young master, is elder sister Lier really here?" "That's right. I'd once inquired from Jian Sutao before." Lin Chongqing came. "From Fallen Maple Bodhidharma. Is this Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple very strong?" Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple is Fifth Firmament Heavenly Emperor, an extremely famous powerhouse of the Middle Realms. "Then, if he harms you, he won't dare." This one man and one woman were none other than precisely the Yi Yuan and Lu, who came from afar. After leaving Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan went back to release Long Shao and the rest and signed a soul contract with them, taking them in as servants. Following that, he ordered Ning Tianping to bring along Long Shao, Lone Swan, Long Sun and the rest to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, while he brought along Luer and directly came to the Middle Realms Fallen Maple Mountain Range. Now that his strength was already sufficient, Yi Yuan could not wait a moment longer, directly rushing up to Fallen Maple Bodhidharma to find Lier. After the divine steel injecting spirit, Yi Yuan's realm skyrocketed once more. Presently, his realm was already comparable to a second firmament Empyrean. After Chaos Realm, Yi Yuan's realm was completely different from before. Chaos Realm was divided into initial stage, middle stage, and late stage. Before reaching the middle stage, he would not encounter bottlenecks. But according to the division of Empyrean Realm, his strength was currently roughly equivalent to a second firmament Empyrean. while his chaos world also expanded to a distance of 5,000 feet already.
Halt!
The two people were currently walking when two people suddenly jumped out of the fog, blocking the two people's path. One of them said in a solemn voice, "This place isn't a place that you guys should come to. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan said coolly. Demon Clan's Priest Temple's second sage and dragon, Clan's Heaven's chosen son, Yi Yuan, came to keep the agreement with Lin Chongqing. When the two people heard that, their faces could not help changing. These two titles, either one could scare people to death. The demon race's priest temple was one of the demon race's top factions. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was in existence second only to the medicine ancestor in the Heavenspan world. The priest temple's second sage, what kind of existence was that? As for the Dragon Clan, that was even more terrifying. Although the Dragon Clan was reclusive, the Heavenspan world never lacked legends of the dragon race. Major powers emerged from this clan. It was a genuine apex race. The Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son, using ones but to think they would also know that he was extraordinary. This guy looks very ordinary, saying that he has such a big background. He wouldn't be bluffing people, right? Are you stupid? We can't see through this guy's depths at all. He's likely, at least an Empyrean-class powerhouse too. The two of us can't make the call. For this matter, better invite Lord Yufeng to make a decision. Right. What you said is right. The two people discussed softly for a while and said to Yi Yuan, "This lord, you wait for a moment. We'll go in and report." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not mind. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing an exquisite long robe slowly walked out of the fog. He sized Yi Yuan up and said with a frown, "This little brother, you said that. You have an agreement with junior apprentice brother Chongqing." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a nod, "That's right. A life and death agreement." The moment these words came out, the faces of Zhang Yufeng and the guards changed wildly. They all did not think that Yi Yuan was actually here to cause trouble. Zhang Yufeng said in a solemn voice, "Your esteemed self have such gall to actually dare come to our fallen maple Bodhidharma to cause trouble." Yi Yuan flipped his palm over. A token appeared in his hand. A profound and archaic aura hit him in the face. Zhang Yufeng's expression changed drastically. He could sense that the aura on this token was much stronger than even his master's aura. It was absolutely not an ordinary item. On the face of the token, two large, simple, and archaic characters were written on it, Second Sage. This Second Sage token was brought by GMO back then. It was personally forged by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It was used to symbolize Yi Yuan's identity. It was one of a kind. This token was given by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. I think that in this world, there shouldn't be more than a few people who can imitate it, right? If you still have doubts, then take a look at this. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled aside his lapel, revealing the golden dragon imprint on his chest. Seeing this golden dragon, Zhang Yufeng's expression became even uglier. That golden dragon was incomparably ferocious, as if it was a living thing, as if in the next instant, it was going to pounce over and bite him to death. He was not aware of the Dragon Clan's matters. But a second sage newly emerging in the Demon Clan, cracking the eternal chess game, ask not, he had heard of it. He previously still thought that some major power emerged in the Demon Clan. He did not expect that the so-called second sage was actually so young. Even more so, he never expected that the Demon Clan's second sage was actually a human. Zhang Yufeng's heart shook wildly. When did junior apprentice brother Chongqing provoke such a powerful existence? At this time, Zhang Yufeng no longer doubted and said with cupped fists, "Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's disciple, Zhang Yufeng, pays respect to Second Sage. I wonder how junior apprentice brother Chongqing offended Lord Second Sage? Yufeng will apologize on his behalf." Behind the Second Sage stood Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Even if it was Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple, he also had to give this face. Let alone that behind this fellow also stood the Dragon Clan. The reason why Yi Yuan flashed his identity the moment he came up was in order to make Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple cautious in taking action and be wary of the forces behind him. Presumably, with Sacred Ancestor High Priests and the Dragon Clan's forces, it was sufficient to intimidate all sides. So what if he was a fifth firmament Heavenly Emperor? Yi Yuan said coolly, "There's no need to apologize. More than 1,000 years ago, Lin Chongqing suddenly appeared in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and made a 2,000-year life and death agreement with me. We signed a divine soul contract, and will not rest until we're dead." Zhang Yufeng's expression changed again, secretly cursing to no end in his heart. Could this Lin Chongqing's head be spoiled? To actually go and sign a divine soul agreement with Second Sage, never resting until they were dead? He suddenly thought that something was not right and said in puzzlement, "Since it's a 2,000-year agreement, then the time shouldn't be up yet as of today. Why did Lord Second Sage come here now?" Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "Another 1,000 years and I'll be able to kill him by huffing out a breath. Will there still be a need to compete? 1,000 years ago, when Lin Chongqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan was still only at the celestial deity realm and did not even reach the true God realm. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan was already an exalted Empyrean, looking down upon the world. 1,000 years' time was very short in other people's eyes. But to Yi Yuan, he took that short period to complete the transformation from celestial deity to being an Empyrean. Presumably, when Lin Chongqing saw him, he would definitely jump right out of his skin, right? Zhang Yufeng naturally did not know this. His brows knitted tightly and he said unhappily, "Lord Second Sage's status is noble, but you're also looking down on our fallen Maple Bodhidharma too much, right? With junior apprentice Brother Chongqing's talent, he might not be inferior to you, Second Sage." 1,000 years later, he felt that this Second Sage was too condescending, so his tone also became blunt. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Whether I'm looking down or not, you let Lin Chongqing come out to meet me and you'll know. I think that, even if I lend him some guts, he also won't dare to drag on any longer." "Amen?" "You're saying that Yi Yuan came?" When Lin Chongqing heard this name, he immediately jumped up. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Back then, he was also triggered by Yi Yuan, so he worked very hard and cultivated bitterly. In over a short 1,000 years, he already broke through to become a second firmament Empyrean. This speed was already quick to the extreme among those in the Empyrean realm. Zhang Yufeng nodded and said, "That's right. He's currently at Sunset Peak." Lin Chongqing laughed loudly and said, "This kid should be here to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, right?" However, he dared to covet junior apprentice sister Meng Li. "I must have him die." Zhang Yufeng's expression became peculiar, and he said in a solemn voice, "Looking at his appearance, he doesn't look like he's here to beg for mercy." Lin Chongqing waved his hand and said very surely, "He must be here to beg for mercy. The 2,000 years agreement isn't up yet. So why would he come to Fallen Maple Bodhidharma? Back then, when I saw him, he hadn't even reached the true God realm. It can't be that he cultivated to Empyrean in 1,000 years. Time, right?" With this, Zhang Yufeng also became somewhat uncertain. Yi Yuan was just like a mortal in front of him. He could not see through his depths at all. While talking, Yi Yuan gave him an unfathomable feeling. In the beginning, he still thought that Yi Yuan was an Empyrean powerhouse. But hearing Lin Chongqing, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to be an Empyrean. In this world, which monster could cultivate from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm in a short 1,000 years' time? Perhaps Yi Yuan was relying on his identity and oppressing people by force. Zhang Yufeng still wanted to say something when Lin Chongqing already left. With a loud laugh, "Senior apprentice brother, still in a daze here for what? Follow me to go teach this punk a good lesson." He already could not wait and wanted to devastate Yi Yuan. This kid embarrassed him badly back then. Now that he delivered himself to the doorstep, if he did not humiliate him, well, how could he dispel the hatred in his heart? Sunset Peak was the first peak of fallen Maple Bodhidharma, and it was also where the entrance to the mountain was. Yi Yuan stood on the plaza, carefully feeling the thick to the extreme spiritual energy all around, and he could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This fallen Maple Bodhidharma should be on an offset of the heavenspan mountain. Cultivating in this kind of place would simply yield twice the results with half the effort. Just as he was ruminating, Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly flickered, looking at the arrival with a smile that was not a smile. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you want to beg for mercy from this Empyrean? This Empyrean tells you it's impossible. Lin Chongqing took a step out of the void and used a sympathetic gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was also sizing up Lin Chongqing, recalling back then, when Lin Chongqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, how haughty and all-powerful was that? If not for Treasure Pig flying off the handle and sending him flying with a sneeze, perhaps Yi Yuan would have long been killed by Lin Chongqing. Even if the Yi Yuan back then had millions of methods, he could only look and do nothing. But 1,000 years passed. Lin Chongqing broke through his cultivation realm and became a second firmament Empyrean. Even so, now he could no longer muster up Yi Yuan's interest. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could smack a second firmament Empyrean to death with one slap. No matter how strong this second firmament Empyrean was. Looking at Lin Chongqing again, Yi Yuan's eyes already carried a trace of pity. Lin Chongqing, not seeing you for 1,000 years, you disappoint me too much. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Lin Chongqing laughed coldly and said, "What? Want to preserve the last of your dignity? It's no use. During these 1,000 years, this Empyrean strength has already grown to an extent that you can't imagine. Experience it well." Finished talking, the aura on Lin Chongqing's body erupted out without the slightest reservation. On Sunset Peak, the berserk aura swept out, making people give sidelong glances. Martial Uncle Chongqing has actually already broken through, becoming a second firmament Empyrean. His cultivation speed is also too fast, right? These are 3 types of laws. Martial Uncle Chongqing actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Who is that kid to actually dare provoke Martial Uncle Chongqing? Is he tired of living? Lin Chongqing's seniority in fallen Maple Bodhidharma was extremely high. His talent was also extremely great. He had not shown himself for a long time. Now that he displayed his strength, it directly renewed the understanding of his fellow apprentices, and it naturally aroused a wave of exclamations. At this time, Zhang Yufeng also just happened to rush over. Seeing Lin Chongqing reveal his strength, his pupils could not help constricting. Junior apprentice brother Chongqing, he is also too monstrous. In terms of talent, Lin Chongqing was first-rate among them fellow apprentice brothers. His cultivation time was the shortest, but it was already almost catching up to them, these senior apprentice brothers. In this 1,000 years, Lin Chongqing dwelt in the deep seclusion of his own home, and virtually rarely showed face. Before close seclusion, he still only fused 2 kinds of law powers. Zhang Yufeng did not expect that now he actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Fusing 2 kinds of law powers and fusing 3 kinds, those were totally different concepts. If these people were geniuses, then Lin Chongqing was the genius. Among geniuses, he already won these senior apprentice brothers. Feeling the strength that Lin Chongqing exhibited, Yi Yuan was also slightly surprised. Just looking at this scene before his eyes, Lin Chongqing's talent was even stronger than the northernmost steppes Feng Tianyang. Well deserving of being a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda, the disciples were indeed outstandingly talented. It was just that Yi Yuan's realm was significantly lower than Feng Tianyang's back then, and he already annihilated him. Now that his realm was on par with Lin Chongqing's, how could Yi Yuan take him seriously? Moreover, Yi Yuan's current trump cards were far more compared to that time. Ha ha ha! Saw that? Only a genius like this Empyrean can match up to Junior Apprentice Sister Meng Li. An ant like you also have delusions of grandeur, wanting to contend with a proud eagle too? Now, beg me. Maybe I'll be so benevolent that I'll let you off. Lin Chongqing said with a loud laugh. What he and Yi Yuan signed was a divine soul contract and not a heavenly Tao. Oath. If both parties were willing, they could get rid of the agreement. Of course, it must be both parties agreeing. If one party was not willing, this agreement would continue taking effect. Zhang Yufeng looked at Yi Yuan and could not help smiling coldly. So what if second sage? So what if the Dragon Clan's heaven's chosen son? Junior apprentice brother Chongqing was also a peerless genius that was hard to come across in a million years. Even if Yi Yuan could surpass junior apprentice brother Chongqing in the future, he did not have that time either. Over 2,000 years' time, it was simply insufficient to let Yi Yuan catch up to junior apprentice brother Chongqing. Yi Yuan was improving, but junior apprentice brother Chongqing was similarly improving. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help but laugh in spite of himself and said, Lin Chongqing, really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You once bragged and boasted to be a genius in front of me, but now, 1,000 years have passed, you're just letting me look at this? What's even more laughable is that you're actually still patting yourself on the back. Lin Chongqing's face fell slightly, and he said in a cold voice, Brat, you really don't want face when it's given. Posturing isn't done like this. You know that by getting a treasure that blocks your strength and using tricks to mislead people, you can be impudent in front of this Empyrean? If not for that, the 2,000 years agreement hasn't arrived yet. This Empyrean would slap you to death with one palm right now. Treasure that blocks strength? Using tricks to mislead people? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amusement, and he said with a light smile, Then open your eyes and take a look at whether or not I'm using tricks to mislead people then. With Yi Yuan as the center, a circular aura slowly pushed outward. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Lin Chongqing's world domain seemed like paper paste, directly being crumbled apart. That feeling was like an egg meeting a rock. Lin Chongqing's expression changed wildly, frenziedly urging his world power, attempting to block Yi Yuan's advancement. However, it was no use at all. The two people's engagement was like a strong man and a child pushing each other. The strong man pushed the child completely one-sidedly. The aura extended out very quickly, reaching a distance of 5,000 feet. This radius of 5,000 feet was watertight and impregnable. Yi Yuan was the sovereign. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were unable to imagine why Yi Yuan's domain would be so solid. The Lin Chongqing, who was likewise a second firmament Empyrean, actually did not even have the strength to fight back. Lin Chongqing's himself, his eyeballs even popped out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a stunned face, just feeling that his mind was somewhat numb and unable to wrap itself around this. You, second firmament Empyrean, how is this possible? Lin Chongqing somewhat doubted whether or not his eyes had problems. He thought before Yi Yuan was extraordinarily gifted and could break through to the true God realm in a short 1,000 years. He could even break through to the late-stage true God realm. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan only used a short 1,000 years' time to go from being a celestial deity to becoming a second firmament Empyrean. Now, Yi Yuan was already standing on the same starting line as him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's domain power was extremely condensed. It was clearly more than a level higher than him. This indicated that Yi Yuan did not pursue speed blindly and disregard his foundation. How was this possible? Zhang Yufeng also opened his mouth wide, with disbelief written all over his face. Junior apprentice brother Chongqing had always been called a monster in fallen Maple Bodhidharma. His talent was extremely great and his cultivation speed extremely fast. But his talent was simply trash in front of Yi Yuan. Remember that a certain somebody said before, I and Lier and you will never be people of the same world. You said it correctly. You and I will never be people of the same world. Yi Yuan's words struck the heart directly, making Lin Chongqing's mind trembled. The same sentence, but the meaning that it had was entirely different. That was a kind of contempt that looked down from a height. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan and his positions had quietly switched over. He had never thought much of Yi Yuan before from the bottom of his heart. An ant that came from an imperial city, how could he compete with him, this peerless heaven's chosen that came from a Bodhidharma? But Yi Yuan used second firmament Empyrean cultivation and shattered all of his pride to smithereens. This was just 1,000 years. Another 1,000 years, what realm would Yi Yuan reach? The 2,000 years agreement was truly laughable. 1,000 years later, just based on his cultivation realm, Yi Yuan would be able to trample him to death like stepping on an ant. Zhang Yufeng had a vacant look. He finally understood what Yi Yuan's words when he entered the mountain meant. 1,000 years later, I can even kill him by puffing out a breath. Is there still a need to compete? Yes, there was naturally no need to compete anymore. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan would at least be at the middle stage Empyrean realm or even a late stage Empyrean realm major power, while Lin Chongqing would at most be a third firmament Empyrean. But even if Yi Yuan was only at the late stage Empyrean realm, smacking Lin Chongqing to death with one slap would be sufficient. So what even if fused together three kinds of law powers? Suddenly, Lin Chongqing seemed to have thought of something, his gaze turning. Intent. Right, I still fused three kinds of law powers. Even if he is second firmament Empyrean, so what? In the same rank, I'm invincible. He sucked in a deep breath, the proud demeanor on his body recovered once more, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Good, since your present realm already caught up to mine, then our life and death agreement can be brought forward in advance. These words were somewhat shameless. Even Zhang Yufeng felt his face turn red. He clearly knew that he would not be able to win 1,000 years later. He wanted to bring the fight forward now. What was this if not shameless? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing, his eyes full of pity as he said with a light smile, Are you sure? Lin Chongqing smiled coldly and said, What? Are you scared? Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, Lin Chongqing, back then when you came to Heavenly Eagle, you viewed me as an ant and said that I couldn't match up to Lier. Today, I'll let you see that you're just an ant in my eyes and also just how powerful Lier's man is. Hearing Yi Yuan said it like this, Lin Chongqing felt his jealousy peak. He thought that by relying on his talent, he would be able to move Junior apprentice sister Meng Li one day. He also knew that for so many years, Lier's heart had never wavered before. And now, Yi Yuan even grew to the extent of making him fearful. Looking at it now, these two people were so fitting. He became a clown instead. But at this point now, it was clearly not the time to want face anymore. Fine, since that's the case. Then let's amend the divine soul contract and start the life and death wager now. Lin Chongqing said with a cold sneer. But Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, The ignorant are truly fearless. You're still obsessing over the wager? That is no longer important. Isn't your reliance having fused together three kinds of law powers? Now I'll stand right here, unleash your strongest strike. I'll let you see what kind of an ant you are. Lin Chongqing could not help being taken aback when he heard that. Could this guy be a fool? On Sunset Peak, a wave of snickering also came over. Where did this guy pop out from? Ran all the way here from afar to seek death. Heh, strength is decent, but his head isn't useful. In this world, I've yet to hear that in the same rank someone dares to withstand an attack that fused three kinds of laws. After 1,000 years of growth, Lin Chongqing was no longer his goal. Lin Chongqing's talent compared to Long Yuan was worlds apart. Long Yuan was trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan, let alone Lin Chongqing. Killing Lin Chongqing was merely a matter of snapping a finger. Even if he really killed, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple also would not dare to say much. But this place was the Bodhidharma that Lier was at any rate. Furthermore, it looked like Lier should have received considerable benefits in this place. Even though Lin Chongqing was Lier's pursuer, he could tell that he had more of admiration toward Lier and was not shameless like Long Hao. If he really killed Lin Chongqing, it would not be good for everyone, and it would also make things difficult for Lier. Therefore, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to kill him either. However, Yi Yuan still wanted to let Lin Chongqing know that not only was he, Yi Yuan, worthy of Lier. Furthermore, in this world, only he was worthy of Lier. Canceling the Divine Soul Agreement, Lin Chongqing was still somewhat in the clouds, feeling puzzled. Could this guy really be a fool? Yi Yuan, have you thought carefully? If this sword of mine goes down, you'll die. Lin Chongqing said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, I'm just letting you take a look at how great the disparity between you and me is. Lin Chongqing's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, Since you're bent on seeking death, I presume that Lier won't blame me either. Blue Cloud, True Feather Sword. One sword unleashing 3 kinds of power of laws interweaved together, virtually slicing space apart. The incomparably swift and fierce sword light slashed through the void and headed straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Facing this astonishing sword, his expression did not change and his heart did not race. Without the slightest intention of avoiding. Bang! The void trembled, the earth shook. But Yi Yuan was as stable as Mount Tai, not budging an inch. On Sunset Peak, everyone's expression became extremely fascinating. This move that was an attack sufficient to cleave apart mountains actually did not leave any traces on Yi Yuan's body. Similarly, a second Firmament Empyrean, why would such a thing happen? Only after a while did everyone came to realize the truth. Cries of exclamations linking up really blinded my dog eyes. Martial Uncle Chongqing wouldn't be intentionally going easy, right? Facing a same rank opponent, no matter how weak the opponent, it's also impossible to be completely unscathed by standing there and letting the other party hit, right? Martial Uncle Chongqing fused 3 kinds of law powers. Even a third Firmament Empyrean also wouldn't dare to forcefully resist his attacks, right? Lin Chongqing was a celestial figure in the eyes of these fellow sect members, an existence that they were unable to reach at all. But today, Lin Chongqing went all out and actually failed to leave behind any traces on his opponent's body. This kind of impact was seriously too intense. Lin Chongqing had a blank face. Looking at the Yi Yuan, who was proud and unmoving, he muttered, That's impossible. How is this possible? Blue Cloud True Feather Sword actually can't even leave a mark on his body. His words were full of a bitter flavor. At this instant, he truly experienced the disparity between him and Yi Yuan. Even just now, when Yi Yuan reached second Firmament Empyrean, he still had not despaired like so before. He still felt that he could compete with him and that he still had the right to speak as equals. But at this very moment, the last of his pride was also crushed into pieces. Yi Yuan was already powerful until it made him despair. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and said coolly, Brother, you watched the show for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself now? Everyone's expression changed and could not help looking around. Sure enough, a middle-aged person slowly walked out of the void and lightly clasped his hands at Yi Yuan as he said, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maples, eldest disciple, Jun Mingxin, pays respect to the priest temple's second sage. Junior apprentice brother Chongqing offended second sage. This emperor apologizes on his behalf. Many thanks to second sage for showing mercy. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, He's at any rate Lier's senior apprentice brother too. On the account of Lier's face, I spared his life. That's all. Jun Mingxin smiled slightly and said, Second sage coming to Fallen Maple, our Humble place is honored by your presence. Master is already waiting on the main peak. Second sage, let us move now. Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right, lead the way. Please. Jun Mingxing and Yi Yuan, one in front, one at the back, disappeared from Sunset Peak. Murmur. With this, Sunset Peak completely burst into an uproar. What did I see? Great martial uncle, an exalted heavenly emperor powerhouse, actually apologized to that young man? What did great martial uncle say? Second sage? What's that? Who the hell knows? But he's definitely an incredible existence. Otherwise, him being someone only at the Empyrean realm, why would great martial uncle treat him with such respect? Everyone clamored to get a word in, all speculating Yi Yuan's identity. But their levels were too low and could not come into contact with second sage. This concept at all. Lin Chongqing stood transfixed on the spot. Until now, he still had not reacted to what was going on. Zhang Yufeng went up and patted his shoulder, saying with a sigh, actually, until just now, I still wasn't willing to believe that he was the priest. Temple's second sage, an existence whose status is second only to the sacred ancestor high priest. Even the 11 great disciples are all beneath him. Lin Chongqing's entire body trembled, using a look of disbelief to look toward Zhang Yufeng. He cultivated bitterly in close seclusion these few years and completely did not know about the outside world's affairs. But the priest temple, sacred ancestor high priest, as well as what kind of figures the sacred ancestor high priest's 11 great disciples were, he was aware. Yi Yuan actually lorded above the 11 great disciples. How was this possible? Was this Yi Yuan really the same person as the ant that he had once seen before at the imperial city? Zhang Yufeng looked at Lin Chongqing somewhat sympathetically. He knew how great the blow this time was to Lin Chongqing, when an existence whom you once viewed as an ant suddenly stood in front of you, and used a gaze that looked down from a height to look at you, and you did not have the slightest strength left over to resist. That kind of despair was truly unable to use words to describe. Only using 1,000 years' time, not only did Yi Yuan complete an all-round transcending in terms of strength, but in terms of status he also completed a super magnificent transformation. Even his master would likely have to show Yi Yuan some respect too, right? After all, second sage was not merely a simple person. The status signified that Yi Yuan was the priest temple's number 2 figure, being an existence that no one could blaspheme. Also, that soared earlier, he was able to remain perfectly unharmed. He likely cultivated the legendary perfect 7th transformation golden body. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be just so simple. He said himself that he's also the Dragon Clan's heaven-chosen son. Zhang Yufeng could not quite bear to shoot down this junior apprentice brother, but some things he had to let Lin Chongqing know, because Lin Chongqing's matters probably would not be left at this. Yi Yuan not killing Lin Chongqing, that was him being magnanimous. But fallen Maple Bodhidharma provoked such a major god. Could it be that it was left at that just like this? Lin Chongqing's gaze turned slack. He was virtually breaking down. 1,000 years later, the blow that Yi Yuan's transformation gave people was virtually catastrophic. Heaven's chosen? Truly laughable. In front of such a monster, who dared to claim to be heaven's chosen. Indeed, he and Yi Yuan were not people of the same world at all. These 1,000 years, what in the world happened? Oh right, where's junior apprentice sister Mengli? Why didn't she appear? Lin Chongqing suddenly thought of something and asked. Zhang Yufeng opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but then he swallowed the words back. Inside a great hall at the main peak, an old man sat up straight. Yi Yuan followed Jun Mingxin and slowly walked in. Master, second sage has arrived. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, I pay respects to Senior Fallen Maple. Fallen Maple's gaze flickered slightly, and he said with a faint smile, This Emperor has long heard that second sage resolved the eternal chess game. Ask not and is the current generation's #1 alchemy outstanding figure. Didn't expect that you were actually so young. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too kind. Fallen Maple was slightly surprised in his heart. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face. It was as if he was a deep chasm. As a heavenly emperor, he actually could not quite see through this young man. On Yi Yuan's body, there was not the slightest trace of a peerless heavens, chosen's wild arrogance, and also not the flippantness that a youngster should have. Every movement and action was neither servile nor haughty. Fallen Maple could not help sighing emotionally. Lin Chongqing compared to Yi Yuan was like mud to cloud. Chongqing, this child was dotted rotten by this emperor, resulting in affronting second sage without regard to propriety. This emperor apologizes for him, Fallen Maple said with all smiles. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He kept feeling that something was not quite right. Ever since entering Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, the commotion that he caused was not considered small. Even Fallen Maple was alarmed, so there was no reason for Lier to not know. Fallen Maple would not be unaware of his intentions for coming, but he used Lin Chongqing's behavior to talk about things. Something fishy. Senior Fallen Maple, I came for Lier. I presume that you're also awake. Wonder where Lier is at right now? This Yi wishes to meet her, Yi Yuan said. This? Fallen Maple's face revealed a look of difficulty. Yi Yuan's heart tightened, and he said in a solemn voice, What's wrong with Lier? Fallen Maple knew that he could not hide it and said with a slight sigh, she went missing. What? Went missing? Yi Yuan suddenly stood up, his eyes full of fury. A horrifying aura surged to the sky, practically going to turn the entire hall upside down. He went through countless hardships and stood here standing in front of Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple, but the other party told him and Lier went missing. This result, he was somewhat unable to accept it. When Fallen Maple and Jun Mingxin saw this scene, they also could not help being secretly startled. Especially Jun Mingxin. Only at this time did he know that when Yi Yuan was facing Lin Chongqing previously, he did not use his full strength at all. A second firmament Empyrean actually had such power. Second sage, don't get angry first. Please listen to this emperor explaining. Until the end, Fallen Maple slowly said. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his fury and said in a solemn voice, You say? Fallen Maple slowly stood up and said, Follow me. As he said, he flicked his sleeves grandly and brought Yi Yuan into a room. Upon entering the room, a pungent and nose-piercing smell hit him head-on. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he saw a person lying on the bed. That person was unbearably rotten from head to toe, riddled full of holes, just like a cankered corpse. When Yi Yuan looked over, he saw that that person's breathing was akin to gossamer, merely still hanging in there with one last breath. By the side, a thin and emaciated old man was currently spraying dew on the person's body and turned a blind eye to the few people who just arrived. Yi Yuan looked toward Fallen Maple, waiting for his explanation. He's called Zhuo Yuanji. He's this emperor's disciple. 10 years ago, angry, Nether River was cut off and Black Flame Cave emerged. The surrounding 100 great imperial capitals turned into dead cities. Everybody said that that's a heavenly emperor's cave abode, attracting countless powerhouses over the surrounding 7 great heavenly emperor Bodemandas around Black Flame Cave. All sent people to investigate, but in the end, not a single one came out. The number of Empyreans that went missing was likely as many as hundreds. Fallen Maple said with a sigh. Just a year ago, there were suddenly several people who escaped from Black Flame Cave. Junior apprentice brother Yuanji was one of them. It's just that after he returned to Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, his entire person fell unconscious. In this 1 year, Marshal Uncle Tan exhausted all kinds of means and was also unable to curb the decay of junior apprentice brother Yuanji. At the rate of this situation, he probably can't last a month anymore. Jun Mingxin followed up. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said unhappily, "You're heavenly. Emperor Bodemandas have so many heavenly emperors, so why make a bunch of Empyreans go and seek death?" Jun Mingxin smiled bitterly and said, "Not that we weren't willing to go, but that the Black Flame Cave's entrance is extremely unstable. Forget about heavenly emperors. Even if late-stage Empyreans were to pass through the cave, entrance would likely collapse at once. That way there would really be no hope at all." Pausing for a bit, Jun Mingxin continued, "You don't need to suspect anything. These few years, Master has always viewed junior apprentice sister Meng Li in a different light. Her cultivation resources even make many junior apprentice brothers envious. But she's the little junior sister, and she's also pretty. So nobody haggled over these with her. The mission this time, junior apprentice sister Meng Li also took the initiative to volunteer for it. But we did not expect that this kind of thing happened." Hearing these, Yi Yuan finally calmed down slightly. His gaze looked towards Zhuo Yuanji and he said in a solemn voice, "In that case, the crux lies with him." Fallen Maple nodded slightly and said, "If Yuanji can wake up, we should be able to know the events that happened inside Black Flame Cave." Yi Yuan did not say another word, came beside Tan Yi, and said in a solemn voice, "Move aside." Tan Yi's brows furrowed and he said unhappily, "Where did this little rascal come from to dare speak to this emperor like this?" This Tan Yi was Fallen Maple's junior apprentice brother, an 8-star
Alchimie God Super Existence.
But such a powerhouse was being ordered around by Yi Yuan. How could he not be enraged? Except the current Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk crap with him at all, and he said in a solemn voice, "Orthodox Jade Illusory Do can indeed revive the dead, but your medicine isn't matching the syndrome. Keep doing this and he'll be dead." Being shot down by a junior so mercilessly, Tan Yi's beard billowed. But Yi Yuan being able to recognize the Orthodox Jade Illusory Do at a glance still made him slightly surprised in his heart. He knew that Yi Yuan was a practitioner and definitely had extraordinary attainments in alchemy. It was just that this brat being so wildly arrogant made him very displeased. He snorted coldly and said, "Junior, this emperor has lived to this ripe old age and has never seen this kind of strange poison before. This Orthodox Jade Illusory Do is already the most ideal prescription. Could it be that you still have a better option?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Therefore, please move aside." Tan Yi nearly choked to death from anger and was just about to fly off the handle, but then he heard Fallen Maple say, "Junior apprentice brother, this is the Demon Clan's Priest Temple's second sage, with his alchemy strength being unparalleled under the heavens. Perhaps he can save Yuanji. Who knows?" Tan Yi's pupils constricted. Only then, sizing Yi Yuan up seriously. He had never heard before second sage, but the priest temple was very famous. This brat was the number one person beneath sacred ancestor high priest? How was this possible? Second sage? This emperor wants to take a look at how much ability the priest temples second sage has, Tan Yi said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan's current thoughts were not on him at all. He just said coolly, "You just watch and that will do." Yi Yuan came in front of the bed and fired out a strand of chaos divine essence, entering into Zhuo Yuanji's body. This wisp of divine essence circled 5 rounds within Zhuo Yuanji's body and also did not find where the slightest problem lay. He only felt that Zhuo Yuanji's bodily functions were rapidly falling. Irresistible decaying energy seeped out of every pore on his body. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Tan Yi smiled coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Brat, even if you're some dogs hit second sage, you're also looking down on 8-star alchemy gods. Too much. Yuanji's body, this emperor has already checked it no less than 20 times, but failed to get anything. It's not some corpse poison, and he also wasn't inflicted with some poison. It's just like he's rotting out of the blue. Did you also discover that it's like this A hint of disappointment also flashed across Fallen Maple's eyes. He heard that Yi Yuan was second sage, so that was why he felt that there was some hope. So he did not expect that it would not cut it either. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Tan Yi's mocking. The seals in his hands suddenly changed irregularly. Inside the house suddenly became a sea of stars. Chaos heavenly star art. Tan Yi's pupils constricted, immediately discovering that Yi Yuan's alchemy technique was extraordinary. Broad and profound like the sea. This was Tan Yi's feeling. Yi Yuan's hands moved like lightning. One stream of chaos divine essence after another was sent into Zhuo Yuanji's body. Zhuo Yuanji's body actually slowly suspended into the air and gave off a faint silver light. Seeing this scene, the three heavenly emperor powerhouses in the house exchanged sidelong glances, struck dumb with amazement in their hearts. Was this second sage's strength? Actually, when Fallen Maple saw Yi Yuan for the first time, he also had a feeling of young people could not be trusted with important tasks. After all, being called second sage at this age was a little too inconceivable. But now his doubts were all gone. The understanding of Tao that Yi Yuan exhibited was extremely deep. At a young age, he actually already comprehended his own Tao. This kid is truly a freak. Tan Yi cried out involuntarily. Right at this time, a brilliant light flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said, with a cold smile, "What a cunning thing. Turns out that it's actually hiding. Here, come out for me." Yi Yuan struck a palm out, directly smashing down toward Zhuo Yuanji's head. Tan Yi and the rest turned pale with fright and were just about to stop him, but then they saw a dark thing suddenly fly out. The dark thing vanished after a flash, being unimaginably swift, directly shuttling into the void. The three great heavenly emperors were caught by surprise and could not even react in time. However, Yi Yuan was long prepared, his mouth opening slightly. Immobilize! Yi Yuan uttered the true word. It was as if time stopped. That black bug had not escaped yet and was immobilized in midair. The three great heavenly emperors' eyes went wide, looking at this scene in disbelief, and actually forgot to make a move for a moment. Still in a daze for?
Ye Yuan shouted coldly.
Fallen Maple suddenly woke up, pointing at the void, a powerful restriction directly spread out, thoroughly imprisoning the black bug. This was an Empyrean-level black bug. With Yi Yuan's strength, it was very hard to bind it. That was why he had Fallen Maple take action. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over toward the black bug, but the three great heavenly emperors' gazes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a monster. The impact that the scene just now gave the three of them was seriously too strong. Time and space froze at the same time. Even Jun Mingxin was also affected by Yi Yuan's time freeze, his movement being sluggish for an instant. As for Fallen Maple and Tan Yi, the influence was negligible. The two of their strength were too powerful. But this did not hinder their shock. Heavenly Tao True Word. It's actually Heavenly Tao True Word. An Empyrean realm actually grasped Heavenly Tao True Word. Fallen Maple sucked in a cold breath and cried out in surprise. How can this kid possibly grasp Heavenly Tao True Word? Tan Yi said in
surprise.
What a formidable Heavenly Tao True Word. Just now I was actually frozen for a moment. Jun Mingxin said in shock. Yi Yuan was still unaware, looking at the black bug, his expression increasingly solemn. The aura that this black bug emitted, he was very familiar. This is Amen? All looking at me for what? Yi Yuan turned around and was just about to discuss with the three people, but then he saw that the three people were currently using extremely strange gazes to look at him. What do you think? You freaking did such a heaven-defying move and still did not allow us to be surprised? The three great heavenly emperors were rendered speechless. Invisible posturing was the most lethal. Just now, what was that move of yours? Fallen Maple asked. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, You're talking about time freeze? That's the dragon race's innate divine ability. Could it be that Zheng Yufeng didn't tell you that I'm the dragon clan's heaven's chosen son? Yi Yuan had an appearance of them getting excited over nothing. Since he threw this title out, he was naturally not some nameless person in the Dragon Clan. Wouldn't possessing one or two powerful divine abilities be something very normal? It was just that these people completely did not take his latter identity seriously. Time freeze. The Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen son,
Fallen Maple,
muttered under his breath, clearly not knowing what this Heaven's chosen son meant. The Dragon Clan, this kind of demon race with a supreme bloodline, each one, was incomparably mysterious. In the Heavenspan world, even for heavenly emperor major powerhouses, very few could know about the secrets involved. The title of Second Sage was resounding like the roar of thunder to them, resulting in overlooking the identity of the Dragon Clan's Heaven's chosen
Son.
But now, Fallen Maple knew that Heaven's chosen son was absolutely an identity that could rival Second Sage. Just based on this move, this person in front of him was truly a monster that was beyond words. What kind of eyesight did you Mengli have to find such a peerless monster? With Yi Yuan, who could still enter her eyes. Thinking up to here, Fallen Maple could not help pitying his disciple. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "This isn't important. What's important is that this black bug is strange." The faces of Fallen Maple and the rest turned stern and asked, "Oh, what's strange?" Yi Yuan said, "This thing is called an abyss monster." That was right. The aura coming off of this black bug was precisely the aura of an abyss monster. Yi Yuan did not expect to actually see an abyss monster here. Weren't these monsters suppressed in the Dragon Eye Cave by the Dragon Clans major powers? Could it be that Lear got caught in that kind of terrifying place? Thinking up until here, Yi Yuan wished to fly to the Black Flame Cave immediately. Abyss monster? Never heard of this thing before. Fallen Maple said with a blank face. Yi Yuan flicked his finger and shot out a streak of sword energy, directly annihilating the black bug, and said in a solemn voice, "You don't need to know too much. You just have to know that these things are very dangerous, and that will do. Once these things run to the outside world, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering." Suppressing abyss monsters was the Dragon Clan's secret. The outside world did not know at all. Yi Yuan naturally would not spread it either. But this thing suddenly appeared in the Heavenspan world, so it was clearly not a good omen. Hearing this, the three people's expressions were strange. But Yi Yuan already returned to the head of the bed and continued exhibiting the Chaos Heavenly Star Art. His Chaos Heavenly Star Art was all-inclusive. It could be said to have assembled the major accomplishments of his alchemy Tao. Using it to shave the bone and heal the injury was naturally a cinch too. Under the Chaos Heavenly Star Art, everything had nowhere to hide. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that this little abyss bug actually hid inside Zhua Yuanji's sea of consciousness, being extremely covert. It was also no wonder that Tani, this 8-star alchemy god, did not discover it. After a day and night, Zhua Yuanji's decaying body actually started to slowly take a turn for the better. That feeble aura of his actually slowly rose again too. When Tani saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. What an overbearing alchemy technique to actually have such a miraculous effect.
No wonder.
No wonder Sacred Ancestor High Priest, that kind of powerhouse, actually viewed him in a different light, and he bestowed him the title of Second Sage. Another 2 days passed. Zhua Yuanji finally slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this strange man in front of him, Zhua Yuanji felt as if he was dreaming. "Zhua Yuanji, let me ask you, how is Lear doing now?" The moment Zhua Yuanji woke up, Yi Yuan was too impatient to wait and asked. Zhua Yuanji clearly had not woken up from the nightmarish state yet as he
Murmure, LER.
Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "It's you Mengli. Didn't you guys enter the Black Flame Cave together? Where is she now? Is she still alive?" Zhua Yuanji's eyes gradually focused, akin to waking up from a dream. He struggled to recall the situation at that time, his gaze gradually becoming frightened. Ah! Don't come over! Don't come over! I'll kill you all! Zhuo Yuanji seemed to have recalled some terrifying scene. His entire person became crazed, and he suddenly struck a palm out. A terrifying force erupting at such a small distance it could be seen how horrifying the power was. But while he was quick, Yi Yuan was faster. Zhuo Yuanji's force had not spat out yet, but Yi Yuan reached first despite launching later, pointing a finger out, directly restraining him. Then, an extremely powerful soul force burrowed into Zhuo Yuanji's sea of consciousness domineeringly. Yi Yuan, what are you trying to do? Fallen Maple said in alarm and anger. Casting Soul Search, the damage to a person was irreversible. But this scenario happened too suddenly. It was already too late for them to want to stop it. Interrupting Yi Yuan at this time, it would be even more hopeless to salvage the situation for Zhuo Yuanji. Shut up. He'll be fine, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Following that, one scene after another surfaced in Yi Yuan's mind. After essence, energy, and spirit became one, Yi Yuan's divine soul strength became even more condensed and powerful. Under the circumstances of Zhuo Yuanji being unconscious, Yi Yuan searching, his divine soul would not cause harm. Except this scene in the view of Fallen Maple and the rest was something inconceivable. Tanny looked at Yi Yuan, his expression changing again and again. He had always been paying attention to Zhuo Yuanji's activities and discovered that Zhuo Yuanji's divine soul did not get any damage. Such terrifying divine soul control was simply inconceivable. Even he, this 8-star alchemy god, could not achieve such precise control. 2. Is this the standard of second sage? Starting from when Yi Yuan stepped into this room, the few things that he did made him, this 8-star alchemy god, feel ashamed of his unworthiness. Only then did he truly realize what kind of existence second sage was. Fallen Maple's expression was somewhat ugly as he said with a bitter smile, "Just what kind of a monster did Mengli this last take fancy on? Back then I was still intent on matching her with Chongqing. Thinking about it, it's really laughable. Lin Chongqing and you Mengli, two people, were Fallen Maple Bodhidharma's golden child and jade girl. Unconsciously, everyone had long already treated them as lovers. Fallen Maple was no exception either. Toward these two disciples that he was most proud of, Fallen Maple naturally, consciously or even unconsciously wanted to matchmake the two of them. It was just that for so many years Yu Mengli had always kept Lin Chongqing at a distance. Fallen Maple knew that Yu Mengli had Mr. Right in her heart, so he did not mind either. In his view, when Yu Mengli reached great heights in the future and became a supreme heavenly emperor together with Lin Chongqing, why would she place a mortal in her sights? But Fallen Maple never dreamed that the mortal he knew only used a short 1,000 years' time and stood in front of him. Although his strength was far inferior to his in terms of status, it was already sufficient to stand on equal footing with him. Furthermore, the strength that he displayed even these heavenly emperors had to look up to as well. Achieving the position of a sovereign in the future was just a matter of time. His previous idea naturally became a joke. After a while, Yi Yuan let go of Zhuo Yuanji. The expression on his face became solemn. From Zhuo Yuanji's memories, he saw that Lier just happened to be pursued by several abyss monsters at that time. Those Empyrean powerhouses had never seen before such a ferocious species, all fleeing helter-skelter. The events that happened later, Zhuo Yuanji did not know anymore. Senior Fallen Maple, thank you for your hospitality. This Yi wants to set off for Black Flame Cave at once. Farewell. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and was about to leave. Hang on. Fallen Maple hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan and said, actually, our 7 great heavenly Emperor Bodhimandas have already reached a consensus. We plan on sending elite disciples over to Black Flame Cave this time to investigate thoroughly. Our Fallen Maple Bodhidharma plan on sending Yufeng and another Empyrean realm disciple over. Why don't second sage go. Together with them. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, they do theirs. I'll go on my own. Yi Yuan was currently burning with anxiety. Delaying for a moment more and would be in more danger. He could not wait for a second longer. Fallen Maple knew what Yi Yuan was thinking and said, actually Yufeng, they are all set already. If not for second sage suddenly coming up the mountain, they might have already set off at this time. Since second sage wants to go, this emperor will have them set off at once. How's that? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, fine as well. On Sunset Peak, Zhang Yufeng brought 4 Empyrean powerhouses and prepared to set off with Yi Yuan. These 5 Empyreans were shockingly all middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. The few people were just about to set off when suddenly a figure blocked their path. It was none other than precisely Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing directly knelt down toward Fallen Maple and gritted his teeth, and said, Master, please let Chongqing go along. Fallen Maple said unhappily, nonsense, the Black Flame Cave is very dangerous. Even if your senior apprentice brother Yufeng went, Master is also filled with anxiety, let alone you. Go back. Lin Chongqing had reddened eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, if Master doesn't let me go, I'll kneel down and not get up. Fallen Maple was just about to fly off the handle, but he heard Yi Yuan said, coolly, Senior Fallen Maple, let him go. Fallen Maple let out a sigh and waved his hand powerlessly and said, sigh, foolish. Go then, go on. With his eyesight, how could he not tell that Lin Chongqing was going for the sake of Yu Mengli? It was just that. Fallen Maple gave Yi Yuan a glance and took a look at Lin Chongqing again. Finally, it turned into a long sigh. The group of people marched day and night without rest, with stars as a cloak, and the moon as a hat, spending half a month's time, and finally rushed to Angry Nether Riverbank. Angry Nether Riverbank was presently already the various major factions' forbidden ground, but at this time, there were still many powerhouses surrounding and watching. At the river, these people were mostly Empyrean realm powerhouses that came from the various major forces. On the river, there was an enormous and dark cave entrance. There was dense, black aura smoking around it. It was as if it was a prehistoric behemoth about to devour everything. Zhang Yufeng, why is your Fallen Maple Bodhidharma dragging your feet? Only arriving now. At this time, a middle-aged man came up and said to Zhang Yufeng. Zhang Yufeng said, Brother Liu, we were delayed for a while by some matters, hence we came late. Liu took a look at Yi Yuan and Lin Chongqing behind Zhang Yufeng and said, with a frown, isn't it agreed to only send middle-stage Empyrean realms over? You guys brought 2 burdens. At that time, we'll still have to divide our attention to take care of them. Lin Chongqing, this brat too, the 2 of you, stay behind. When Lin Chongqing heard that, his expression could not help changing. He was indeed a genius, but his strength had not truly become powerful yet. In front of Liu, he was still a junior, while Yi Yuan behaved like he did not hear it at all, slowly walking to the riverbank, and sized up the Black Flame Cave's entrance seriously. A very familiar feeling. He had stayed for as long as 10 years in Dragon Eye Cave and absorbed countless devilish energy. But the strength of this devilish energy was much weaker compared to the Dragon Eye Cave. Just as Fallen Maple said, this cave entrance was extremely unstable. Late-stage Empyrean powerhouses entering inside would probably make space collapse. 2. When Liu saw Yi Yuan ignore him, he said with an unhappy look, Hey, brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and turned to Lin Chongqing and said, Follow me. Finished saying, Yi Yuan stepped onto the void and arrived above the river. Lin Chongqing was taken aback when he heard that, his face revealing a look of struggle. But very soon, he clenched his jaws and followed after. Liu was unhappy to begin with. Seeing this scene, he sneered coldly and said, Zhang Yufeng, why did your Fallen Maple Bodhidharma bring a fool over? He wouldn't want to enter the Black Flame Cave just like this, right? devilish energy there. If there isn't our restriction, it's sufficient to devour Empyrean realm martial artists. This guy is seeking death. Zhang Yufeng also had a look of puzzlement and yelled in a clear voice, Brother Yi, this devilish energy is extremely formidable and has already devoured many Empyrean powerhouses. Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back and said coolly, I'll go in and take a look first. You guys just hurry up. Liu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Foolish thing, if you can enter. This Empyrean will chop my head off for you to kick as a ball. Just as he was talking, Yi Yuan already arrived at the Black Flame Cave's entrance. Endless devilish energy rushed toward him and Lin Chongqing frenziedly. Lin Chongqing jumped in fright and hurriedly revolved his cultivation method, wanting to resist the devilish energy. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan cannon activated. The devilish energy poured into his body crazily. When the Lin Chongqing following behind saw this scene, his eyes became wide. Saucers. Liu opened his mouth wide, virtually able to stuff a fist in. This guy is actually absorbing devilish energy. He absorbed so much in one go and actually didn't blow up and die. Could it be that his body is forged from meteoric iron? Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan brought Lin Chongqing and slowly walked into the Black Flame Cave. That appearance was like strolling in his own backyard. The eyeballs of those Empyrean powerhouses all stared widely. Devilish energy was extremely berserk in nature. Forget about absorbing like Yi Yuan. Just absorbing a trace in the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine too. When Zhang Yufeng saw this appearance, he could not help having a bitter smile on his face. Looking at Liu again, he said with a snicker, Liu, what were you saying just now? Liu abruptly woke up and said with a look of embarrassment, Oh, and nothing. I didn't say anything. Seemingly afraid of everyone continuing to ask, he said ferociously. At this time, someone suggested, This matter brooks no delay. We'd better hurry up and seal these devilish energies and enter the Black Flame Cave. Everyone naturally did not have objections. With 7 major forces, more than 40 middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses took action. How shocking was this commotion? Everyone joined hands and laid down an enchantment, temporarily partitioning off the devilish energy. Bustling around for roughly 2 hours, the enchantment was finally completed. Only then did the group of Empyreans enter Black Flame Cave. Upon entering Black Flame Cave, this was totally different from the outside. Worlds heaven and earth. This place had black smoke coiling around, dim without light, looking grim and terrifying. Liu and everyone had naturally never seen before such a place. What kind of damn place is this? Liu said with a frown. Zhang Yufeng also had a solemn look as he said, Don't know, but it's definitely not a good place. Everybody, be more careful. This place is the Abyss Monster's world. At this time, a voice sounded out. 2 figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Yi Yuan 2 people. Behind Yi Yuan, Lin Chongqing's eyes never left Yi Yuan's body, his gaze full of terror. Abyss Monster? What the hell is that? Liu said in confusion. The other Empyreans were also at a loss. Clearly, they had not heard of Abyss Monsters before. Yi Yuan said coolly, It's an extremely powerful race. All in all, everyone, just be more careful. Liu said with a disdainful look, Extremely powerful race? How powerful can it be? This heavenspan world is ruled by our human race. Even the demon race and fiend race also have to stand by the side. Another Empyrean said, This little brother is also exaggerating things. To raise an alarm. There are so many of us middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses here. Even if a late-stage Empyrean came, we might also not be without the strength to fight. What's there to be scared of? As an Empyrean, each person had their own pride. Let alone that here were the proud heavens chosen of 7 great heavenly Emperor Bodemandas, each and every one of them having numerous trump cards. Why would they mind some abyss monsters? Yi Yuan's few words, they did not take it to heart at all. Li Yu's thinking actually also represented the thoughts of the vast majority of the Empyreans. Not that they did not know that this place was dangerous, but that they were very confident in their own strength. After all, those who came before were all some initial stage Empyrean realm disciples. Furthermore, the numbers were also far from as many as this time. Is that so? Then let's go. Yi Yuan showed neither approval nor disapproval. He turned around and advanced. Li Yu's mouth curled, and he said unhappily, "What a cocky kid." The party headed towards the depths when everyone's faces suddenly became fascinating. Along the way, there were the corpses of black monsters strewn all over the ground. The auras of these monsters were all very powerful. The vast majority of them were at the true God realm. There were also quite a few at the Empyrean realm. These monsters had clearly just died not long, but they all had a common characteristic. There was a large hole opened up in their heads. Then, who killed these monsters? As plain as day, everyone's gazes all looked toward Yi Yuan. Apart from this brat, who else could there be? Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts. In merely less than 2 hours' time from start to end, this kid actually killed so many abyss monsters. But Li Yu smiled coldly and said, "A second firmament Empyrean can kill so many monsters. So how strong can these monsters be? This brat wants to stand in the limelight and intentionally said these monsters to be very strong. In my view, it's merely thus." Another Empyrean also nodded and said, "Killing so many in one go, these monsters' strength, they are likely even inferior to ordinary same rank
humans.
But the numbers of these monsters are too many, we'd best be more careful." The group of Empyreans all nodded. The number of these monsters was indeed a little too many. But looking at this, Yi Yuan's strength was still pretty good. It was just that no one was willing to admit it, that was all. Lin Chongqing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not say it out in the end. Yi Yuan also could not be bothered to dispute anything. His attention was placed on the terrain. He was searching for the scene when Lier went missing according to Zhua Yuanji's memories. Roughly more than an hour's journey. The dead bodies on the ground gradually lessened. Very clearly, this place was already the limits where Yi Yuan could scout. Yi Yuan secretly went on alert. The abyss monsters in the outer regions were mostly not strong, but the deeper in the strength of the abyss monsters gradually grew stronger. Roar, roar, roar. Finally, a group of abyss monsters of varying shapes and sizes dashed out, pouncing toward this group of people frenziedly. These abyss monsters were extremely ferocious, their strength also extremely strong. There was quite a number of them that were third firmament Empyrean existences. Li Yu just laughed coldly and said with disdain, "A bunch of trash. This bit of strength, and they also dare to come up and court death. Truly a bunch of foolish things." Done talking, his finger pointed lightly, an incomparably swift and fierce gust of air struck one of the leopard-shaped abyss monsters. Bang! That abyss monster cried out strangely and rolled a few times on the ground, slipping away with a scamper. Clearly, he realized Li Yu's power. But Li Yu's expression changed. His gaze revealed a solemn look. He was a sixth firmament Empyrean mighty expert. That finger just now, even if a fourth firmament Empyrean took it, it would also be serious injuries if not death. But this abyss monster actually slipped away completely fine. These monsters were actually so strong. When he looked toward his companions around him again, he discovered that those fourth firmament Empyrean human martial artists were actually evenly matched in strength with those third firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. A wave of cold air rose up in Li Yu's heart. At the same time, it also rose up in everyone's hearts. Only when they truly fought did they know how powerful these abyss monsters' strength was. A third firmament Empyrean forcefully contending with a fourth firmament Empyrean? These abyss monsters could actually jump realms to face the enemy. jumping realms to battle in Empyrean realm. Furthermore, they were even elites among human martial artists. This scene simply subverted these Empyreans' understanding. Kill! The few leaders' faces fell, and they took action and made a move. With 5th Firmament and 6th Firmament Empyrean powerhouses making a move, the show in power was different now. In an instant, those abyss monsters sustained casualties and retreated one after another. But the expressions of these Empyreans became incomparably solemn. At this time, somebody looked at Yi Yuan again and could not help sucking in a cold breath. Only then did everyone realize what kind of concept Yi Yuan exterminating hundreds of abyss monsters in an hour was. Among these hundreds of abyss monsters, there were even many that were Empyrean level. If looking at the situation of the fight just now, even a 1st Firmament Empyrean monster could also forcefully contend with a 2nd Firmament
Empyrean existence.
Under the corroboration of the two, just what kind of inconceivable thing had Yi Yuan done? More importantly, he only used 2 hours. These 4th Firmament Empyreans weighed themselves over if they fought alone, it would absolutely be a dogfight taking a very long time. Just how strong was this brat's strength? Previously, they all did not pay attention to the look in Lin Chongqing's eyes at all. But now they finally understood. This kid must have seen something remarkable. Chongqing, what in the world did you see? Zhang Yufeng pulled Lin Chongqing to one side and asked softly. Even if so long had passed, Lin Chongqing was still in the midst of shock. Prior to this, he did not know how strong Yi Yuan was. But when he witnessed Yi Yuan butchering these abyss monsters, he finally understood that he and Yi Yuan were already people from completely different worlds. A massacre. A complete massacre. Those 2nd Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters couldn't last one exchange under his hands at all. He only needed one punch to annihilate the other party. Lin Chongqing said. Yi Yuan could annihilate a 2nd Firmament Empyrean abyss monster with one punch. Wanting to kill him was clearly just a matter of snapping a finger. Just what kind of freak did he provoke? No wonder junior apprentice Sister Mengli had always maintained a distance from him. No wonder, even though he was so outstanding junior apprentice, Sister Mengli had always been aloof and indifferent. It turned out that she actually had such a monstrous lover. With such a man, how could he still enter her eyes? Genius? This term was a pile of dog shit in front of Yi Yuan. Zhang Yufeng's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise. Massacre? Doesn't that mean that he has at least peak 3rd Firmament Empyrean combat strength? But Lin Chongqing shook his head and said, I suspect that it's more than that. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. He really had the capital to be arrogant. At this time, no one treated Yi Yuan as a junior anymore. Being able to exterminate so many abyss monsters with his power alone. It would also absolutely not be as effortless as Liu. These 6th Firmament Empyreans. Liu's gaze glimmered slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Why would these monsters be so strong? It's completely illogical. No wonder the Empyrean realm martial artists that entered this place before, none of them returned. Zhang Yufeng nodded and said, What Brother Yi said earlier is right. Mission has to be done cautiously. If the matter can't be accomplished, we must withdraw straight away. Actually, everyone already somewhat wanted to beat a retreat. But there was no harvest until now. They could not give an account after returning to their respective factions either, so they could only toughen their scalps and carry on walking. However, what surprised everyone was that the journey that followed was unexpectedly calm. There were actually no abyss monsters coming to attack them again. But it was precisely because of this that the uneasiness in everyone's hearts grew stronger. Lie's heart was somewhat racing as he asked, Yi Yuan, boy, have you seen these monsters in the past before? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Seen before? Just what are these monsters? Also, where have you seen these monsters before? Liu asked. Yi Yuan said coolly, No comments. You. Li Yu could not help choking when he heard that and said angrily, "Cocky for what? You punk, not only have you seen these monsters before, you can even absorb devilish energy. In my view, you're definitely together with the monsters." The moment these words came out, the group of Empyreans involuntarily pulled apart some distance from Yi Yuan. Indeed, Li Yu's random guess made everyone give rise to suspicion in their hearts. Yi Yuan was too peculiar. When Li Yu saw that he isolated Yi Yuan with one sentence, he could not help feeling smug in his heart. Who knew that Yi Yuan simply ignored him and walked forward without consulting anyone? Li Yu was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's action of overlooking. "Brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Li Yu said in a great rage. Yi Yuan still ignored him. How could he know that Yi Yuan was currently not in the mood to play this sort of game with him at all? All of his thoughts were placed on looking for Lear. Regarding the clues and inklings around, Yi Yuan would not let any of it go. It was just too bad that up until now, Yi Yuan did not discover any situation. Under his rage, Li Yu's aura erupted, and he was about to make a move against
Ye Yuan.
But right at this time, a streak of black light flashed past in the dark night. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan was standing actually had a large pit blasted out. Everyone's expression changed. They saw an abyss monster standing at the place where Yi Yuan stood previously, while Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. Could it be that Yi Yuan was killed just like that? However, they did not have time to think too much, because a large group of abyss monsters suddenly scurried out around them. There were as many as several dozen. Furthermore, the aura of each one was very strong. They were actually all middle-stage Empyrean realm strength. The expressions of the group of Empyreans changed wildly. They were surrounded. A despairing mood spread among the Empyreans. These were all middle-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters. Judging from the situation that they encountered previously, they did not have the slightest chance of victory at all. You guys came right on time. Let me ask you, have you all seen this human female before? Suddenly, a figure flashed at the top of a tree. Yi Yuan condensed you, Mengli's image with divine essence. But his words were asked at the abyss monster who ambushed him previously with a divine soul brand. He had also asked before those Empyrean level abyss monsters previously, but those abyss monsters did not know at all. Now, encountering these stronger abyss monsters, Yi Yuan asked once more. "Ha ha ha. Human brat, why should this Empyrean answer your question? Become this Empyrean snack obediently. If this Empyrean is happy, maybe I'll tell you." That sixth firmament Empyrean powerful existence said with a loud laugh. This abyss monster's aura was the strongest. Clearly, it was the leader of this group of abyss monsters. Sixth firmament Empyrean could virtually sweep across the Empyrean powerhouses present. "This punk actually didn't die," Li Yu said in shock. He knew how terrifying that strike earlier was. Furthermore, it was even a sneak attack. If it were him, he also did not have absolute confidence in avoiding. Yi Yuan was actually completely unharmed. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and put away Lier's image, and said coolly, "Then, there's only beating until you all say it." The abyss monster leader laughed loudly and said, "Arrogant and conceited. Brat, just based on the likes of you all, these lowly humans, you also want to beat us noble abyss monsters." Yi Yuan ignored him, but he shouted at Li Yu and the rest, "Hey, do you all want to die or live?" Li Yu's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Rubbish. Of course it's want to live. But just based on you, what right do you have to say such words?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you want to live, don't resist, do as I say. If want to die, then just take it as I didn't say anything." 62D67767F92EB560E77C9100. The faces of the group of Empyreans all changed irregularly. A second firmament Empyrean asked them if they wanted to die or live. This scene was rather comical, but the circumstances were more persuasive than rational thinking. present, it already reached the moment of life and death. It did not allow them to be wayward. The choice determined the outcome. Was it to believe Yi Yuan or to fight to the death? Li Yu had a very conflicted face. He disliked Yi Yuan's cocky appearance greatly, but he was similarly clear that with the current situation they probably could not even escape if they wanted to. Brother Yi, I'll listen to you. At this time, Zhang Yufeng was the first to step forward and fervently support Yi Yuan. He knew that the time left for them was already not much. Little brother, hope that you don't scam us. Another person stepped forward. Little brother Yi, this Empyrean is handing this old life to your hands. Facing the terror of death made everyone make a decision very quickly. In a certain death situation, everyone could only choose to believe Yi Yuan. Li Yu's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and also said, "Brat, if you dare to scam this Empyrean won't let you off even if I become a ghost too." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and suddenly fished out a large bunch of golden needles. When everyone saw the situation, their faces could not help changing. What did this kid want to do? I'm going to poke you guys a bit. Don't resist. Otherwise I can't answer for the consequences. Yi Yuan said coolly. Li Yu's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you wouldn't be wanting to stab the acupoints with a golden needle, right?" Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "That's right." Li Yu's face fell and he said, "Nonsense. So many of us, by the time you finish applying the needles, the flowers would have turned yellow. Are you freaking screwing with us?" Hearing Li Yu's words, quite a few people revealed unhappy looks. Clearly, they all felt that they were being made fun of. The Abyss Monster leader also laughed loudly as it said, "Ha ha ha, kid, just based on a few needles and you want to deal with noble Abyss Monsters." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Who said that I'm going to apply the needles one by one? I said, don't resist, otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. It's coming." Everyone's hearts turned cold. Only to see Yi Yuan need seals. Several hundred streams of golden light turned into flowing light, dancing wildly in the darkness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In one breath, several hundred streams of golden light flashed and disappeared. The group of Empyreans only felt like their bodies were being bitten by several ants. Then, a boundless power emerged from every pore on their bodies. What powerful strength! I feel like I'm already invincible under the heavens. This is Golden Needle's piercing acupoints method? Truly too amazing. Ha ha ha. You bunch of trash. Come over and fight with Grandpa. Each Empyrean's body erupted with a fearsome aura. Just like their strength instantly increased by one realm. Li Yu felt that power coming from all over his body and felt like he could contend with seventh firmament Empyreans. At this moment, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became incomparably surprised. In an instant, controlling several hundred golden needles and accurately stabbing into the acupoints of every Empyrean's body without error. What kind of terrifying control was this? Although he was not an alchemist, he also knew that this kind of terrifying control was not what ordinary alchemists could achieve. Golden needle piercing the acupoints method, the strength, divine essence, soul force, as well as precision, so on and so forth, the things that needed to be paid attention to were far too many. Furthermore, among the Empyreans present, each person's strength was different. Each person's realm was different. The situation was incomparably complex. Could be said that how to apply the needles for each person had to be tailor-made. Golden needles piercing the acupoints method was an extremely dangerous method. The difference in millimeters was something that could be fatal. But Yi Yuan drafted up a set of acupuncture outline for everyone in such a short time. Even if an 8-star alchemy god came here, it was also impossible to stimulate each person's potential so precisely. What kind of monster was this fellow? Those opposite were monsters. But this monster in front of them was even more terrifying than those monsters opposite. the Abyss Monster leader finally discovered a hint of something amiss. The auras of these Empyreans suddenly became very powerful. However, he did not feel that Abyss monsters would lose to weak humans. Minions, kill for me. Tear these foolish humans to shreds. The Abyss Monster leader bellowed. Under the word of command, several dozen Abyss monsters roared and charged over toward the human Empyreans. Ha! Perfect! Watch this Empyrean tear you trash into pieces. These human Empyreans all had their strength skyrocket, brimming with vigor and energy. They were just worried about having nowhere to vent it. Seeing the Abyss monsters rush up, they did not retreat, but advanced instead, directly rushing over. For some time, the human Empyreans and Abyss monsters fought and killed until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, with the void trembling. Liu Abyss Monster and actually directly charged toward the Abyss Monster leader. This leader was 6th Firmament Empyrean, even if he could not deal with a 7th Firmament Empyrean human martial artist, exterminating 6th Firmament Empyreans was still very easy. But when Liu clashed together with him, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage. The human Empyrean powerhouses all seemed to have been injected with stimulants and actually fought and killed until the Abyss monsters steadily lost ground. This kind of horrifying strength fought until the Abyss monsters cried out. Strangely, by the side, when Lin Chongqing saw this scene, he was transfixed. His strength was too weak, stabbing or not stabbing him was irrelevant to the overall situation. Yi Yuan did not apply golden needles piercing acupoints on him either. This guy's means were truly inconceivable. At this time, he actually somewhat regretted following after. The more he came into contact with Yi Yuan, and the more he witnessed Yi Yuan's methods getting more and more, the more that he felt ashamed of his unworthiness. He currently even had a feeling that only someone like Yi Yuan was worthy of Yu Mengli. Him pursuing Yu Mengli was simply sullying her. Lin Chongqing shook his head hard, attempting to shake this kind of thinking out of his head. But it would not go away at all. In front of Yi Yuan, he grew less and less confident. These human Empyreans were the elites of the various Bodhidharmas to begin with, their strength far surpassing their peers. Now that their potential was stimulated, each and every one of their strength skyrocketed, and they could actually pummel same-rank Abyss monsters. The originally certain death situation actually became a one-sided situation. Now, especially the high-level combat powers, Zhang Yufeng and the rest, their strength was about the same as Liu's. Currently, they even rampaged in all directions, killing those 5th Firmament Empyrean Abyss monsters until they were in a sorry plight. After they managed to find time, they joined Liu's battle group. 1 versus 1 became 2 versus 1 became 3 versus 1. The Abyss monster leader nearly vomited blood at this time. But, even if he wanted to run now, he could not run away either. Under the pincer attacks of the few mighty experts, the Abyss monster leader was getting defeated not long after. The devil monster leader's aura became weaker and weaker. In the blink, it was riddled with injuries, its strength being less than 10%. Leave it alive, Yi Yuan called out. Liu said with a cold snort. This kind of monster? Spare for what? Just kill it. As he said, he suddenly made a move and was about to slay the devil monster leader. Immobilize! A thunderclap-like voice seemingly shouted out from great antiquity. The few mighty experts were caught off guard and were actually immobilized at the same time. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the devil monster leader. Poo work! Yi Yuan directly plunged a hand into the devil monster leader's head. He grabbed the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal. Seal! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry and sent out a force, directly sealing the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal. Quicker than words could tell. This series of actions did not even reach a breath of time. Finishing with all these, time freeze suddenly shattered. Everything returned to normal. The few great Empyreans used eyes like having seen a ghost to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. This guy actually froze all of them just now. Although it was just a short instant, they were really unable to do anything. During that moment, this guy can actually control space-time? What was that just now? Heavenly Tao true word. Liu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of shock. Although Yi Yuan's golden needles piercing the acupoints turned the battle situation around, the unhappiness in Liu's heart was not dispelled. He knew what Yi Yuan wanted to do, but the unhappiness from before turned into a wicked mentality during that moment. He wanted to kill this devil monster leader and sever Yi Yuan's hope, but Yi Yuan used this sort of bizarre way to save the devil monster leader. How could this not surprise him? How many methods did this brat have? Done with all this, Yi Yuan turned around, seething with killing intent. Liu's way of doing things already touched his bottom line. Don't you forget, after the golden needles pierced your acupoints, there will be a period of extreme weakness. At that time, your life and death will be dictated by me. Yi Yuan's words were bone-piercingly cold. Liu's expression changed drastically. He only cared about venting his anger. Earlier, why would he think so much? Currently, upon Yi Yuan's reminder, only then did Liu suddenly startled. Awake. Those golden needles indeed let him obtain powerful strength. But what about? After tiding over the immediate crisis? Suddenly, Liu's two eyes narrowed and he said with a hideous grin, "So, what? This Empyrean hasn't passed the powerful period yet currently." Zhang Yufeng's gaze turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Liu, do you still want face? If not for Yi Yuan, we'd probably have long been killed by these abyss monsters now. You actually want to repay kindness with ingratitude now." Liu smiled coldly and said, "So what? This punk is so unbelievably cocky. This Empyrean has long been displeased at the sight of him. Now the crisis has already been resolved. We also roughly understand the situation here already and can go back and report on the completion of the mission. This brat doesn't have much use anymore as well." Zhang Yufeng's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Have you asked me about wanting to kill Yi Yuan? Or is it that you think that everybody will look on with folded arms?" Liu chuckled and suddenly made a move. A large number of umbrellas flew towards the sky, instantly enveloping the few powerhouses in the vicinity fully. Zhang Yufeng's face changed and he cried out in shock, "10-directional. Forbidden Spirit Umbrella. You actually even brought this out." 10-directional Forbidden Spirit Umbrella was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure of the Clearwater Bodhidharma that Liu was from. Or should it be said that it was a quasi-heavenly emperor spirit treasure? This spirit treasure had a resounding reputation within the 7 major factions' sphere of influence. It was because this Empyrean spirit treasure could absorb the divine essence of the martial artists within a certain radius, and then supplement it onto themselves. This was equivalent to reducing the opponent's strength when fighting and increasing one's own strength. If it was under the situation where their strengths were on par, this Empyrean spirit treasure would be a trump card, and this Empyrean spirit treasure was most formidable during group battles. Like now, at this time, everyone only felt that a portion of the divine essence in their bodies was instantly drained, while Liu's aura was in the midst of soaring madly. Finally, he actually stepped into 7th Firmament Empyrean. Although this was just temporary, he truly possessed the strength of 7th Firmament Empyrean right now. Ha ha ha. Now, is there still anyone that wants to come out and protect this brat? Liu looked like a cat that ate the canary, letting out a wild laugh. How could the others still be Liu's match after having a significant amount of divine essence drained? Even Zhang Yufeng also shut his mouth sensibly. Speaking at this time was equivalent to seeking death. He could not help looking toward Yi Yuan, having a worried look on his face. Just earlier, a stream of strange power circled one round inside Yi Yuan's body, attempting to draw out his divine essence. But this force actually could not extract Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence. In the end, it returned without accomplishing anything. Yi Yuan looked at Liu expressionlessly and said coolly, "This Empyrean spirit treasure is pretty good. I'll be accepting it." Liu narrowed his eyes, a cold light shining as he said in a cold voice, "Reckless and blind thing, is your reliance that heavenly Tao true word? With my present strength you can at most only freeze time for that instance. Even if I stand there and let you hit, what can you do to me? But how many times can you use this martial technique?" Seventh Firmament Empyrean versus Second Firmament Empyrean. The disparity in between was a massive chasm. Even if Yi Yuan's combat strength was astonishing, it was also very hard to kill Liu in an instant. Hence, he had nothing to fear. Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly and he said coolly, "If you keep spurting nonsense, the golden needle's piercing acupoints method will time out." Liu could not help choking when he heard that and said in a solemn voice, "Courting death." Under his rage, Liu exerted all of his strength. The tremendous power of Seventh Firmament Empyrean made the faces of everyone present change drastically. Sixth Firmament Empyrean to Seventh Firmament Empyrean, this was a massive gulf. Now, Liu crossed this gulf. How many times did his strength increase? More importantly, Liu was still under the effect of the golden needles. Right now, his strength terrifying to the extreme. Crimson Moon Azure Light Sword. One sword emerging, countless streaks of azure lights were akin to dense rain, stabbing at the place where Yi Yuan was at. Unavoidable. Bang, bang, bang. After a bout of indiscriminate bombardment, a large pit was blasted out at the place where Yi Yuan was standing at. Even the void had several cracks blasted out, while Yi Yuan vanished without a trace. Liu chuckled and said, "So what even if you have a lot of measures? So what if you know the golden needle piercing acupoints method? Didn't you still die at this Empyrean's hands? This move is lacking in power. Just a reminder, the duration of the effect doesn't have long remaining." A leisurely void sounded out behind everyone. Everyone turned around, but saw that Yi Yuan was currently standing on top of a tree, very cozy, while his body did not have any injury at all. Liu's pupils constricted and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible! My Crimson Moon Azure Light Sword even locked space down. How did you escape?" Yi Yuan was still expressionless as he said, Forgot to tell you. My spatial law is already comprehended to the peak sixth firmament. I'm afraid that it's a little hard for your degree of attack to want to harm me." Liu's entire body trembled, his eyeballs almost popping out. Spatial law comprehended to peak sixth firmament. What kind of concept was this? Beneath Heavenly Emperor, it was far too difficult to want to kill Yi Yuan, unless one planned things beforehand, like Long Shao locking down all space. Otherwise, there was basically no hope. But now, where would Liu go and make arrangements? A despairing mood instantly spread throughout Liu's entire body. Could not kill Yi Yuan, then there was only waiting for Yi Yuan to come and kill him. Thud. Liu actually knelt down toward Yi Yuan involuntarily. "Be brother Yi, Liu, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Spare me." When he said this, Liu was practically sobbing. His greatest reliance was the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. Under such a circumstance, it could let his strength soar. But who knew that Yi Yuan's greatest trump card was not whatever golden needles piercing acupoints, nor was it some heavenly Tao true word. It was actually spatial law. While Yi Yuan could not win against him, Yi Yuan did not need to fight with him at all. As long as Yi Yuan ran the timer out, he could only stretch his neck out for the executor's blade. This was impressive. Sixth firmament spatial law. Brother Ye's strength is truly inconceivable. At a young age, how can he be so monstrous? Could it be that this guy started cultivating in his mother's womb? Liu, this fellow calculated everything, but he failed to calculate this. He finally kicked a metal plate today. Yi Yuan looked at Liu and said coolly, "Sparing you? It's not that I can't." When everyone saw the situation, they secretly nodded one after another. This was also within reason. Liu's status in Clearwater Bodhidharma was rather high. Otherwise, he would not have been bestowed the 10-directional Forbidden Spirit umbrella. Yi Yuan was apprehensive of the faction behind him, so sparing his life was also ought to be. Otherwise, after going out, Yi Yuan would have endless trouble. Li Yu's eyes glinted, and he said in pleasant surprise, "As long as Brother Yi lifts your hand high up in mercy, Li Yu is willing to pay any price." Yi Yuan's finger pointed at the void, pointing at the 10-directional Forbidden Spirit umbrella as he said, "I want it." Li Yu's face changed, his expression ugly as he said, "This, the 10-directional Forbidden Spirit umbrella is my Clearwater Bodhidharma's precious treasure. Can't be easily given to people. If handed to Brother Yi, I'll definitely be heavily punished after going back." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "If you don't hand it to me, you'll suffer a heavy punishment right now." Li Yu was silent for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll give it to Brother Yi." His hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart was already heinous. But the circumstances were stronger than people. He had no choice but to lower his head right now. Li Yu secretly swore in his heart. After going out, he would definitely request his elders to take action and exterminate this hateful punk. At once, Li Yu did not hesitate either, calling in the 10-directional Forbidden Spirit umbrella and wiped away his divine soul imprint, and gave this quasi-emperor level Empyrean spirit treasure to Yi Yuan just like this. Done with all these, the time limit for Golden Needle's piercing acupoints finally arrived as well. The Empyreans present wailed out, all collapsing from exhaustion. But being able to preserve their lives was already very good. This bit of agony was naturally no big deal. Furthermore, everyone discovered that Yi Yuan's Golden Needle's piercing acupoint technique was extremely profound. It only made them collapse from exhaustion and did not cause any damage to their bodies or cultivation. This way, everyone was naturally endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the 10-directional Forbidden Spirit umbrella, arrived before Li Yu and said coolly, "The time is up. I can send you on your way." Li Yu's expression changed wildly, and he said in alarm and anger, You played me?" Yi Yuan admitted it very shamelessly. "That's right, played you. Wanting the 10-directional Forbidden Spirit umbrella was merely to drag it out. Do you think that without you, I won't be able to wipe away your divine sense imprint? Ever since absorbing the large amount of sea of law that time, the soul suppressing pearl already completely advanced. It became a heavenly emperor, spirit treasure. With the soul-suppressing pearl's current strength, wouldn't wiping away Li Yu's divine sense imprint still be easily accomplished? The reason why he played the hypocrite with every semblance of sincerity was merely to prevent a cornered dog from biting, that was all. Li Yu was incomparably ashamed and resentful and roared furiously, If you dare kill me, Clearwater Bodhidharma won't let you off." Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what? You taunted and jeered along the way. I couldn't be bothered to haggle over it. But when you attempted to kill the Abyss Monster Leader, your time of death arrived." Yi Yuan was not someone who sought revenge for the smallest grievance. But if Li Yu killed the Devil Monster Leader, it would be equivalent to severing hopes of finding Lier. He could not tolerate this. Lier's life or death was unknown. Yi Yuan was in a heavy mood to begin with. Li Yu provoked him time and again. He originally could not be bothered to haggle over it. But in the end, he actually repaid kindness with ingratitude and wanted to kill the Devil Monster Leader. One had to know, Yi Yuan was their group's life savior. Li Yu was simultaneously alarmed and enraged. But at this time he was already a fish on the chopping board. So how could he still have the strength to resist Yi Yuan? Currently, Li Yu's divine essence had been exhausted. He did not have any spare strength to protect his body at all. Cold light flashed. Li Yu perished, his Tao dissipating. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock, being shocked by Yi Yuan's ruthlessness and decisiveness. A sixth firmament Empyrean, Clearwater Bodhidharma's future heavenly emperor. Powerhouse was blotted out by Yi Yuan just like that. Those Clearwater Bodhidharma Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter, afraid of Yi Yuan transferring his anger onto them. Who knew that Yi Yuan turned around and walked toward the abyss monster. Leader. The monster leader looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of terror. This human brat was too bizarre. Yi Yuan was clearly different from other humans, aware of where the weakness of abyss monsters lay, detaining his tarnished black devil crystal. Even if he had monstrous strength, he was also a piece of junk now. Human brat, give up. This Empyrean won't tell you what you want to know. Impossible for the noble abyss monsters to submit to humans. The monster leader looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Is that so?" Yi Yuan suddenly grabbed, holding the tarnished black devil crystal in his hand. Chaos Heavenspan cannon quietly revolved and started absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. The monster leader's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This human was actually absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He could actually absorb the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He only felt that the strength in his body was being extracted bit by bit. Yi Yuan's speed of extracting the tarnished black devil crystal was not fast, but this way the monster leader's fear would gradually magnify. You rest assured, I won't devour all of your strength. When your strength drops to the true God realm, I'll release your seal and let you go back. Think that your companions should be very happy to see you then, Yi Yuan said. Coolly. The monster leader's body shuddered again, its gaze full of terror. The monster leader cried out, You're a demon. Yi Yuan had lived for more than 10 years in the Dragon Eye Cave and had killed before no idea how many abyss monsters. How could he not know their habits and characteristics? The abyss monster world was 100 times, 1,000 times crueler than the human world. The rise of a sixth firmament Empyrean devil leader followed the wake of countless slaughter and suppression. When those companions of his see his strength fall to true God realm, his outcome would be unbelievably wretched. Yi Yuan ignored the devil leader, he just quietly absorbed the power in the tarnished black devil crystal. True suffering was not dying all at once, but the process of quietly waiting for death. Terror spread in the devil leader's body little by little. The other Empyreans all quietly watched Yi Yuan, their eyes full of astonishment. They could feel that the devil leader's aura was diminishing bit by bit, while Yi Yuan's aura was growing stronger little by little. Yi Yuan was actually absorbing the devil monster leader's strength to increase his own strength. Just what kind of freak was this guy? Finally, the devil monster leader could not endure this kind of despairing feeling and broke down. I'll talk. I beg you, stop absorbing. Listening entirely to the news from the devil monster leader, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Lier did not die, but Lier was captured. These abyss monsters were actually going to send Lier into the abyss space. With the devil monster's level, he did not know the reasons involved. The human powerhouses who fell into the Black Flame Cave previously were already all devoured by the abyss monsters. Only left Lier alone. There were clearly more unknown secrets involved. Although it was Yi Yuan's first time hearing abyss space this place, there was no need to guess that he also knew that the place was the abyss monster's main camp. If Lier went there, even if he had exceedingly formidable abilities, it would also be hard to rescue her. Yi Yuan knew that this abyss space definitely had immensely powerful existences. Otherwise, why would those Dragon Clan major powers suppress in the depths of the Dragon Eye Cave? For some time, Yi Yuan's heart burned with anxiety. At this time, Zhang Yufeng went up and consoled him. Zhang Yufeng said, Brother Yi, junior apprentice sister Mengli will be blessed by the heavens, and definitely turn calamities into blessings. Yi Yuan forcefully pressed down the anxiety in his heart and nodded slightly. As he said, Senior apprentice Brother Zhang, thank you for your auspicious blessings. Arriving here, I believe that everyone also knows the situation in the black flame cave. Continuing to advance further, I'm afraid that everyone won't be able to return anymore. It ends here then. The few leaders nodded one after another, all agreeing with Yi Yuan's view. This damn place, they did not wish to stay for a moment longer. If not for Yi Yuan, they would already currently be dead until dregs did not remain. Zhang Yufeng let out a sigh and said, "There's only like this." Suddenly, Lin Chongqing rushed in front of Yi Yuan and pointed at Yi Yuan as he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan, you coward! Do you plan on leaving Junior Apprentice Sister Mengli here alone?" Everyone cast strange gazes toward Lin Chongqing. Yi Yuan's choice was naturally the wise choice. Continuing forward at this time, what could he do apart from sending himself to death? Lin Chongqing's action was a little too impulsive and without due consideration. Yi Yuan ignored Lin Chongqing and said to the few leaders with clasped hands, "Gentlemen, we'll part here." Everyone was stunned. What did this mean? Zhang Yufeng asked probingly. "Brother Yi, you aren't leaving together with us?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Lier is in danger. How can this Yi look on with folded arms? Even if I lose this life, this Yi will also have to rescue her." At this time, tenderness revealed in Yi Yuan's eyes made the group of Empyreans cast sidelong glances too. Only then did everyone know that Yi Yuan's meaning was that they should leave, while he would stay. What a lovesick man! Zhang Yufeng was taken aback and urged, "Brother Yi, it is not that this Zheng isn't concerned about Junior Apprentice Sister Mengli. Didn't you also see it? Continuing forward is certain death. Is such a thing that brings destruction on yourself worth it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's not worth it or not, only willing or not. Gentlemen, let's part here." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and turned around and left. Lin Chongqing was frozen on the spot. Abruptly startling awake, he took quick steps and caught up to Yi Yuan. "I'll go too," Lin Chongqing said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing and said calmly, "If I go myself, there's a fraction of assurance. Bringing you, this fraction will be gone. If you insist on following and sending yourself to doom, I have no objections either. But don't follow me." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. The meaning of his words was already very clear. You could only get in the way if you follow. Lin Chongqing's complexion turned deathly pale with a whoosh, feeling all the strength in his body being drained. If it were before, if anyone dared to say such things in front of him, he would definitely have sent a slap over. But now, after witnessing Yi Yuan's series of inconceivable means, his confidence was long demoralized until it was battered black and blue. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile as he said, "All right, I got it." Finished talking, Lin Chongqing turned around, his back view being indescribably lonely. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing's back view and shook his head slightly. He understood Lin Chongqing's thoughts. It was just too bad that no one could understand his knot with Lier. Lin Chongqing could only be a passerby. Zhang Yufeng also sighed slightly. Toward this scene, he had nothing to say as, well, to talk about Lin Chongqing, he was absolutely exceptionally gifted, being the most unequivocally talented among them apprentice brothers. It was just a shame that his opponent was Yi Yuan. In front of such a monster, so what even if one's talent was any greater? Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and gradually vanished from everyone's line of sight. Zhang Yufeng and the rest did not dare to stay too long either, withdrawing one after another. After an hour, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped and asked the devil monster leader, "Do you have a name?" The devil monster leader trembled and said, "This lowly one is called Mosius." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "From today onward, you're my slave. Now, let's sign the devil-devouring contract." Mosius's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of terror. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually even knew about the devil-devouring contract. How could he know that Yi Yuan had killed countless abyss monsters in the Dragon Eye Cave and had long thoroughly grasped some information about the abyss monsters. This devil-devouring contract was similar to the slave contact of humans. Once the contract was formed, the abyss monster would unconditionally obey the other party and become the other party's slave. If there was the thought of resisting, they would immediately get a backlash from the contract and die, with their outcome being extremely miserable. Under normal circumstances, even if abyss monsters were to die, they would not sign a devil-devouring contract too. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's methods, Moses could not refrain from shuddering. Even if we signed a devil-devouring contract, you also can't possibly rescue that human girl. Further in are all late-stage Empyrean lords. There are even heavenly Emperor-level lords holding down the fort. If you go, there's no hope at all. Moses gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "That's not something that you should be worried about. You can choose to die or sign a devil-devouring contract with me. Dignity, this thing once lost, then it would be lost again and again." Under Yi Yuan's despotic power, Moses finally still signed the devouring contract with Yi Yuan. "Master!" Moses lay prone in front of Yi Yuan, his attitude being incomparably humble and polite. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Suddenly his aura changed. Thick devilish energy poured out of Yi Yuan's body and wrapped his entire person up. Thick black fur also grew on Yi Yuan's body. He looked exactly like an abyss monster. Abyss monsters had no common form. Humanoid shapes were also not in the minority. Master, this is too inconceivable. Moses was shocked until he could not use words to describe it any longer. A human actually became an abyss monster with a sway of his body. Even he, this sixth firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse, could not differentiate the truth in the slightest. What kind of existence was this master of his? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Can your heavenly emperor powerhouses differentiate my appearance?" Moses shook his head hard and said, "Absolutely impossible to tell. All of the characteristics on Master's body are identical with abyss monsters. They absolutely can't differentiate Master from abyss monsters." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's good then. You take these tarnished black devil crystals and recover your cultivation as fast as possible." Along the way, the devilish energy gradually grew thicker. In the surroundings, some powerful auras appeared at times and then disappeared. These auras were much stronger than even Moses's. Yi Yuan followed him. It was smooth along the way. There were countless checkpoints they had to pass through. The two people finally arrived at a small-scale city. When a guard saw Moses, he asked, "Moses, not garrisoning your own territory, what are you doing here?" Yi Yuan noticed that the guards here were all Empyrean-level powerhouses. Moses hurriedly answered, "I'm here to meet Lord Munya. There's an important matter to report." The guard's gaze landed on Yi Yuan, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who is he?" Moses explained, "He's my subordinate. This important information was discovered by him." The guard said coolly, "Lord Munya is currently trying to cheer the divine daughter up. I'm afraid that he doesn't have time to meet you. You go to the courier station to rest first and await summons." Moses was taken aback and said, "Divine daughter? What divine daughter?" The guard smiled and said, "You still don't know? It's that human female who was captured. Great Sage Nine Origins said that she's the divine race's divine daughter and is to be sent to the abyss world. Otherwise, how can she possibly live until now?" Yi Yuan's heart shook wildly when he heard that. How did Lier become a divine daughter? Also, what the hell was this divine race? For some time, Yi Yuan's heart was in an upheaval. It was as if this matter concerned some earth-shattering secrets. "Your Excellency, this lowly one has a way to coax that human divine daughter to cheer up," Yi Yuan said to the guard. The guard was taken aback and said, "You really have a way? The divine daughter kicks up a row daily about wanting to return to the human race. No use no matter how Lord Munya persuades her. His head is almost exploding. If you really have a way, that will be a major achievement. Yi Yuan said, Your Excellency, rest assured, this lowly one will definitely accomplish it. The guard said, All right then, you guys go to the courier station first. Go and report to Lord Menya. Moses brought him to the courier station. Monstrous waves surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The abyss monsters here were no longer disorganized like he had seen before. On the contrary, the abyss monsters in this city were like an army. A city, courier station, guards, these were not things that a race like the abyss monsters would have. Although the intelligence of abyss monsters was rather high, their world leaned more toward fierce beasts. The weak were prey and the strong feasts. And the strong survived. Also, hearing about the divine race and the divine daughter, what kind of place was this abyss space? Asking Moses, he was not clear either. With his status, he could not come into contact with these at all. Moses was just a weakling who was banished outside. He took orders from Menya, and Menya brought him here. That was all. Also, there was this region of space. No matter how Yi Yuan looked, why did it seem like a sundered boundary connecting the abyss space and the heaven span world? Since the Dragon Clan was suppressing the abyss space, it showed that that place was the only passageway. Then what was the deal with this place? For some time, countless doubts and suspicions lingered in Yi Yuan's heart. Not long after, that guard came to the courier status and found Yi Yuan. When Menya heard that Yi Yuan could cheer the divine daughter up, he was overjoyed and made Yi Yuan go over at once. When Menya saw Yi Yuan, he asked with uncertainty, You can make the divine daughter feel at ease and stay. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Lord Menya, rest assured, not completing the mission. This lowly one will carry my head to see you. Menya's eyes lit up and he said with a big laugh, Good, if you can make the divine daughter set her mind at rest and stay, this emperor will give you great rewards. Finished talking, Menya brought Yi Yuan and arrived at a stone house. The stone house was very spacious, but the moment Yi Yuan got close, he discovered that a lot of restrictions were laid down in the perimeter. These restrictions, Yi Yuan actually had never seen them before. They were very profound. Clearly, this was in order to prevent Lier from running. Upon entering the door, 2 items flew over with a whoosh. Inside the house, a woman's angry yell came over. Scram! I asked you all to get lost. Are you all deaf? But these words sounded like the most moving honeyed words in Yi Yuan's ears. How many years had he not heard this voice already? This separation was already close to 2,000 years. Time did not wear away his feelings but made longing converge into a sea. Instead, when that beautiful figure landed in his eyes, Yi Yuan's heart that was firm as stone also melted. Sniff, sniff, big brother Yuan. Lier can't see you ever again. Sorry, really sorry. Lier didn't do it on purpose. After the tantrum, Lier lay on the table, crying her heart out. Yi Yuan's heart quivered, practically about to shed tears. In his impression, Lier was good-natured and lovely, graceful and dignified. She would never be so irascible. But now, she knew that this departure would be eternal separation. That kind of hopeless feeling poured out from the depths of her heart. That was why she would become like this. Menya had a depressed look. These few days he was suffering Yu Mengli's fury. Menya gave Yi Yuan a look. Yi Yuan got the meaning and moved a few steps forward, bowing as he said, Lord Divine Daughter, this lowly one has good news to tell you. Yu Mengli suddenly exploded and roared angrily, I don't want to hear any good news. You get lost for me. You ugly fellow, scram for me. Suddenly, Yu Mengli's entire body trembled, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes. The boundless rage suddenly became tranquility. Yi Yuan bowed his body, but a pair of eyes met with Yu Mengli's. One look was sufficient between him and Lier, although this abyss monster in front of her, from external form, looking at the aura she completely did not recognize, but no idea why this look immediately made her quieten down. Why did this look so familiar? Why did this look so alike Big Brother Yuan's? He was clearly an abyss monster, so why? Liur's entire person turned stiff there. Menya's gaze flickered. There was a chance. Yu Mengli's reaction was also quick, her pretty face turning cold as she said, "What good news say?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "The human race that side sent people to come and find divine daughter." Yu Mengli's heart quivered and she said, "What happened to them?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "What else can there be? They were naturally sent. Packing by Lord Mosius." Yu Mengli's brows furrowed, and she reproached, "You this fellow, deliberately showing off in front of me, is it?" The moment Manya heard that things were going wrong, he hurriedly scolded, "You damn thing! Intentionally using this news to anger divine daughter?" But who knew that Yu Mengli waved her hand and said to Manya, "Forget it, you. Withdraw first. Since there's that side's news, I want to hear him say." Menya hurriedly answered and withdrew. As long as this ancestor stopped kicking up a row, all would be fine and right with the world. Leaving Yi Yuan behind to chat with her also seemed to be a pretty good choice. He was not scared of Yi Yuan bringing Yu Mengli and running away either. After all, the restrictions here were laid down from Lord Nine origin. Even a heavenly emperor powerhouse could forget about escape from here too. The moment Menya left, Yu Mengli's gaze looked at Yi Yuan somewhat blurry as she said, "The look in your eyes is very similar to an old friend of mine." Yi Yuan smiled slightly, chaos world power quietly releasing, wrapping him and Liur up inside. The black fur subsided. His divine essence quietly changed. Inside the chaos world, Yi Yuan recovered his original looks. When Liur saw this magical scene, her beautiful body shuddered, with her eyes full of disbelief. Ever since being captured, Yu Mengli had been living in despair and fear. Every day, fear toward the future, fear toward the unknown. She knew that she could not see Yi Yuan anymore, but in the midst of this despair, Yi Yuan actually broke through the layers of blockades and shackles, and then he arrived in front of her. Her shock could be imagined. Surprise, worry, longing, countless emotions interweaved in Yu Mengli's heart. "Big Brother Yuan, I'm not dreaming, right?" Yu Mengli's eyes were blurred by tears as if she was in a dream. Yi Yuan walked forward and lightly hugged Liur as he said, "Of course it isn't a dream. Big Brother Yuan came to fetch you home. I even thought that I won't ever see you anymore." Sniff, sniff. 10 years of despair, being snatched from the jaws of death, the agitation in Yu Mengli's heart currently simply could not be controlled. Her state of mind was like grabbing onto a piece of driftwood before drowning. That sort of agitation was simply hard to put into words. How could Yi Yuan not know Yu Mengli's feelings? He did not speak either, just lightly hugging her like this as he said, "Cry. It will feel a little better after crying out." No idea how long passed either, the crying gradually stopped. Only then did Yu Mengli slowly lift her head. She looked at Yi Yuan as she said, "Big Brother Yuan, sorry Yi Yuan helped her to wipe away the tears and said with a light smile, "Silly girl, is there still a need to say this sort of words between you and me? There's no need to say anything. I understand. These 2,000 years of scrambling, who did Yu Mengli do it for? Of course it was for him, Yi Yuan. As for this kind of outcome, it was naturally not what Liur hoped for either. How could Yi Yuan blame it on her? One sentence, 2,000 years of grievances all melted away. After feeling sad, Yu Mengli felt even more shocked. With her current second firmament Empyrean strength, she actually could not see through Yi Yuan's cultivation. Big Brother Yuan, is this your world? It seems to be different. Only at this time did Yu Mengli notice it. She saw the surrounding scenery, and discovered that it was greatly different from ordinary small worlds. She was rather surprised. Just what kind of boundary had Yi Yuan reached at the moment? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. My world is called Chaos World. Indeed different from ordinary small worlds. I'll tell you about this again in The future. We have to think of a way to get out of here first. Yu Mengli shook her head and said, Big Brother Yuan, I know that you're very impressive, but it's no use. This room's restrictions were laid down by the divine race's 9 origin. His strength is unfathomable. Yi Yuan asked curiously, just what kind of race is this divine race? Would you become their divine daughter? Yu Mengli said, they said that the divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Hence, they call themselves as the divine race. The divine race has a sparse population, but each one is unbelievably powerful. As for me, don't know either, but it might be related to my spirit and body fusing into one. When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows could not help knitting tightly together. A race blessed by heaven. Such high-sounding sentiments. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the demon race, they both did not dare to utter such big talk. Then why would this divine race get mixed up with the abyss monsters?
Yeah,
Yuan said. Abyss monsters take pride in serving the divine race, and they obey the divine race absolutely. As for the relationship between them, I don't know. Yu Mengli clearly did not know much either. But Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Abyss monsters were extremely strong, far surpassing same-rank humans. But such a proud race actually bowed their heads in submission toward the divine race. Could be seen that this divine race was definitely very powerful. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the restrictions here are extremely powerful. Even space is sealed. But as long as we leave this house, I have confidence in bringing you out. Lear revealed a difficult look as she said, but they won't let me go out of this house at all. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, relax, leave it to me. Exiting the stone house and switching on the restrictions, Manya let out a long sigh in relief. Hoo-hoo, Moses, this brat that you brought is pretty good, if he can coax. Divine daughter, you will be considered to have rendered a major accomplishment. At that time, this emperor will transfer you to the divine capital. Menya looked at Moses with a look of praise. These few days, Yu Mengli's performance gave him a terrible headache. Today, he could finally heave a sigh in relief. He was naturally very satisfied with this kid who performed pretty well. Moses said sincerely, sharing Lord Menya's burdens is Moses' honor. Menya nodded slightly and said coolly, these few days Lord Nine Origin has been handling the matter of the Two Worlds passageway. I reckon that it's almost time. Once the Two Worlds passageway is secured, we'll be able to send Divine Daughter into the abyss space. Oh right, what were you looking for me for? Moses said. Subordinate came to report to Lord Menya that these few days, there was another batch of human powerhouses who entered the passageway again. This batch of human powerhouses was very strong, but they were still beaten off by us. But this time, this subordinate only had a Pyrrhic victory, the casualties being extremely heavy. Menya's 2 eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, you this fellow turns out that you're complaining to this emperor about being hard up. Relax. Later, I'll transfer some manpower from the other outer region commanders there to you. Moses was overjoyed and said, many thanks, Lord Manya. Manya chuckled and said, wanna thank this kid that you brought. If he placates the divine daughter, what does this minor matter count for? The abyss monster race was quite unruly. Making them deal with women, it was simply even more torturous than going down to the 18th level of hell to Menya. Yi Yuan's appearance today completely liberated him. So how could he not be happy? This way, he also did not have his former airs when talking to Moses, and he was very cordial. No idea how long had passed either. Movements came from inside. Lord Menya, Divine Daughter has already agreed to stay. She says that she has something to tell Lord Menya. Lord Menya, please come in. Inside the stone house, there was a restriction that transmitted one's voice outside.
Ye Yuan's
Voice came from inside. The moment Menya heard, he could not help being overjoyed, hurriedly opening up the restrictions. The moment the stone door opened, Menya was about to enter the stone house. But right at this time he suddenly discovered something amiss. There was no abyss monster in the house, but an additional human. Menya immediately felt that it was not good and was about to erupt. However, it was already too late. Immobilize! Yi Yuan bellowed, the vital energy in his body surging crazily. With this time freeze, he virtually used all of his strength. Instantaneously, the power of heavenly Tao restrained Menya. However, Menya was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. He was far from what the current Yi Yuan could immobilize. Tao mark swam on his body. He was about to burst through the fetters of time. Freeze in a moment. However, Yi Yuan only needed this brief moment. When he opened his mouth, spatial law was already set in motion, bringing Li, and teleporting outside of the stone house.
Spatial node technique.
Yi Yuan brought Lier and Mosius, executing the spatial node technique, returning to Mosius territory in an instant. This series of actions was natural and smooth, being unbelievably fast. From executing the immobilizing art to teleporting out to executing the spatial node technique, it was just the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Yi Yuan had long calculated everything. When Menya broke through the constraints, he would have already slipped away long ago. Menya was merely a first firmament heavenly emperor. Although he was extremely strong, the constraints of time freeze on him were still a little useful. What Yi Yuan needed was just that instant. Returning to Mosius's territory, he displayed the greater teleportation art. Again, it was impossible for a heavenly emperor to catch up to him within a short time too. As long as they escaped outside of the Black Flame Cave, those abyss monsters would not be able to do anything to him anymore. Go! Upon landing, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly bringing the two people and executing greater teleportation. Although this Black Flame Cave was large, with Yi Yuan's current spatial law, teleporting out was merely the matter of a few breaths of time. Three people traversed through space and could see the Black Flame Cave's entrance in several breaths of time. Seeing the blue sky outside of the Black Flame Cave, Lier's face revealed a look of wild elation. She did not think that she could actually return to the Heavenspan world. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, urging spatial law to the limit. He was not worried about Menya. Who he was worried about was that divine race powerhouse. He had never seen before divine race powerhouses and did not know how strong divine race powerhouses were. If there were any variables to his plan, it would likely lie on this divine race powerhouse. The entrance got closer bit by bit, but Yi Yuan's breathing became more and more ragged. 100,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 1,000 feet. The entrance was right before their eyes. Yi Yuan, three people could already see the angry Nether River outside. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A terrifying fist force tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Bang! The void trembled. Yi Yuan's greater teleportation art was actually directly broken. The three people fell. Yi Yuan suddenly raised his head. A figure was standing above the entrance area. Because of the lighting, it could not be seen distinctly. This figure stood with his hands behind his back, the gaze that looked down from a great height showed disdain upon the three people. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, only to see that the other party's figure was no different from ordinary humans. But the aura exuding off his body was actually quite similar to heavenly Tao, and on his body one fine line after another entwined around Tao mark. Yi Yuan looked at the other party, his expression incomparably solemn. Powerful. A might that made people suffocate. This kind of might actually gave Yi Yuan a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. Seeing this person, Lier's eyes revealed a look of despair. 9 Origin. This person was the divine race powerhouse. 9 Origin. Divine daughter, follow 9 Origin back. The divine race is your home. 9 Origin said expressionlessly. Yu Mengli bit her lips lightly and shook her head and said, I'll never go back. Nine Origin sighed lightly, but turned to Yi Yuan and said, "You're the Yi Yuan that the divine daughter spoke of." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "That's right. It's me." Nine Origin nodded slightly and said, "Entered the divine capital alone and brought divine daughter out under layers of experts. I got to say, you're very outstanding. If I wasn't around, you'd likely really succeed. It's just too bad that you have to die." A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Yu Mengli's gaze and she said, "If Big Brother Yuan dies, I won't drag out an ignorable existence either." Nine Origin smiled lightly and said, "Not killing him also works. You go back to the abyss with me." Yu Mengli said without the slightest hesitation, "Fine, I'll go with you, guys." As she said, one powerful aura after another gathered over from all directions, surrounding Yi Yuan. Three people tightly. Menya rushed over first. Kneeling down in front of Nine Origin with a thud, he said in fear and trepidation, "Great Sage Nine Origin, Menya deserves death." Nine Origin said coolly, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Menya's entire body trembled, recounting the events previously in detail. When Nine Origin heard, his brows could not help furrowing. He was previously consolidating the spatial channel and felt the fluctuations. In space, that was why he would take action. If not, Yi Yuan would have long already brought Lier and escaped at this time. Hence, he was also very enraged at the Manya who was guarding Yu Mengli. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such miraculous means to actually be able to bring Divine Daughter away with such a bizarre method. Even with Nine Origin's hallowedness, he also could not help secretly feeling lucky at this time. Just a little bit and Yi Yuan would have succeeded. "Uncle Nine Origin, what's going on?" At this time, a young man stepped on air and came over, arriving beside Nine Origin. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This young man's aura was the same as Nine Origin's, also of the divine race. Nine Origin nodded slightly and said, "It's Exian? Exian, someone wants to bring away the divine daughter. Luckily, this was stopped by me." Exian's eyes turned to Yi Yuan and he said with a frown, "It's this lowly human." Nine Origin nodded and said, "That's right." Exian had a look of disdain as he said, "Lowly humans all deserve to die. Blaspheming the divine daughter is even committing a crime upon crimes. Menya, why haven't you taken action?" Menya had a ferocious look on his face. He was incredibly furious with Yi Yuan. An exalted heavenly emperor was actually played by a human. Furthermore, it was even a human who was much lower realm than him. "Yes, Lord Divine Son." Menya kowtowed in reply and was about to make a move. Nine Origin shook his head and said, "Divine Daughter agreed to go with us, so let him leave." "Divine Daughter, can you leave with us now?" Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan, a look of reluctance to part. But she had no choice but to leave. If she did not go with Yi Yuan's strength, there was no hope of walking out of this place at all. It was missing just this one final step. Yu Mengli smiled bitterly and painfully in her heart. "Big Brother Yuan, take care." Tears fell down the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes. However, at that moment she turned around. A hand grabbed her. "Big Brother Yuan?" Yu Mengli was taken aback.
Yi Yuan
Smiled very radiantly, but it carried a hint of heroism and sorrow. He and Lier had their hearts linked up, so how could she not know what Yi Yuan was thinking? Yeah, with Yi Yuan's personality, how could he possibly watch her leave and not do anything? Yi Yuan looked at Nine Origin and said with a cold smile, "So what if divine race? Today, I'm going to battle this divine race. Want to bring Lier away. Can step over my dead body. How can I, Yi Yuan, stand behind my woman and wag my tail pitifully?" Nine Origin's gaze flickered slightly and did not speak. Exian's mouth curled and he said contemptuously, "You've got some backbone, but what right does a weakling like you have to say this? You are only fit to stand behind women and wag your tail pitifully. This divine son wants to see How tough your bones are. Done talking, Xian gave a look. Minya understood this signal. It was only to see him reach his hand out. He beckoned, and then several 100 Empyrean-level abyss monsters directly surrounded Yi Yuan. 3 people. Tightly. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "Lier, you go out first." Yu Mingli knew that this was probably Yi Yuan's fight with the least chance of victory to this day. Even when facing Kanhua back then, Yi Yuan also had a glimmer of hope. But the person Yi Yuan was facing today was 9 Origin, a supreme powerhouse. Big brother Yuan, you be careful. Forcefully enduring tears, Yu Mingli withdrew out of the battlefield. Yi Yuan released his aura and yelled coldly, "Come and fight! Come and fight!" The 3 words being spat out of Yi Yuan's mouth were akin to evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, reverberating in the entire sundered boundary. The domineering aura made Yi Yuan look akin to a god of war. He was not to be profaned. Not a single person actually dared to step forward. Several hundred Empyrean powerhouses were absolutely and extremely terrifying force in the outside world. Such a lineup could practically take down the vast majority of great imperial capitals in the heavenspan world already. But now they were intimidated by Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan drew the bone sword and stood proudly among them, with the heroism and sorrow of a warrior who would never return again. He understood that this was just that first wave, but he did not care. Why should he, Yi Yuan, fear a battle? Xian's brows furrowed tightly, clearly very dissatisfied with these abyss monsters' performance. What are you all still waiting for? Want this divine son to personally take action?
Xin Yao Kun Li.
Only then did those abyss monsters seem to go crazy, charging over toward Yi Yuan. Several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters, there were even quite a number of 4th and 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters among them. What kind of terrifying force was this? Yi Yuan's bone sword drew a line, sword hollow etch suddenly attacking. With one exchange, 3 first and 2nd firmament Empyrean-level abyss monsters died under the sword. But it was also this instant that Yi Yuan fell into the sea of monsters. All around him was surrounded fully by powerful attacks. It was just that these attacks were nothing to Yi Yuan. Under spatial law, he could easily avoid this degree of attack. Those he had to truly be careful about were 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters, because these existences could hurt him. Under such a chaotic battle, it was impossible for Yi Yuan's spatial law to completely avoid injuries. After all, the strength of 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters was too strong. Yi Yuan's sword swam like a wandering dragon, wandering among the horde, coming and leaving as it pleased. Places that it arrived at, it would reap the lives of those low-level abyss monsters mercilessly. True, a sword crossing the void. True sword hollow etch. Divine dragon trampling heaven. Yi Yuan executed one move after another, and he actually killed many of them, until the monster horde was in a great fluster. Xian frowned, clearly being very dissatisfied with the performance of the abyss monsters. Humph! Truly a bunch of useless things. So many Empyreans actually can't do anything to a 2nd firmament Empyrean, Xian said with a cold snort. But 9 Origin was not like him. Instead, he said rather interestedly, "Xian, this punk isn't weak. Furthermore, this punk is odd," Xian said with disdain. "So what? In front of the divine race, the human race is merely an ant that will crumble at the first blow." 9 Origin shook his head and said, "This boy is greatly different. Did you notice it? He's completing battles after battles, absorbing the power of the tarnished black devil crystals." How sharp were 90 Origin's eyes. Although Yi Yuan did it covertly, he saw it clearly. With each abyss monster he killed, he would snatch the tarnished black devil crystal over and secretly absorb its power. But at this time, Yi Yuan's speed of absorption was 10 times than normal. The current Yi Yuan could not care about whatever realm stability anymore. He had to rapidly increase his strength right now. He had to nurture his strength through constant battles, and he would then break through to the peak initial stage Chaos Realm in the midst of the process. Initial stage Chaos Realm did not have a bottleneck. As long as he kept on absorbing, he could increase his strength rapidly. At present, his realm was currently swiftly rising toward the peak Chaos Realm. Hence, even though the battle was fierce, Yi Yuan's Chaos Divine Essence did not reduce, but it increased instead, his strength skyrocketing. Xian's expression changed and he cried out in surprise. How can it be possible? Humans will explode and die from absorbing devilish energy. Nine Origins smiled lightly and said, Heh, what's strange about this? Even though I don't know what cultivation method this boy is using, he can actually simulate the aura of abyss monsters and hoodwink everyone. It's sufficient to indicate his formidable aspect. Xian's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, How can it be possible? This sort of thing, even our divine race can't accomplish it. Nine Origins smiled and said, The man that can make Divine Daughter take a fancy to is bound to be extraordinary. Of course, he's naturally much worse compared to Divine Son. Only after hearing this did Xian's expression become much better. That's of course. Our divine race is this world's strongest race to begin with, while each of our branches divine sons and daughters, they are all distinguished talents among peers, absolutely powerful existences. How many cruel battles has this divine son experienced before I have today's position? Just based on him, a mere human, what qualifications does he have to be mentioned in the same breath with this divine son? Nine Origins smiled slightly, clearly very much in approval of this. He knew that for Xian to be able to have today's achievements, that was relying on absolute strength, crushing his peers and standing proudly above all heroes. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. At this time, Nine Origins suddenly turned to Yu Mengli. Taking a step, he arrived in front of her. Stop! Yu Mengli shouted coldly. Nine Origins smiled and said, Divine Daughter, Nine Origin has already promised to let him go. It was him who isn't willing. Can you go with me now? Yu Mengli smiled coldly and said, Don't you think about it. My divine essence has already spread throughout my entire body. As long as you move, I'll explode and die. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Nine Origin's brows furrowed. He did not think that Divine Daughter was actually so decisive. Letting out a sigh, he said, Forget it. Carry on. Watching then. At this time, the battle already entered a white-hot stage. Yi Yuan's sword emerged like the wind, killing with each move, and already killed several dozen abyss monsters. His realm already closed in on peak initial stage Chaos Realm. But by the side, Menya was in a thunderous rage and let loose a torrent of abuse towards the subordinates below. Are you all a bunch of pigs? So many Empyreans actually can't deal with a puny little human. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Those fifth firmament Empyrean powerhouse existences could not touch Yi Yuan at all and were brought around in circles by Yi Yuan. While Yi Yuan was like a sharp blade, places that he passed through he would wantonly reap lives. Seeing that the situation was not good, Menya roared loudly, All of you go down for this emperor. Kill this boy. He was speaking to the dozen over sixth firmament Empyrean commanders. And right at this time, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. Finally, he reached peak initial stage Chaos Realm. Kill! 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 Yi Yuan roared thrice, stepped onto the void, the spirit of the true dragon. Emerging. Heretic dragon dominating space. The spirit of the true dragon trampling down. The sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, the void trembling. Below fifth firmament Empyrean, they were actually all smashed to death by this foot. 1 foot crushed more than 100 Empyrean abyss monsters to death. Sixth firmament Empyreans had yet to take the stage, and those fifth firmament Empyrean powerhouses were already frightened until they retreated to one side. There was only Yi Yuan alone on the battlefield, being the last one standing. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone used incomparably shocked eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Even those sixth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters who were just planning on going down, they were actually all cowed into not moving forward. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend god, giving people a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. The arrogant and unyielding abyss monsters were also suppressed by Yi Yuan in aura, consecutively slaying several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters. Not only his imposing momentum did not diminish, it rose to another high instead. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's word pointed at the firmament and he glared furiously as he roared, "A bunch of ants! To dare claim to be exalted! Come again!" This was a battle without hope, but Yi Yuan's arrogance made heaven and earth terrified. Even for a powerhouse like Nine Origin, the look of disdain on his face gradually faded away too. What replaced it was a hint of respect. Yi Yuan was not a god. Under the attacks of several hundred Empyreans that spanned the sky, even if he was proficient in spatial law, he already sustained considerable injuries too. But this did not affect his astonishing, imposing momentum in the least bit. "Kill for me, you fools! Do you want to anger this emperor to death? He's just one person. Only one person." Menya was enraged until he stomped his feet and roared at his subordinates. Those fifth and sixth firmament Empyrean devil monster commanders also seemed to feel ashamed, all roaring and charging toward Yi Yuan. At this time, the abyss monster's numbers plummeted sharply, but it scaled new heights in terms of quality, without a bunch of initial stage Empyreans dragging down, but gained a batch of even stronger sixth firmament Empyreans. How daunting was this kind of strength? Several dozen black figures dashed over from all directions virtually without dead angles. The powerful aura practically sealed off all of the space. An attack without dead angles. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Exion's mouth. Dead. No matter how impressive his spatial law is, he'd definitely die. Without a doubt under this strike too, Exion said with a cold smile. He pondered about it. If he were Yi Yuan under this kind of attack without the slightest blind spots, there would be no hope for survival. Immobilize. One word emerging. Time froze. Everything around came to a standstill. The several dozen incomparably berserk abyss monsters were instantly immobilized in midair. No matter how formidable his strength was, no matter how many the numbers, under heavenly Tao true word, it was to no avail too. Exion's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in incredible shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Even Nine Origin's pupils also shrunk, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Although he knew that it was impossible for Menya to deceive him, he still did not quite dare to believe it. Heavenly Tao true word. Time freeze. This kind of thing, even he could not do it too. The noble divine race could not do it too. This mere third firmament Empyrean human actually accomplished it. But at this moment, he finally understood why Yi Yuan could bring Yu Mengli an escape. Heretic dragon dominating space. Yi Yuan shouted angrily, the divine dragon appearing once more. Upon trampling down, the fifth firmament Empyreans were immediately pulverized into a scattered mess of flesh and blood. Not a single one survived. Sixth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters also scattered, flying everywhere. All heavily injured. The combination of these two mighty dragon race innate divine abilities may be rated as invincible. If not for Yi Yuan's realm being too low, killing these abyss monsters would be no different from killing chickens too. But even so, this foot going down, sixth firmament Empyreans sustained serious injuries. At this moment, everyone deeply felt Yi Yuan's might. Even though there were many powerhouses here, there were quite a number of late-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters and also the heavenly emperor level. Minya, there was even a supreme powerhouse like Nine Origin. But Yi Yuan, this third firmament Empyrean, still brought to them an indelible shock. Was it that abyss monsters were too weak? Of course not. It was just that Yi Yuan was too strong. However, Yi Yuan did not stop. Several dozen streaks of sword light instantly emerged, flying straight for those sixth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Those abyss monsters fell to the ground with a loud bang, without the strength to battle anymore. The entire scene fell into dead silence once more. One exchange, several dozen fifth firmament Empyreans died, and sixth firmament Empyreans were seriously injured on the brink of death. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed toward them. The tarnished black devil crystals were all sucked over by him. With his cultivation method revolving, streams of black energy poured into Yi Yuan's body like smoke. How is this possible? How can a puny human be so powerful? Just what kind of existence in this human? Between this human and divine son, who do you guys think is stronger or weaker? These abyss monsters could not refrain from thinking like this, seemingly wanting to affirm what they were thinking. The tip of Yi Yuan's sword raised up, pointing at Exion as he called in a clear voice, "Divine races. Divine son, is it? Don't you guys praise yourselves to be the race chosen by gods? Do you dare to battle or not?" Yi Yuan was covered in blood from head to toe. Carrying the momentum of his initial victory, he was unrivaled and domineering, giving Exion an extremely strong sense of oppression. Exion's face fell, his gaze icy. A lowly human actually dared to provoke the mighty divine race. Truly reckless and blind. Humph! Ant-like thing, you still don't have the qualifications to challenge me, Exion said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and was full of scorn as he said, "Is it no qualification, or is it that you don't dare? Or is it that your might relies on these subordinates with profound cultivation realms?" His words were full of contempt and disdain. Exion's expression changed, his eyes spewing fire. 90 Origin's gaze flickered, and he opened his mouth and said, "Exon, this boy is worthy of you taking action." Exion frowned and said, "Uncle 9 Origin, I, Exion, growing until today, have experienced thousands of major and minor battles. I've never made a move against an opponent weaker than me before. This brat is only a third firmament Empyrean. What qualification does he have to have me take action?" 9 Origin said, "You've already witnessed his strength. You ask yourself, when at his realm, could you have done better than him?" Exion choked when he heard that. Clearly, 9 Origin's words pricked his sore spot. Then he heard 9 Origin slowly saying, "Furthermore, I feel that this boy hasn't gone all out." Exion's face changed, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Even after using Heavenly Tao True Word, he still had not used his full strength. Exion's gaze flickered and he said, "Fine. This divine son wants to see how much capability this brat has." Done talking, Exion's figure swayed and already arrived opposite of Yi Yuan. He looked at Yi Yuan using a gaze like looking at a dead person and said with a cold smile, "Brat, this is you seeking death yourself. Don't blame me. Bring forth your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Whether you can make me bring out all of my strength or not will have to depend on your ability." Exion laughed coldly. The aura on his entire body fluctuated, the shirt on his upper body directly blowing off. On the defined muscles, 8 blue patterns swam indeterminately on his body, giving people a mysterious and profound feeling. Yi Yuan's gaze shrunk, slightly revealing a look of surprise. "Lowly human, I'll let you understand how you die. What you humans cultivate is divine Tao, while what our divine race cultivates is heavenly Tao. We don't need to comprehend heavenly emperor. As long as we inscribe heavenly Tao on our bodies, we'll be able to mobilize heavenly Tao. This divine son is currently at the middle stage 7 mark heavenly Tao realm, which is also your middle stage Empyrean realm. With your strength, this divine son simply finds it beneath my dignity to take action." Exion had a proud look as he continued, "Do you think that your heavenly Tao True Word is very formidable? Heh. I'm not afraid to tell you this. Each punch that we throw out, that's a punch of heavenly Tao. What does heavenly Tao true word count for? Yi Yuan looked at Xian and said with a cold smile, really so much crap? Talking so much, is it to show off your sense of superiority? Sense of superiority is beaten out using fists, not through words from your mouth. Xian's face fell, and he said with a cold yell, courting death. Swoosh! In a blink, Xian's figure disappeared. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Having no time to think, he directly slammed a punch out. Bang! A terrifying air billow rippled out. Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward. Lord Divine Sun is mighty. Ant-like human, in front of Lord Divine Sun, you'll crumble at the first blow. Lord Divine Sun is well deserving of being the envoy of God, not to be blasphemed. The abyss monsters were all incomparably excited, cheering joyfully. The powerful strength that Yi Yuan exhibited previously made each and every one of them somewhat doubt life. The divine race that they followed was the strongest race in this world. How could a mere ant-like human possibly be so strong? But now, Lord Divine Sun used unparalleled formidable strength to prove the divine race's might. Of course, they subconsciously neglected that Yi Yuan had just experienced a great battle. He faced several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters by himself. Saw that? This is the might of the divine race. We are the race blessed by heaven. Xian looked down upon Yi Yuan from a great height, his gaze full of disdain. This formidable punch sent Yi Yuan's innards into an upheaval. Crawling to his feet with difficulty, Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood foam, and he grinned. A little interesting. This is the divine race. Since that's the case, then you have a taste of my fist too. Your fist? Hoo-hoo.
Since my did die full.
Swoosh! Yi Yuan's figure swayed, arriving in front of Xian in an instant. A punch came out. Xian's reaction was also extremely fast. A punch similarly slammed out. Bang! Horrifying air billows spread out. Xian's body flew out akin to a cannonball, all the way until it bumped into the mountain nearby before he stabilized his figure. All of the cheerings abruptly stopped. 90 Origin's pupils constricted, with a hint of solemnness flashing across his eyes. From the start until now, his face finally revealed a solemn expression for the first time. It was only to see his gaze flicker. No idea what he was thinking about, either. One punch returning a punch. Xian's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. This punch did not cause much harm to him, but Yi Yuan's fist was odd. That punch just now seemed to be identical with his, similarly containing the lingering charm of heavenly Tao. But how was this possible? A human's ordinary punch actually contained heavenly Tao concept? In fact, this kind of heavenly Tao concept was even above his. It was as if Yi Yuan was the true heavenly Tao, while he was merely making use of heavenly Tao. That was all. When the fake met the real, the level was immediately established. How can you possibly mobilize the power of heavenly Tao? This isn't possible.
Xin sao tét angrily.
This is my heavenly Tao, not your heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan grinned, saying something that was ambiguous. This was not the power of Heavenspan World's heavenly Tao. This was the punch, where Yi Yuan fused essence, energy, and spirit. Essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one was also the energy source of his chaos world. In other words, this was his heavenly Tao. Xian's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Your heavenly Tao? Shameless boasting. I don't care about your whatever heavenly Tao. In front of power, everything is in vain." Done talking, Xian suddenly erupted. A punch of heavenly Tao flew over toward Yi Yuan's figure like a wild tempest. His movement technique traversed through the void, swift to the extreme. He was actually almost on par with Yi Yuan's spatial law. The two people came and went, traversing through the void, their speed swift to the extreme. Even those 7th and 8th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters actually could not see the two peoples fight clearly. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to acknowledge the strength of the divine race's talent. Exion clearly did not understand spatial law, but he could borrow the power of heavenly Tao and complete space traversing. But even though Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao was weak, it was a complete heavenly Tao. The power of his essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one made up for the difference in realm. The two people were evenly matched. In a few breaths, the two people had clashed no idea how many punches. The two people, each punch had the might of heavenly Tao, fighting until the entire sundered boundary started trembling. The expression on Ninety Origin's face became more and more solemn. Toward the end, killing intent even appeared. He did not think that this human who suddenly arrived actually had such formidable strength. Divine race matching up against the human race, they had never been defeated before in the same realm. They were the race blessed by heaven, naturally powerful. Their combat power was unparalleled under the heavens. The reason why humans were powerful was that their propagation ability was too strong, giving birth to countless experts, and not that they were individually powerful. But now, this human before his eyes actually fought to a draw with Divine Sun, with an unstable cultivation realm of 3rd firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, it was even under the circumstances of being heavily injured. If this human grew up, he might become the greatest unforeseen accident to the divine race's grand plan. This boy must be eliminated. Just as he was thinking, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed above the void. Rumble. It was only to hear a loud bang. A figure fell down like a cannonball being slammed underneath the ground. Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, akin to a fiend god, standing proudly in the sky. All the way until just now, Yi Yuan was still holding back. He mobilized the power of divine steel injecting spirit and finally overpowered Exion a notch in terms of strength. Those abyss monsters, including a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Menya, all looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. In the same rank, abyss monsters crushed humans. In the same rank, the divine beast crushed abyss monsters. Abyss monsters followed the divine beast not only because they represented heavenly fiend god, but because they were strong. But now, the existence that they viewed as undefeatable in their eyes was actually defeated? Freaking hell! Is this emperor's eyesight failing? Lord Divine Sun was actually defeated. Menya had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can the divine race possibly lose? A human actually surpassed the divine race? How can this sort of ridiculous thing possibly happen?" Yi Yuan's combat strength completely subverted their understanding. The heaven-defying divine race actually lost to the lowly human race. This sort of thing they found it hard to accept in terms of feelings. Bang! Right at this time, a figure rushed up to the sky from underground. Exion had a savage look, fire burning in his eyes, practically going to melt Yi Yuan. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was just a lowly ant. This ant did not even have the qualifications to make him take action. But now, this lowly ant actually tramped the incomparably proud Divine Sun underfoot. Someone that you looked down on, that you viewed as an ant, a person that you viewed as dust, defeated you. What kind of sense of humiliation could be stronger than this? Damn human, to be able to force this Divine Sun to this step, you can be sufficiently proud. Now you can go to hell. Exion's two eyes were blood red, the aura on his body surging to the sky. The blue Tao marks on his body turned into strands of fine thread, wrapping around him. An aura of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. It was as if Exion was heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth changed colors. The firmament trembled. This move is the strongest move that this Divine Sun comprehended after experiencing 3,000 over major and minor battles. To be able to die under this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Exion looked at Yi Yuan as if looking at a dead person. Yi Yuan looked at Exion, his eyes calm. He slowly took out the bone sword, essence, energy, and spirit, 3 kinds of power, turned into 3 auras wandering around him. I, Yi Yuan, don't need to borrow the power of heavenly Tao. I, Yi Yuan, am heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan held the bone sword in his hand. Amidst the fierce winds he walked, over slowly under the pressure of heavenly Tao. No matter how the wind and rain howled, it could not shake him in the slightest. However, Yi Yuan's commotion was far from as powerful as Exion's. It looked like it could be extinguished at any time. Ignorant fool! How can heavenly Tao be what you can imagine? Firmament with one thought, Exion threw a punch out. It was as if heaven and earth fell down, crushing the world. The power of this punch was powerful to the extreme. Under this punch, those abyss monsters actually trembled and knelt down. This is the true power of the divine race. Under this punch, everything will turn into nothingness. How can a mere human possibly understand it? Menya said agitatedly. Exion's punch made them find the confidence that they lost anew. They firmly believed that Yi Yuan would definitely turn to ashes under this punch. Facing this earth-shattering punch, Yi Yuan's face was without any ripple, like an ancient well. At this time, his essence, energy, and spirit rose to the peak and fused into one. All of the power was poured entirely onto the bone sword. Chaos essence, one breath sword. Carrying the method to contract his strength, Yi Yuan's sword attacked fiercely. This was his pinnacle sword, the sword of great Tao. In front of this sword, what did the trace of heavenly Tao power that Exion borrowed count for? Bang! Bang! The void trembled. The terrifying power disappeared without a trace instantly. But Yi Yuan and Exion, 2 people, were completely unscathed. Because at this time, a figure stood between the two. That person was precisely 9 Origin. Just as the 2 people's astonishing strikes were about to collide, 9 Origin interjected domineeringly. With his formidable strength, he forcefully obliterated the 2 people's all-out attack completely. This? What's going on here? Lord Divine Sun was clearly about to kill that human right away, so why did Lord 9 Origin make a move? Yeah, why would Lord 9 Origin make a move to save a human? If not for Lord 9 Origin taking action, that human would have been dead for sure. The group of abyss monsters were full of puzzlement, not understanding why 9 Origin would cut in rudely at such a critical moment. Exion's pupils also shrunk, and he said with a frown, "Uncle 9 Origin, what have you done?" 9 Origin did not answer Exion, but he looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "I admit defeat on Divine Sun's behalf." Exion's entire body trembled, and he said, "Uncle 9 Origin, what did you say?" "Lost." 9 Origin's one sentence directly caused an uproar. Those abyss monsters were all incomparably shocked. All of them were thinking that 9 Origin was making a joke. 9 Origin nodded and said, "Just now, if I didn't make a move, you'll probably not be able to return to the abyss anymore." He fused essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths into one. It isn't 1 + 1 + 1 = 2. 3 so simple, although your firmament with one thought is strong compared to this move of his, the disparity isn't small. Actually, 9 Origin already said it very tactfully in consideration of Exion's face. Not that the disparity was not small, but that it was too far apart. If he did not make a move, Exion would have died beyond a doubt. This kind of strength was not what disparity could describe anymore. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even the Yu Mengli who was watching the battle at one side also turned pale. For so many years, she desperately chased after Yi Yuan's footsteps. But in the end, Yi Yuan's was already powerful to such an extent. How could she not know the might of Divine Sun? That kind of heavenly Tao might, even if a 6th firmament Empyrean human came, they might not be able to block it too. That was a truly astonishing strike. But someone as strong as Divine Sun was still not Yi Yuan's match. Impossible! I am the exalted divine race's Divine Sun. How can I lose to a lowly human? Uncle 9 Origin, you move aside. I'm gonna fight him to the death, Exion roared at Nine Origin. As the divine race's divine son, how proud was Exion. Not even fighting, how could he possibly believe that he lost to Yi Yuan? Although he knew that it was impossible for Nine Origin to bluff him, he was still not willing to believe. Even though Nine Origin making a move saved his life, it ruined his overflowing pride. This felt even worse than death to him. Nine Origin frowned and said, Divine Son, the things shouldered on your body are too heavy. How can you act without due consideration? Our divine race has endured for hundreds of millions of years, only for the sake of recovering our former glory. Have you forgotten? Exion's entire body trembled, his 5 fingers clenching tightly, making his fist creak from clenching. I understand. Exion's words carried strong unwillingness. Nine Origin looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, I didn't expect that. There's actually a genius like you in the human race. Looks like I underestimated the human race too much. Your lowly race can propagate without limit. They can naturally also give birth to some peculiar existences. You're likely the most talented human in this epoch. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, So, are you going to kill me and extinguish the hope of the human race? Nine Origin shook his head and said, There's naturally no need to kill you. We need the power of the Divine Daughter. But I can suppress you forever. After we suppress the heaven-span world, you can still reunite with Divine Daughter. Yi Yuan's gaze was slightly cold. Sword pointing at Nine Origin, he said with a sneer, Is that so? I said it before. Want to bring Lier away? Step over my dead body. Nine Origin laughed in spite of himself and said, Forget that you're currently already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even at your peak, are you my match? You might not know my identity yet. I'm one of the divine race's 9 profound lineage's elders. Calculating according to cultivation realm, I should be equivalent to your 8th firmament heavenly emperor. However, your 8th firmament heavenly emperors. Hoo-hoo. 9th firmament chuckled clearly. He was very disdainful of the strength of 8th firmament heavenly emperors. Yu Mengli's expression changed, her face revealing a look of despair. She originally did not know the division of Nine Origin's realm, but hearing him say so, she knew that Yi Yuan had no hope at all. Toward Nine Origin's pride, Yi Yuan did not doubt it. Thinking of Exion's strength, his realm was about equivalent to a 4th
Firmament Amirean.
But Exion's strength was sufficient to instantly kill 4th firmament. Empyreans, the divine race was this strong. Yi Yuan's bone sword swung, walking over toward Nine Origin step by step. He said with a cold smile, Really have a lot of crap. So what if you're an 8th firmament heavenly emperor? So what if you're one of the profound lineage's 9 elders? Even if you're that Tao ancestor in the heavens, why should I, Yi Yuan, fear a fight? The moment these words came out, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. This fellow's pride was really greater than even heaven. Nine Origin's 2 eyes narrowed, the imposing aura on his body gradually releasing. The horrifying power made everyone present feel suffocated. Even when separated from extremely far away, those abyss monsters were being pressured until they lay in a prostrating posture on the ground, unable to even move a muscle, let alone the Yi Yuan in front of Nine Origin. Yi Yuan walked toward Nine Origin step by step. Each step that he took was extremely difficult. Just like a spring that was compressed to the extreme, he was unable to take a step further anymore. Nine Origin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a light smile, Under my pressure, you can still keep standing, you're already very good. It's just a shame that... Amen? Nine Origin's expression changed, his voice abruptly cutting off, because he discovered that Yi Yuan was advancing again. Yi Yuan's eyes became colder and colder. Countless blue lines poured out of Yi Yuan's body. Those were Tao marks. Yi Yuan's eyes already completely became a grayish-white color. His entire person seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture, exuding an icy, cold aura from head to toe. Not that he cultivated an isotribute cultivation method, but because his entire person became emotionless, while the distance between him and Nine Origin also became closer and closer. Nine Origin discovered to his surprise that his pressure was actually unable to stop Yi Yuan in the slightest anymore. Truly surprises me. A human Empyrean realm martial artist can actually mobilize Dao marks. Young man, you really made me view the human race in a different light. Nine Origin was not frightened and let out a praise instead. While surprise was surprise, he did not feel much danger from Yi Yuan. With Yi Yuan's realm, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also impossible to cause any harm to him. About this point, he could be certain of it. An eighth firmament heavenly emperor being placed in the entire heavenspan world, it was also an absolute powerhouse, a paramount existence. They could look down on everything. Yi Yuan walked over step by step all the way until he walked to 100 feet in front of Nine Origin before his figure halted. Nine Origin smiled lightly and said, "Young man, very good. To have the courage to stand before me, you're already stronger than the vast majority of the people in this world." What kind of powerful existence was Nine Origin? Being his opponent required courage. This was not making a joke, but that, after the difference in strength reached a certain degree, an enormous pressure formed naturally. Forget about Yi Yuan, who was only a third firmament Empyrean making a human third firmament Empyrean stand 100 feet in front of a ninth firmament Empyrean. He would probably be scared until he wet his pants too. Yi Yuan's feet stopped moving forward, and he opened his mouth and said, coldly, "What will make you view in a different light is still at the back." A hint of strange smile showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Following that, the two figures disappeared into thin air just like that. Immediately, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a mocking smile. To actually take Uncle Nine Origin into the small world, truly a blind and reckless fool, Exion said with a cold smile. Those abyss monsters all burst into an uproar. This boy wouldn't have been scared silly, right? If Lord Nine Origin flicks a finger, his small world would probably shatter, right? A small world is the most fragile. Others are afraid of the opponent finding the small world. This guy actually still took the initiative to take Lord Nine Origin inside. If it was somebody else, then forget it. But that's Lord Nine Origin. Even Yu Mengli was very puzzled too, worry written all over her face. Small worlds were where the foundation of human martial artists lied. It was the source of their strength. At the same time, small worlds were also the most fragile place. Each human martial artist would guard the entrance to the small world tightly, fearful of the opponent barging in. If they were weak, it was still all right. Powerful existences could destroy the small world in an instant. Even if they were not strong, battling in a small world, the damage to the small world was also permanent. Killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own. Just like back then, a bunch of Empyreans barged into Immortal Grove world. Even if they only slightly engaged in a battle, it caused indelible harm to the Immortal Grove world. If not for Yi Yuan overcoming the raging tides in the end, the Immortal Grove world would have long turned to ashes. Yi Yuan took an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor Divine Race member in with 3rd Firmament Empyrean boundary. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Nine Origin sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said with a light smile, "This is your final trump card? Your small world can't withstand my one strike at all. This trump card of yours makes me very disappointed." Nine Origin's thoughts were the same as the rest. Not only did this final trump card of Yi Yuan did not have the slightest effect, it appeared extremely foolish instead. Perhaps Yi Yuan was very confident in his small world. But what kind of person dared to let an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor in? Let alone that he, Nine Origin, was not an ordinary 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. For him to be able to become one of the 9 elders, the might of his strength, was far stronger than even same-rank divine race members. What did an ordinary eighth firmament heavenly emperor count for? Oh, is that so? Yi Yuan, who had gray eyes, said those words coldly, his figure suddenly disappearing. A faint smile was still hanging on Nine Origin's face, indifferent toward Yi Yuan's action. But in the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly vanished. What replaced? It was incomparably seriousness. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. That was the power of great Tao. Tao Mark. No time to think too much. Nine Origin urged all of the great Tao power in his power and met with Yi Yuan's punch. Bang! The entire chaos world started trembling. Nine Origin was smashed, flying out. Backward, his divine sea experiencing an upheaval. Then he used an extremely shocked gaze to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. What about now? Yi Yuan said coldly. Nine Origin's two eyes narrowed. Only then started sizing the chaos world up. Seriously, it was fine if he did not size it up. But when he did, his heart shook wildly. The chaos world was totally different from the worlds in his understanding. Incomparably thick aura of great Tao, incomparably thick chaos divine essence, plus Tao marks that filled the sky. Everything added up made him think that he was situated in the prehistoric heaven-span world. For ordinary human Empyreans, small worlds had long already formed and could accommodate living things, absorb the power of faith, and nurture treasures. But Yi Yuan's small world seemed to have only just formed. Everything was still in the midst of inoculation. Although this world was still in the budding stage, the power of heavenly Tao contained inside was actually almost on par with him, this divine race ninth elder. Yi Yuan could completely maneuver the power of heavenly Tao inside this world to face the enemy. Nine Origin stared hard at Yi Yuan and said in shock, "This place is your small world? How can a small world be like this? What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating?" The gray-eyed Yi Yuan said coldly, "That doesn't need you to worry about. Prepare tout." Nine Origin's pupils constricted when he heard that, and he said with a cold snort, "You're also looking down on my divine race too much. Your small world indeed exceeded my expectations, but it is still too weak. After this battle, your small world will collapse, and you will become a cripple." The gray-eyed Yi Yuan said coldly, "So what?" While talking, he threw another punch out. Nine Origin met the attack. Each of the two people's punches carried an incomparably thick aura of great Tao. This battle was truly apocalyptic. Each time the two people's fists clashed, it would shake the chaos world until it was in an upheaval. Space shattered, divine seas rolled. Actually, each of Nine Origin's attacks would cause irreversible harm to Yi Yuan. But he did not care at all. Bang! 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 Time slowly trickled by, no idea how long had passed either. Nine Origin still did not come out. At this time, those abyss monsters finally realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Nine Origin is actually in a fierce battle with that boy? How can this be possible? A mere Empyrean realm's small world should not be able to withstand 1/10,000th of Lord Nine Origin's power at all. But what on earth are these two people doing in the small world? They wouldn't be chatting, right? Everyone's heart itched like a cat wanting to scratch its body. They really wanted to see the situation inside the chaos world. But only Yi Yuan could open up the entrance of the chaos world. If he did not open it, others could not go in at all. Bang! With the horrifying clash, the two people were each sent flying out. Space shattered. Chaos roiled. Nine Origin had a head of disheveled hair. His body already stained full of bloodstains, and no longer had his elegance and naturalness at the beginning. He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "You're mad. Keep on fighting. Like this, your small world will be completely ruined." While that might be the case, Nine Origin was unbelievably shocked in his heart. Inside this small world, his strength was being suppressed endlessly, while Yi Yuan's strength was being magnified limitlessly. In the chaos world, he could not mobilize any heaven and earth spiritual energy at all. What he could rely on was only his strength. He felt like he got on a lone island. There was not the slightest bit of help at all. While what Yi Yuan possessed was the entire world. The small worlds of humans were all heavenspan worlds, heavenly Tao. Normally, Nine Origin would not have a feeling of having his hands and feet bound up when inside them. But Yi Yuan's chaos world was completely different from ordinary worlds. At this time, the chaos world was already riddled full of holes, virtually on the verge of collapsing already. Yi Yuan's clothes were in rags from top to bottom, bloodstains all over, looking alarming at the sight. But his face was still cold, as if he could not feel the least bit of pain. In the chaos world, he could indeed control everything, even control time and space. However, Nine Origin was too powerful. The Tao marks on his body were basically a sharp weapon that could shatter everything. From this point of view, the divine race was indeed a race that was favored by heaven. Even if he could only rely on himself, the disparity between Yi Yuan and him was still enormous. So what? Under heavenly Tao, all are ants, being unbridled in front of me. You deserve to die. The gray-eyed Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion when speaking. In front of him, the powerful Nine Origin actually became an ant-like figure. Nine Origin's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Young man, you're too condescending. Today, I'll let you take a look at the might of the divine race." All of a sudden, Nine Origin's aura erupted. The terrifying power made the entire chaos world start to tremble. His whole body was swathed in Tao marks. An apocalyptic aura spread out. The aura of Divine Son Xian was not worth mentioning at all compared to Nine Origin. This is true power, unrivaled might. Even under the powerful suppression of the chaos world, this powerful force still shows signs of bursting through the firmament. Divine race? In front of me, Yi Yuan. You all are merely a bunch of ants. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly, both hands drawing a circle. Ataiki. Diagram condensed in front of him. Nine Origin's pupils shrunk. A pressure akin to beholding a great mountain hit from head on. His heart shook wildly, secretly sighing in relief at how lucky he was. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. If Yi Yuan's cultivation realm could reach the heavenly emperor realm, killing Nine Origin would be akin to killing a dog in this world. At this time, Nine Origin actually had some regretting that he was overly careless. If not for him underestimating the enemy too much, being brought into the chaos world by Yi Yuan, he would also not be in such a difficult position. It was just that, who could have thought that a mere Empyrean realm actually had such a powerful small world? At this very moment, Nine Origin's despise toward Yi Yuan had long already been swept clean. What replaced it was incomparably solemnness. He did not know how strong Yi Yuan's move was and also did not know whether he could block it or not. This strike would determine life and death. It was not up to him to think too much either. Nine Origin practically used all of his strength. All the strength that he could muster in his body was completely poured into executing this move. Of course, he could also feel that Yi Yuan used all his strength to mobilize the entire world's power too. This was the clash between heavenly Tao and heavenly Tao. Cleansing the world. Great Tao is unparalleled. Bang! Two apocalyptic attacks instantly collided together. The horrifying energy undulation formed a terrifying black energy vortex, akin to a black hole. Exploding sounds were everywhere in the entire chaos world. It was as if it was the end of the world. The two people were directly drawn into the black hole, life and death being unknown. No idea how long had passed either. Everything returned to tranquility. The entire chaos world fell into dead silence. Already been 3 days and nights. Why hasn't Lord Nine Origin come out? Lord Nine Origin wouldn't really have become interested and is chatting with that kid, right? Got to say, that boy is still quite capable. Perhaps he can win Lord 90 Origins recognition. In the sundered boundary, the abyss monsters were discussing animatedly. But Yu Mengli's fingers gripped tighter and tighter. Her fingernails were already sinking into her flesh, but she was still oblivious to this. 3 days and nights already passed in a twinkle. The two people still did not have movements inside Yi Yuan's small world. No one knew what was happening inside either. But the longer it got, the more worried Yu Mengli was of Yi Yuan's safety. His opponent was one of the most fearsome existences in this world. Xian's brows also furrowed tighter and tighter. Uncle Nine Origin would not really have gone in to chat with Yi Yuan, right? Saying such things, ghosts would not believe it too. But could the mere Empyrean realm Yi Yuan really battle with Uncle Nine Origin? For 3 days and night, Xian felt that it was extremely preposterous. Forget about Yi Yuan, even if an 8th firmament heavenly emperor was here, it was also impossible to last past half a day from under Uncle Nine Origin's hands. Could it be that Yi Yuan's small world really had some exceptional aspects? Yes, it must be like that. That punk used a trick and trapped Uncle Nine Origin in the small world. Rumble. Right at this time, the void trembled. A figure burst out. Everyone looked toward the arrival with sidelong glances. This person did not have an intact spot from head to toe, his entire person. Like he was hauled out of a pool of blood, looking incomparably sinister and terrifying. Blood dripped from his body like water droplets. His aura was also extremely chaotic. He only had the strength of Empyrean realm.
Unsle Nine Origin.
Xian shouted with uncertainty. It's me. The bloodman used an extremely parched voice to answer. But his gaze was locked above the void firmly, without even blinking. It was as if there was a primitive fierce beast there. This blood-covered man was precisely Nine Origin. The current Nine Origin was actually forcefully beaten down a major realm. Xian opened his mouth wide and simply did not dare to believe his own eyes. Was this bloodman before his eyes that was virtually about to die really his Uncle Nine Origin? Uncle Nine Origin was one of the profound lineage's 9 elders. What kind of astonishing powerhouse was that? That was a powerhouse who made myriad worlds tremble. That was a powerhouse who made myriad races bow in worship. Now he actually became like this, while his opponent was merely just a 3rd firmament Empyrean. Xian even somewhat doubted life. Murmur. Below, all of the abyss monsters directly broke out into a commotion. They used extremely shocked eyes to look at Nine Origin, their gazes full of incredulity. This? How is this possible? What in the world happened inside that small world? That's Lord Nine Origin. Lord Nine Origin who is ever victorious. Who can tell me what on earth happened?
Impossible.
This is absolutely impossible. Lord Nine Origin is the god in my heart. How can he possibly be beaten until like this? The group of abyss monsters was doubting this. No one could have thought that a one-sided battle actually developed to this conclusion in the end. However, the fact was like that. The Lord Nine Origin, who was formidable like a god, sustained serious injuries, his realm falling greatly. You Uncle Nine Origin, what in the world happened? Why did you become like this? When Xian was talking, he felt somewhat parched. The shock that this scene brought to him was too strong. Ha ha ha. Uncle Nine Origin suddenly let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Worth crippling this boy, no matter how heavy the injuries I sustain, it's also worth it. Xian, running into this boy here is our divine race's fortune. If we allow him to grow up, our divine race will likely suffer a disastrous calamity." Xian's pupils constricted, his eyes full of shock. Who Nine Origin was talking about was not an individual but the entire divine race. For the divine race to dare come into being, they have naturally already readied themselves perfectly. But all these would change because of one person. Wasn't Nine Origin's appraisal of this boy too high? Suddenly his expression changed. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Nine Origin already became like this. Could this still not explain the issue? Nine Origin was one of the 9 profound lineage's elders, all who could sit in this position were people who had experienced many battles and crushed their peers. But such a powerful 9th elder was actually hurt so badly. How in the world did this Yi Yuan do it? No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, Xian also understood that Yi Yuan's talent was indeed a notch above his. But he never could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually monstrous to such a degree. 9 Origin, what did you do to Big Brother Yuan? Where is he? Meng Li glared at 9 Origin and said with a worried look. 9 Origin did not look at her, staring hard at a certain area in the void as he said in a cold voice, "Apologies, divine daughter, your Tao spirit physique is indeed the strongest divine physique in this world. But today this boy must die." Meng Li's pretty face turned pale, all the blood fading away instantly. 9 Origin's meaning was very clear. Yi Yuan was currently not dead yet. But he had to die. Right at this moment a figure fell out of the void. It was precisely Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan was no better than 9 Origin too. There was not an unscathed spot from top to bottom. Furthermore, he was already unconscious, his entire person falling powerlessly, the speed getting faster and faster. Swoosh! Virtually without thinking, Meng Li rushed over akin to an arrow that left the string. "Stop her!" 9 Origin yelled. Menya did not have the slightest hesitation, leaping up and directly stopping Meng Li. How powerful was Menya? Meng Li was directly restrained by him. At the same time, 9 Origin gathered all the strength in his body without the slightest hesitation. He then smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan. "Big Brother Yuan!" Meng Li's scream reverberated throughout the sundered boundary. But 9 Origin did not hesitate in the slightest at all. This palm was a certain kill. At this very moment, there was already no one that could save Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha! Just as this palm was about to land on Yi Yuan's body, golden light suddenly radiated from Yi Yuan's body. Roar! A giant golden dragon leaped into the sky from Yi Yuan's body, letting out an astonishing furious roar. This roar made the entire sundered boundary tremble. Space shuddered, one fine crack after another fissuring. These fissured fine cracks did not show signs of healing but fissured larger and larger instead. An enormous dragon claw trampled down on 9 Origin's head. 9 Origin's expression changed wildly, but currently his move was already ending and he did not have his power at this peak. It was already too late to want to run. "Lord 9 Origin!" At the critical moment, Menya roared madly, instantly diving beneath the dragon claw and knocking 9 Origin flying. Bang! The giant dragon trampled down, debris flying everywhere, space collapsing. The powerful Menya turned to ashes under this foot and did not even emit a miserable scream. 9 Origin rolled several hundred times on the ground before stabilizing his figure. This change was too intense. Everyone did not react to it. 9 Origin's blood-stained face was full of terror at this time. Just now, if not for Menya sacrificing himself and knocking him away, the one who died would be him. He never dreamed that, in the end, Yi Yuan actually still had the spirit of a true dragon protecting him. Let alone did he imagine that he, one of the exalted profound lineage's 9 elders, actually nearly died here. 9 Origin's back was already drenched in cold sweat. But toward Menya's death, his eyes did not reveal any sorrowful expression. In his eyes, abyss monsters were a bunch of slaves. Dying for him, that was Menya's honor. Suddenly, he trembled all over, his entire person turning stiff there, not daring to even move. The giant golden dragon's pair of dragon eyes were currently looking down at him from a great height. For a moment, 9 Origin's hair stood on end, not daring to even breathe. He was afraid that once he breathed, the giant golden dragon would give him another stomp. After one breath, the dragon tail circled around, protecting Yi Yuan in the middle, and flew out of the black flame cave with a whoosh. 9 Origin's bottom plopped onto the ground, panting heavily for air, feeling the joy of having survived a disaster. Nine Origin secretly sighed in relief that luckily, this spirit of a true dragon only had the power of one strike. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Today, Rumble, the powerful spirit of the true dragon, passed through the Black Flame Cave's entrance, making the originally already unstable cave entrance completely collapse. The Black Flame Cave's entrance disappeared just like that. Space was shattering, caving in, fissures getting larger and larger. This sudden turn of events happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time. Yu Mengli wanted to escape, but it was already too late. However, being able to see Yi Yuan escape, she was already very comforted in her heart. Big brother Yuan, I'll live on well and wait for you to fetch me home, Yu Mengli said smilingly with tears flowing. At this time, Nine Origin appeared beside Yu Mengli and said with a bad timing, his inner world already completely crumbled, fleshy body being heavily injured. His cultivation has already been wiped out in a day. Even if he doesn't die, he'll also be a cripple in the future. Divine daughter, you're my divine race's member from birth, this world's paramount existence. In the future, when we return to the Heavenspan world anew and beat down the human, demon, and fiend races and descend upon the world like a sovereign, that will be your home to return to. Yu Mengli gave him a glance and smiled disdainfully. To others, their small world collapsing and cultivating being lost might mean that their life was over. But Yu Mengli firmly believed that Yi Yuan still had a day where he would rise up. No matter how arduous this path was, Yi Yuan would not give up too. If talking about who understood Yi Yuan best in this world, that was her, Yu Mengli. Of course, she was completely disdainful to explain to Nine Origin. Come on. At this time, Yu Mengli was no longer melodramatic. Instead, she walked toward the abyss calmly. Nine Origin was taken back, but since Yu Mengli was sensible, he naturally would not say anything either, slowly following after. Before leaving, he gave Exion a look. Exion understood and nodded. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying force was sent out. Mosius was directly blasted into residue by Exion. Yu Mengli's pretty face turned cold, and she said in alarm and anger, You! Exion said coolly, living off people while secretly helping others, he deserves to die. Done talking, Exion left with his hands behind his back. The remaining Abyss monster army also headed over toward the Abyss one after another. The sundered boundary crumbled apart continuously, fragmenting non-stop, finally turning into a horrifying spatial tempest. The spatial passageway that the divine race racked their brains to form was smashed to pieces just like that. Everything returned to tranquility. The wind howled and the water turned cold. The brave warriors will never return. The news about Yi Yuan rushing into Black Flame alone in order to rescue his beloved spread like wildfire. A monster like Yi Yuan naturally aroused the attention of the various major forces that entered the Black Flame Cave. Hence, they inquired about Yi Yuan's origins one after another. There were no walls without a crack in this world. Yi Yuan had long already stated his identity when he entered fallen Maple Bodhidharma. It naturally could not be hidden. Only at this time did everyone suddenly startle awake. Turned out that this was the second sage who gave rise to much discussion a few years ago. Beyond the shock, everyone was also endlessly sympathetic. Such an exceptional talent actually fell in the Black Flame Cave just like that. It was truly lamentable. The Black Flame Cave completely collapsed. The cave entrance vanished. Space recovered to how it was initially. The angry Nether River flowed without ceasing once more. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan most likely died inside. The only thing that was mysterious was that right as the passageway collapsed, a streak of golden light flashed by and disappeared. In the beginning, there were also people who guessed whether or not this golden light would be related to Yi Yuan. But along with the passage of time, no one saw Yi Yuan anymore. Everyone's doubts also gradually evaporated into thin air. because the second sage's maidservant was still in fallen maple Bodhidharma. From then on, Yi Yuan never came to see Luer before. On Sunset Peak, Luer quietly cried as she said, "Young master," they all said, "that you died. But I don't believe it. Even if I walk to the ends of the world, I must find you too." In a blink, it was already 3 years. Over 100,000 miles away from Cloud River country, there was a place called Jingning Mountain. The sun came up from the east mountain, the setting sun bypassing the top of the mountain, illuminating a peaceful little village. Inside the village, there was smoke curling up from each of the kitchen chimneys there, indicating people getting up at sunrise. Those living in the village were a bunch of mortals. A robust young man said with displeasure, "Dumbo, go and chop all these firewood. Our Chun village doesn't raise idle people." Standing opposite him was a young man wearing coarse cloth, his face without any complexion. Dumbo did not say anything, turned around and came beside the firewood pile, and started chopping firewood. Chop, chop, chop. One section after another of white oak lay beside Yi Yuan neatly, gradually, stacking higher. The robust young man had an astonished look. Following that was gloominess all over his face. White oak burned easily and the temperature was high. It was an excellent fuel to burn, but it was extremely tough. The strongest hunter in the village also needed 3 to 4 swings before they could split it. Chopping firewood was actually strenuous work. Ayong making him chop firewood was actually intentionally making things difficult for him, but this fellow actually split them with 1 swing. Furthermore, the cuts were extremely smooth. It was as if they had been sanded out before. Strange. It was weird. This kid obviously looked like he was half dead, so how did he have so much strength? A girl ran over angrily and pulled Dumbo behind her, and shouted at the robust young man, "Ayong, you're bullying Aining again." When the robust young man saw the situation, he immediately burned with jealousy. Axiu was the prettiest girl in Chun village, while he was the Chun village's most promising hunter. He and Axiu were childhood friends, both being young and innocent. They were an innocent and pure pair in everyone's eyes. As they gradually grew up, Ayong secretly fell in love with Axiu and viewed her as his exclusive slice of meat. At the same time, he was also very hardworking, striving to become the most outstanding hunter in the villages around. It all seemed like success would come when the conditions were ripe. Until this Dumbo appeared, everything was turned upside down. Axiu and Grandpa picked Dumbo up by the brookside. When he was just brought back, Dumbo was covered in blood all over and was already no different from a dead man. Everyone thought that he was dead for sure, but who knew that he actually forcefully hung in there with 1 breath and did not die. Axiu was kind-hearted, taking the utmost care of Dumbo every day. Just 2 days ago, Dumbo could finally get down the bed and walk. But these 3 days, Axiu clearly drifted apart a lot from Ayong. It was naturally because of Dumbo. Jealousy burned. So Ayong liked to find trouble these few days. "I didn't bully him. There are no men in the village loafing around. Since Dumbo is well, he naturally has to work," Ayong said. Axiu said, "His body isn't fully recovered yet and is still very weak. He's not suited to work. Also, he only lost his memories and isn't a Dumbo." "You're not allowed to call him Dumbo." The person aiming out of Axiu's mouth and the Dumbo out of Ayong's mouth was naturally Yi Yuan, who sustained serious injuries in the Black Flame battle. The current Yi Yuan did not remember anything, so Axiu's grandfather named Yi Yuan as Chin Ning. Hence, Axiu normally called Yi Yuan as Aining. But the current Yi Yuan's aura was feeble. His divine essence collapsed and dissipated, and he even lost his memories and was no different from a mortal. The battle with 9 origin, the two people's battle, produced an extremely terrifying energy vortex. 90 origin's realm fell greatly, while Yi Yuan naturally sustained even heavier injuries. In that battle, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit virtually collapsed all round. There was still a thread away from death. Axiu turned around and pulled Aining as she said, Aining, let's go. But Yi Yuan did not leave and said with a smile, what Ayong said is right. Since I'm a part of the village, I should do a little something for the village. These 3 years, Axiu and Grandpa, as well as everybody, took good care of me. That's how I could survive. I feel bad sitting around doing nothing, waiting to die like that. As he said, Yi Yuan walked back beside the firewood pile and continued chopping firewood. One swing, another swing. The incomparably heavy axe was akin to weightless in Yi Yuan's hand. Axiu also opened her mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished look. This fellow clearly only got down from the bed for a few days. So how did he have so much strength? In merely less than an hour, that hill-sized firewood all were chopped completely, and they were piled neatly together. Yi Yuan finished chopping the firewood, turned his head, and discovered the 2 people with their mouths wide open, looking at him. He could not help being perplexed as he said, What's wrong with you guys? Why are you using this sort of eyes to look at me? Unga's face fell and he said, This fellow wouldn't have pretended. For 3 years, right? Right, you must have intentionally feigned death to get close to Axiu. Axiu shot him a fierce glare. When she and Grandpa saw Yi Yuan did not even have a breath, not an intact spot from head to toe. Could this sort of thing be faked? But she looked at Yi Yuan again and said, This is white oak. Even if Uncle Lai was here, chopping these firewood entirely will also take an entire day's time. You finished chopping in an hour. Do you think we should be surprised or...